like a Hellcat. Coming like a Hellcat. Like a Hellcat.
In the sky, gazing far into the night, I raise my hand to the fire, but it's no use, 'cause you can't stop it from shining through. It's true, baby, let the light shine through. If you believe it's true, baby, won't you let the light shine through for you. into the night. I raise my hand to the fire, but it's no use, 'cause you can't stop it from shining through. It's true, baby, let the light shine through. If you believe it's true, baby, won't you let the light shine through for you, for you, for you, for you, for you, for
in terms of the actual performances that we've had so far, it's not been great. Just because I think they play too passive is what I'm trying to get at. I was like, oh my word, that is a pull-up and a half. Welcome to the party, my friends. You wanted to see something from Raise Your Edge.
Oh my gosh, it's so close. He's made it. He's good. He's fine. He's fine. Let's see what their terrain's like. Do they have the utility? Here we go. Nobody's found Kemba. That's the Kemba. It's the deck. He's looking around. He's looking for a way forward. Aitzy's fallen. It's all on Fuzzface. He gets one, though. Is he quick enough? Is he good enough to deal with the rest of the nades come in? He's down to 19 HP.
To the next circle, should it be unfavorable towards the eastern side? Raise Your Edge returned up to the party. Thankfully, this time around for the solo player. Shiv, though, what's in the chamber? What can you do? It's time to step up. Shiv, initially, with the opener, with the flush as well. Monkey downside, and we spoke about the Wildcats. Raise Your Edge, 15th place. Disappointing, but it is what it is. There's nothing you can do. It wasn't helped by the Wildcats. They didn't help themselves to put themselves up against the blue, put themselves out of the picture, and now they're just melting away.
And they have ended exactly where Tempest just went. We've seen the fields have endings. Na'Vi on the move, though. Big squad play. Kemba on foot. The vehicles tab on foot. Senya runs over SKUIJKE. Na'Vi.
But my God, it's been a backset the entire time.
Yeah, Tundo's found Aitzy, though. It's a really hard position to remove. If you look at the headshot angle, the nade's going to do... Why did you peek it? Why did you peek it? You could have waited on the nade. Why did you peek it? Probably able to prone there as well. Spyro on the play. You're looking to try and avoid wasted potential. They're the bigger... Oh, my God. Did it reach him? Oh,
Your body isn't exposed. You can get your gun over there. Pretty safe. Will you silhouette now and again? Yes, of course you will. To a maximum with a sniper. Oh, look at this. They're just being mowed down. Here's an SLR. What are you trying to achieve here? Run him over. What are you trying?
He's flipped the car. He's flipped the car.
If he does this, he's just
oh my God, this is 10 head.
Phenomenal. Oh my God.
Oh no,
oh my God.
2 head, 3 head, 10 head.
What is that?
I didn't kill him.
The third one's here as well.
I don't give a crap. They just done it again. He's done it again.
Is he going to get all 4 of them? Do it. Get all 4. Go on. For the montage.
Change the build, which is so this is the information relay, but you better be ready. Here comes the pull-up. Oh no, oh no, that's one. That's a flush. You need to reload. Here comes the flood. Down you go. I feel like maybe there could have been more. The Molly's done. You're pretty entrenched. You're actually playing it very nicely. Now, Rustanmar's getting a lot of tension here, and he's not finishing off these kills quick enough, because look who's on the flank. Look who's behind all 3 of the ENCE players. This could be a big shutdown if he gets it right. Here comes the timing, but look who's shooting back at him. It's Rupture.
ETG adepts all just hammering down upon this building. All these bullets you can see are peppering the wall. None of these are from the players outside. It's everyone just surrounding them.
That's so good. It was off the back of that dink. They got on Udyr, and it's like, all right, this is it. Time to actually push up. We see our advantage. Let's go on it. Molly's going in. Udyr is under, well, severe scrutiny, and I think it's just spread towards him. He should get a heal off.
Again, another first aid straight off the back. Still on. Round the corner we go. That's a copious amount of damage. AKM does the jumping toxic tunnel.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome. It is day number 4 here of the PCS Charity Showdown, as we have day 4 on the way, soon to begin, and we'll be playing through all of our 6 games for today, and it'll be groups B and C going head-to-head to get things started. I'm Kyle Aris, and joining me, I have Avenger and Toby here for all of the breakdowns. Wait, Avenger, you're wearing a shirt.
I noticed that too.
Business casual. I like it. I like
Comfortable,
it.
you know. Very nice.
No little horse, though. No little horse. Anyway, gentlemen, a good day to come. B and C for me is absolutely stacked. Toby, I'm sure you're excited. The teams in these groups in general, we already see Omicron, FaZe, TSM, Liquid, Northern Lights, all up there, raring to go.
Yeah, I mean it's gonna be fun to watch. I want to see ENCE again then how they're gonna fare, because this was their best day of the 2 days that they played. The first day, A and B they struggled, but here 62 points on the day. They surpassed teams like TSM, FaZe, Liquid, all of them. So I want to see if they can go out and do anything to repeat. They started off the day with 2 wins, right? So if they can do anything even close to replicating that, that'd be amazing for them.
Avenger?
Well, for me, today is about who's going to get into the 100 points club, because that's kind of the threshold you want to get into for the teams playing today. Of course, ENCE, they don't need to have a great day. They need to have half of the points of the from the amount of the same day they get on the B versus C last time. So if they manage to do that, they'll be in the 100 points club. And then it's about who's going to get into that top 16 now, obviously, and be playing in there and sitting in that situation. So I'm curious to see how far they can get, honestly, today.
Yeah, indeed you do. It goes without saying, though, Omicron really did rule the roost when it came to their points. But let's take a look at a direct comparison here between two teams that were very close when it came to damage dealt. However, FaZe was able to get more effective damage out of that in these lobbies. Are we surprised by that, Avenger, or is this something that kind of is par for the course for a team like FaZe?
It also comes down to the playstyle that both Northern Lights and FaZe Clan have. FaZe Clan's playstyle is when they get into a situation where they get into a fight and they start poking teams, it's more often leads to a kill rather than how Northern Lights is. They will if they end up in a situation where they're in the center position, they will poke at teams from the inside out and make sure they stay away, make sure they damage utilities, make sure they damage their armors and such. So it's not unusual for me to see those guys with a lot higher ADR.
Sure, yeah, makes a lot of sense. And when we're looking at teams to play out for today, of course, Toby, teams like TSM and Liquid, they're in a great spot right now. But of course, they're going to be wanting to kind of push even a little bit higher up. Liquid's the one I really kind of want to focus on here for the moment, though, because they just came off the back of doing pretty well, DreamHack and things like that. But they want to be as high as possible on this going into that last week, because this is the last week before we actually get into that grand final phase.
Yeah, I mean, they had a win on the B on their first B versus C day as well, so don't see why they couldn't go out and do that again. It has been a heavy on and off for them on the tournament as a whole, despite the fact that they're sitting pretty well in the standings right now. They have had their 14th places, they've had 0-point games as well, so I'm hoping that we're seeing the good league. I mean, of course, when it comes down to it, I want to see all the teams do well, but but for Liquid in particular, having been a little on and off, I want to see them really get things going here.
Let's talk about some of the teams here as well, whilst we look at the kill leaders in terms of the averages that have come down. Again, not too much of a surprise that someone like ubah is up there. Clib, though, Avenger, has really stood out when it came to Tempest. We've heard from him multiple times from their wins throughout the tournament so far.
Yeah, they've had a crazy amount of wins, and also Clib has performed super nicely, both on the high and the average damage leaders and the kill leaders. ubah as well. Also very nice to see Jeemzz and Vasco up here as well. But Clib, he's been an outstanding player so far. Overall, he's just an amazing player. In any game he plays, actually. I played a few other games with him as well, shooters, FPS, and he's extremely skilled. He's just one of those type of guys that's just talented overall, and he adapts extremely well to other games. And if you're good at adapting in general, to new games, to new situations, you're also good at adapting in PUBG, and he really translates that super well.
That's good. Go ahead. Yeah. Go on, Toby.
No, and one of the big things to me that really stands out here is how, yes, Vasco has done more damage, quite a bit actually, than ubah, but ubah has brought in 11 more points in terms of kills than he has, right? So I mean, sometimes it can be random. If there's 5 people shooting at the same knocked player, who's gonna get it? You don't always know who's gonna get that shot. But when it comes to finishing off your kills fast, making sure no one else can steal them, which goes to executing engagements fast and whatnot, and also just positioning yourself better to get third-party opportunities. You'll see FaZe do that all the time. They rarely ever go head-to-head with teams early on. They'll try to find a place where they can sit and kind of lurk on another fight going on and see if they can get easy picks off that.
Let's take a look at some of the teams that have kind of fallen down a little bit when it comes to last week coming into this week. I'm looking at the ENCEs, the Tornado Energies, the Unities, to try and push themselves up to those qualification spots. Martin, when you look at those kinds of teams, what do they have to kind of tighten the balls on? I feel like someone like Tornado Energy, for example, could quite easily get into the top 16 to qualify for next week, but so far they're not quite there.
Honestly, I've been disappointed to the performance. I've given them credit before, and I've given them credit before and during this tournament. I really feel like they're a top 16 team in this tournament. I feel like they should be playing to that level, and they should be in there. I can't really put a finger on the pulse for them, like what's really going wrong. Obviously, they're not getting any circles, not getting any kind of extra love, but they're not executing well. They're not in a good position always, and I feel like they end up dying way too early. Where they're sending it too early into a position where it's maybe too early, like in circle 1, 2, and they just end up dying early quite often.
Fair. Are there other names that really stand out to you, Toby, that you feel can push into that top 16 that are currently not there right now throughout this day?
No, I mean, I have a few teams on my radar that I think have a chance, but it really comes down to how well these teams have prepared from last week going into this week. Because a team like Tornado Energy was saying they got 1 placement point on their last B versus C day, right? They had 1 8th place. Everything else was below that, and pretty much all of those games, 6.9 place, was in the double digits in terms of where they placed. So really, really awful on their part. But looking at teams like DA, who has had things going, sitting in a decent spot right now, and also, I mean, I kind of wanna say ENCE, just because they have shown, I mean, previously they can get things going. I just haven't. I mean, they haven't seemed to me like they kind of understood the lobby they were in. But maybe with these couple of days off and a chance to get a look at what's been going on in their games and the other games they haven't played themselves, they can turn things around pretty safe.
Yeah. Maybe. I mean, when you look at a team like ENCE, Martin, I mean, Diggory as well as Tiikzu are fantastic additions to the team, but they haven't quite got that ball rolling just yet. Is that kind of how it feels?
Yeah, but I'm surprised, honestly. For me, the teams that are outside top 16 that should be in top 16 right now, Ratio, Tornado Energy, and ENCE is it's disappointing for me if they're not going to be ending in the top 16 for sure. ENCE, as one of the teams, they have the caliber, they have the experience. They changed some players, but they still have the same kind of core. They know the players that they're playing with. But it's sad to me they haven't been able to execute quite well. And even though they've been training, I've seen them play a lot online, dailies, other tournaments. It's not that. It's just they're just not analyzing and putting in the time to prepare for the lobby enough, I feel like, maybe, or they're not adapting quick enough during the game. I hope they really spend the time here from the time off we've had between these 2 weekends to really look at where they made their mistakes so they can correct them, and also just simply be faster to adapting.
Here's the schedule for today. Of course, we've got 6 games coming at you, 3 Miramar and 3 Erangel, and we will be finishing. It kind of finishes around 10:20-ish in total. But again, do bear in mind that all of these times are accelerated schedule-esque. So once we finish the game, we'll be trying to get the players into the lobby as quickly as possible and then start it as quickly as possible. So these are merely guidelines, like the pirate code. Yeah, that's true. Like the pirate code. Anyway, gentlemen, before we go into our first game of Miramar, Toby, any kind of thoughts before we head on in?
One team we haven't really mentioned at all today that I want to see come off to a good start on Miramar, Istanbul Wildcats. They have had their moments of, wow, where did they come from? How did they get a 10-kill second place? I want to see them go out and do something similar in the first game today.
Okay, Martin?
I really want to see Tornado Energy get up in a situation where they can get a lot of kills and really show what they're made of, because they're amazing fraggers, and I think they belong in the top 16.
All right, let's do it then. It's our first game of the day. It's Miramar. We're heading over to Sims and Pansy. Take it away.
Thanks, guys. And yeah, super happy to be back. I feel like I've just been counting down the days until I was casting again. How have you been doing, Rich?
Oh, can't complain. It's been fun. Nice to have a few days off. I don't say the long days, but certainly with so many games back to back to back, it's nice to go away, just kind of take a moment, stand back, look at how the whole league tables unfolded, and really just assess the situation. It's slightly different compared to what we normally used to, especially on the size of this. The fact that it's like a double group stage, even with any other events that I've worked on in a different game, for example, I've never had it where it goes from one group stage to an exact replica for the size of this. I understand why, but for a lot of teams, it gives an opportunity to reflect, right? To go away, have a look at what went wrong, potentially what went right. So I think for this one, we're in for a bit of a feisty weekend, because we know for a fact that there's no second chances now. They don't have a third week that they have to qualify for this. It's kind of a do or die scenario.
You're right. And right in the middle of the screen, the team that I'm now a fan of. I said one mean thing about Liquid, and the DA fans are like, welcome to our group. So I've been practicing my Turkish. You know, I've been subbing to the channels. I've got it all going on now. You know, I've been trying my best. You know, I'm gonna put some in chat. Put some in. There it is. Just put the little DA, little star in chat. You know, you gotta support the boys. So I'll be testing out my Turkish on you guys in chat over the next, you know, couple of minutes whenever I feel confident enough, you know. So but outside of like the big names that we're used to seeing, who kind of surprised you? Who was the team that stood out to you as maybe a dark horse, or just someone who can really kind of catch some of the bigger teams off, I guess?
It feels weird saying this, and it might sound bizarre saying this, but it's Omicron. Don't get me wrong. I know they've always been, you know, that top.
They're a good team.
Top 10 team. You know, they've always been up there, but they're not the brands that we've seen. Even the brands towards the players, you know, the FaZe clans, the Team Liquids, and so on and so forth. I think it would be wrong and ignorant to say that they are, but from the performance that they had last week on their day one was just phenomenal. It was a sterling performance, and it's rightly so. It sat them at the top of this league table, 125 points. Yes, teams have got close to them. You know, Tempest 118, FaZe 115, so they're not far off. But if they continue this, it sets them up for success. It sets them up for great success coming for the amount of different events that we're going to have forward. For me, this now becomes a factor of, can you complete what you started? Can you finish at the top of the league table again for a second group stage? Can you finish at the top of the table again for the grand finals? I don't want to see them drop the ball now, Lauren, because we have done in the past where they look good. We sung them a song and a prayer, and then it kind of just battened out for no reason. Things didn't go their way. You saw the cracks start to shine. So for Omicron, it's eyes on them to see if they can continue this run, because they look solid at the moment, and honestly, I've enjoyed watching them.
They have been a fun team. They're, you know, the theory of them came through on Sanhok to me initially was, you know, they're super aggressive. They play this kind of like frag out game. It was always fun, but they have been able to translate that across the board, which has been super exciting. So hopefully we get to see a little bit of that, as you said, becoming consistent and kind of finding more of a foothold. EIQ, another one of those, very much a dark horse team, a wild card, I'd say. Very solid themselves. Obviously not one of the big teams, not one of the big household names, but they've definitely caught a lot of people's attention after their performance just last week.
Yeah, totally. As you're talking to them, we do actually think that, this is showing people at home how teams generally like to hold down similar compounds, how they have certain rotations and stuff. This is the compound, if you remember, where Hawkey got a little bit over-aggressive. Oh, yeah, you can keep going. You can be quick, those are on. Nope, he's gone. I think you just need to run on this one, Danny. That's save yourself. Don't bother running back, otherwise you're going to get crushed between two different angles, because he is on the opposing side here. So Zero accidentally, maybe purposely, trying to knock him and keep him on track has cost him the life. Fexx also gone down. Eligagamton. That's a big scalp to take from Team Liquid, and certainly one to lose so early on. Less than 5 minutes, and ELG are already losing a player.
I mean, it was from Jeemzz, aka Belt. So have you seen what he did? He accidentally put like
yes, he's an idiot.
It's my
he's
favorite
actually
thing.
an idiot.
It's genius. If there are any Belters in chat, just put up the emotes. I'd thoroughly enjoy it. The circle was pretty fair for most people. I feel it was a kind of run-of-the-mill circle that we got to start with here. It's nothing too wild or crazy. We did see some kind of edge-of-the-map circles coming through last time around, so it's quite nice to see something a little bit more easily accessible this time.
Yeah, for sure. It opens up a good amount of land. It gives everyone a good place to participate. Suppose the only real dangers you'll look between Los Leones on the Dempsey. It's a bit of a campy camp up on the hill. Surprised they didn't clip it up there, to be honest with you, and have a look around.
You'd think they might consider that, right?
Yeah.
Regardless, a big loss there for the current leading team. Again, though, for Omicron, their position is pretty faultless. They're sitting way off at the top after some huge performances, so they can drop a game or two. I know we'll often say you've got to play out every single game, but when you do have that sort of lead, yes, you can actually it's open. You're allowed to take a second or two to fluff up your lines. You actually do have a buffer, man. Considering the team closest to them, Tempest, isn't even playing, you're okay. You're gonna be just fine. The Wildcats, something you want to look out for. Already getting a lot of attention there. Gonna be having Unity pulling up. Bit of a questionable pull-up there for Dannymon. Not sure if he made a bit of an error there on the pull-up, but well handled by SKUIJKE, and this nade could seal the deal. Let's see if it's good enough. It might bounce. No, it's perfect. That's a freebie as well, getting set as you're just trying to flush one, and that one bounced a little far. So there is a revive possible, but Orange is going to have to do some very heavy lifting.
He's a solid player, though, as an individual. He's down to 50% HP as he gets cracked by that nade. The rest of the Wildcats are going to be coming over and cresting the hills soon. SKUIJKE up on top of this building. He's going to have the angle if he decides to poke. At the moment, I think, for said, he'll just say no. Just sit this one out. But the problem is with BSD there. As soon as he goes over that, Orange should be within shooting range. There he is. There he goes. Now it comes down to Hiruzen. 1 man versus 4. I mean, we've seen weird and wonderful things before. It's certainly not impossible. There's a couple of choke points within this style of building, especially on the stairwell. You can, off the back from where SKUIJKE is, you can go down the metal stairs and actually hit one of the back windows and just really duke the player out. It is doable. If he doesn't have the information as to where people are, and you can see with the flashbangs he doesn't just yet. It's questionable if he goes outside, so I hope he doesn't, just because it'll be open to everybody. But now he shoots. You should get the drop down if there are ballsy player up top. Maybe attack this one. Instead, they're going to go from the stairwell. Now, just remember, a few people still don't check where he's looking, specifically because these were put in at a later patch onto Miramar. They were added with some of the roads and various other bits and bats. People still forget about them, that you can traverse up and down these style of apartment blocks through the broken holes in the floor, which he might have just... Yeah, it might have just made him out because of that. Yeah, they're using their utility, their flash and whatnot, just to try and get out. He's like, nope. If we can get in the car now, we are out of here.
I actually love that. If he makes this escape, I'll be so happy. Sadly, they've all spotted him out, and it was all for nothing. He gets caught in the end, but what a nice little concept. Just baited them through, and then made that kind of crazy dash at the end, but no. So the circle, it's a little further south than I thought it was, if I'm honest. I thought it was a little bit, I thought it was actually cutting off on land, but it does cut in towards Los Higos, but still, it should be a pretty comfy circle, just sitting west of Los Leones. We've seen a lot of circles towards this area, and it does continue to close in. Omicron, if they had all 4, this could be another great game for them. DA sitting pretty well in that 2-2. Liquid, pretty good. EIQ. ENCE has a lot of room to swing south if they want to, and better luck next time. It definitely caught our attention for the weirdest reasons, but it worked out. They're still in a good spot as well. And Belt on a bike. Having a ride. We're gonna call him Belt now, you know that, right?
I mean, he has a million and one different names. It's at this point, it's everything but Jeemzz, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
Adjustments towards Kumisera. Tornado Energy, a team that Martin highlighted on the desk. One that can perform. We've seen glimpses of excellence, to be honest with you, across the roster, especially when I think back to DreamHack and what they were doing, just taking teams head on and approaching fights with such stability. And thus far, it's not been impressive. There's no way of saying it. I agree with Martin. This is a top 16 team that should be in the grand finals, but sitting down at 44 points in 19th. Again, we have to take into consideration this whole entire league table. It's kind of wrong to say take it with a pinch of salt, because we know it's good and we know it's been playing well. But like anything else in PUBG, it does have the capabilities, and in some weird and wonderful world, it could flip on its head. Your top tier teams could start playing like Boop, and the guys at the bottom, someone like Raise Your Edge, could just have gone, look back at the VOD, and then this weekend just be a complete different beast altogether.
Potentially. Potentially. Well, I'll see. My faith in Raise Your Edge just kind of fell off a cliff after I watched them, smack their heads against the wall, sadly, and it was sad to see, because sometimes it wasn't their own fault, but then obviously you have to play out the games that you do get those advantages in. So it was a bit of a shame to see them just unable to convert those good games. So again, it's the situation we're in. If they do come back and they bounce back, awesome, what a story, right? Like I'm waiting to see it. I'm not going to write them off yet. I just want to see a bit more. So FaZe, not quite the FaZe that, you know, turns everyone's heads, but sitting very comfortably within the top 5. Very solid performance from them. I think that when you see FaZe in their final form, you know it, but they're doing just fine. They don't need to go, you know, crazy. They don't need to do anything else. They're good as they are as it stands. So for them, rinse and repeat, keep running it, keep playing the games that they know how to play, keep that approach going. Now, who else has a good spot here? I am interested when it shifts away, if it does shift away from the north here, Rich. Look in that circle. That's a lot of teams being displaced, right?
It's mainly where you see Bestoloch next time. It's that hill. That's kind of the dead zone where we don't get any circles. That point in the road, not quite central of the map, just a little bit more down towards the south below Omerkan. So it does have a tendency to kind of force circles above that. And that's why you see an Omerkan sat there, because that's like anywhere on that ridge line from Kumasera. If you just run it horizontal below the main road to Los Leones, there is a lot of them. There is a hell of a lot of times we see an ending around that area. We'll see if it does kind of follow that similar route or if we get something a bit more obscure. There you go. So now we're kind of looking where you'll see this hill. Better look next time, they're all cresting around it. It's the one just to the right-hand side of them. Anywhere around them now at that place becomes a potential good place to be holding on. TSM are holding on, and I think it's with Iroh, maybe one other player. This has not been a great start for them. They've been losing players in rotation. I've seen at least 2 now going down. DA, time to run the gauntlet, and this will be a gauntlet. This is a straight send down the main road. They've opted to go central of this, and I'm okay with it. Provided they grab themselves together, they can bring the vehicles. They do have the capabilities to hold on to this, but also the utility to exit. Something like this on the main road becomes dangerous because of how many teams that are above you. Trying to get out of these compounds, it's complex, it's difficult. It needs smokes to do it. Speaking of complex and difficult, it looks like driving is just that for FaZe Clan. Are you okay, guys? Are you okay? Yep, they're fine. My word, are you lucky that there's no one on that hillside now looking this way?
Yeah, how have they gone away with that, right? Like, that's... it always baffles me. It's like you'll see someone do something quite safe or like a little bit risky. FaZe just run through an open field and somehow no one's there yet. Now, Liquid might be having an issue here. They're pulling up to another compound, and there's a lot of teams around third party this, so they won't have freedom to be able to kind of play off the backs of these houses. They're going to have to actually commit to this, which, you know, it's going to rush things. It's going to kind of speed up the process that they might want to take a little bit of time on, but they're on the bottom floors, and Tropic have been dangerous, though, individually very, very good, very talented players. Porky, nade in. They've kind of traded out buildings, so Liquid have taken the higher buildings, and Tropic have kind of peeled away towards the lower side of the hill. So both teams somewhat safe and bad. They are with 3, maybe just, you know, had issues joining the lobby all together at the same time, or, you know, internet problems. But they'll actually recover soon enough. We spoke about FaZe, Rich, and now they're getting a lot of attention their way.
They are, and this is kind of a typical FaZe compound for this type of circle. We have seen them utilize this, probably more so when circles are a bit more towards the northwest. It's not the best of location unless the circle's favorable to them. They're going to have a lot of work to do. They'll have to pretty much cross the main hillside, which is getting up above now where WP has positioned themselves by killing that one player. It puts them on red alert. It tells them exactly where FaZe are, and it also makes them a little bit bloodthirsty. There is potential that they camp them out here on the ridge lines and go for revenge. Rustanmar straight with a flush as well. TSM, vard, I thought it was Iroh the only man standing, but vard clearly there, both of them just wandering around trying to find somewhere to live. And they're both dead. Rather unfortunate. TSM, rough start in a 15th. ELG losing more players again. This could be 14th for them if they're not careful. Mxey goes down. Norcus, I believe, is last man standing. And if we get some of these numbers wrong, please forgive us. It is hard when we're doing these online and we don't have all the full information. Circle, she hard shifts, but it's kind of what we expected, Lauren. Where Omerkan are, hanging around that area. This is between that, anywhere now along that roadside, it could go. And this is where it becomes a problem with teams like FaZe Clan who have to now cross that road. Anyone who's downwind of this, they have to wait for the right time of a third party. Once all the teams up top engage and you think, okay, under the cover of gunfire we go, it becomes a really good symbol. This for FaZe Clan is their next obstacle. They took away one player, and now we can see the defensive stance coming out. But look at this, third partying again. it won't be easy. Maybe FaZe just go for it in vehicles and just opt to disengage from this one. But yeah, it'll be not the easiest job for anyone who's not outside the circle to make it inwards now.
Oh, that was a shot and a half from Fate. If you're Iroh, like, you can't even be that mad. You know what I mean? You die like that, it's like, yeah, all right, fair enough. I mean, I can't get away from, you know, an Orm from that distance. You're just going to have to accept it. But El Giganten, it looks like they've lost down a fair few players here, and ENCE wants to continue that trend as they go down in 14th. We've got some pretty big teams to start off with here. FaZe starting to find their form, leaving the compound. You said they had to, and they're going to do it now. Mika's there, Fast Rail's there. Nice little off angle for Fast Rail. I don't know if he's got vision from it, though. He could have maybe supported a bit more, I was hoping, but I think he's... I don't know if he's got an angle, because you can see how it kind of peaks in the middle between them. So I think his angle's a little bit worthless unless Aitzy really swings up on the high ground. We'll see if that becomes a factor. Keep your eyes on that. The Penguins on the plate as Mika goes down. So yeah, it's kind of... technically, if you looked at the minimap, it's a good position, but in reality, it's very, you know, baity. Sadly for Fast Rail, you know, you're in a 1v4, or it was a 2v4. How much are you done? You get one flush. Two would be even better. 80 corner guard. Fast Rail down on that, but now the flank comes in, and it's not even a one and done. The revive's probably going to come out. Now, ENCE were fighting out again. Penguins, they turned up. Scooby, you're there, but Diggory tries to keep control for ENCE. They're both just on the verge of the new circle, the blue coming in. Both are somewhat safe. Penguins still piling together to try and get their teammate back on their feet, but Diggory spots out what's going on.
And given the fact this is all the way up against the hard shift, they're going to have plenty of time to do so. Teams should not be engaging in this one. They should leave them to it because they are in a bit of a crap position. It's in, yes, but next circle shouldn't really be favorable regardless whether you're open light to play edge or not. Quite a few teams do tend to play deep, especially aggressive teams. So you wouldn't really expect a third party in this one. This gives you that amount of time to play with. With Diggory in the position that he's in, he can be a nuisance. He can be an anchor point to just keep the attention drawn to him. They're in the worst spot, being up against the blue. You can see all the utility now is going to be forced and committed towards him. Whether or not it's a waste, we will find out. Actually, it jumps forward. That's a really nice maneuver. Does avoid the grenades, but puts himself now where they have to force for this one. They are getting a little bit too half-handed here, going over for the point. They had no idea where all the rest of ENCE were. To commit 4 players to this, it's scary. And speak about commitment, look at Liquid. We've seen this engagement before. EIQ versus Liquid, and it was Liquid who came out on top. Breach, SWAT team, they're in the building. Hawkey's actually got a shotgun. Christ, he's ready for it. If they come through and they get a fistful of that 686.
Are we going to see a shutdown with a shotgun? Let's see. There's the tag. He's got 4 more goes at this. Do they go for it? They've got a flash. Baiting the shots. They know what's up, but now this buys time. Reggie swings out and finds Ibby. The belt fights back, but on the other side, Molly goes in. That's a flash. That's fine. The Molly's bought him time, so the flash is negated completely. Ibby's still on his knees. Mxey's burning alive. This is pretty good from Entropic. They're holding this one. Oh no, Jeemzz is on fire as well. This is spreading badly. Jeemzz tries to get a heal off quickly, but there's 2 of them upstairs. The pan comes flying out the window. It's all being thrown in. DA's fighting against FaZe while all this happens. And DA not looking so good this time. They did manage to get down Aitzy. It looks like ubah's been knocked, but is it just Smash Alive? I can't see many more.
Yeah, ENCE actually fell victim to that fight against the Penguins earlier on. They were continuing. They didn't have the off angle, but unfortunately it wasn't good enough. Can also knock into play with FaZe. Here comes the big push, though. Hip fire. Not going to get the job done. They can keep on going. Flashes are up. They'll drill down. Literally just hold the left mouse and pray. Liquid. They spray, they pray, they push. They get the job done. We're able to kind of clear out here, but remember, you've still got this one lone ranger with the shotgun still standing, if memory serves me correctly. Hawkey is on the opposing side. Will he hold his ground, or will he go and try and get involved in this one? Maybe finish them while they're damaged, get involved and see if we can kind of bring any more points from it, or will you play for placement? You're into the top 10, but that's not good enough. You need frags. That shotgun could do some serious damage up close and personal like that. There is a bit of a reload time. It's not the 686. I mistaken it earlier on. It's the pump shotgun. The 686 you can double tap with it.
Shotguns. So,
no, we don't. It's a bit obscure to see the pump. I get the ideology behind it of getting such a close combat weapon. If they're going to try and breach that one, it will work and it will do the job. It's a bit of a TPP play, I want to say, with all respect in due course, but still. If he'd have had the double pump, he may have been able to go for it. Just double tap 2 of them. Either way, stand your ground with the shotgun. I'm a fan. It's different. Do something with it, though.
I mean, the 10 damage tags. That's so smart. No one pre-aims it. No one pre-aims that angle. Get the shotgun out and put it up his nose. Here we go, Rocky. Let's see it. Show me the film. Oh, get out of the blue. Please get out of the blue. Don't die like this. You had... Oh, God. It was so good. And then it went so bad. But that was really smart. Proning when you're in smoke like that, everyone's pre-aiming chest height, normal player height, and obviously you are not there. So Kaymind looks like he's going to be the last one alive for Liquid. Northern Lights extended towards this direction to try and maybe catch a couple of them working away from that. Now, they might get a flush. They don't even get that. Kaymind's still in the blue. I was thinking they might have caught Ibi there, but no. They've got no points for this push. That's put them out of position as well. Kaymind might fall to this. I'm pretty sure he will. Maybe he can take it with him, but that blue is doing so much damage. He's got to be careful if he wants to try and make it forward. He can't, but Tulans finds it. And Northern Lights, the robe... I don't really think of a word that... there's no alliteration really with robe. I'm sure Jeemzz will come up with something, but you know, the the man himself, the one that we all want to see on the interview, still standing, so that's an exciting prospect. While all of this happened though, DA dealt with FaZe. Their FaZe kind of pushed up, and DA, yes, they lost a couple of players, but they have actually managed to stem the bleed. They still have 2 alive, so, you know, I'm going to have to stick with my boys, DA, you know, my new favorite team. They're doing it.
Another fight from ENCE earlier on, which I'm surprised they didn't make it through after getting so many kills back-to-back. BL, straight with the pull-up. Better luck next time. Navi's new arch nemesis. That'll be an intriguing one to see how that kind of goes down throughout the competition if it does become a thing. Molly's through the window. It spreads like wildfire, quite literally, especially in wooden buildings. Even more so now with this patch that we're playing on. If there's any more, that should get the job done. Increased tick damage, it's going to hurt. That'll finish him off. See you later, Levent. 3 versus 4, smokes are open. Through these smokes a little bit further, try and blindside the windows. They could get behind that and use it for cover. Yes, he is up on a smaller plateau, so he has this elevated angle that he can use to his advantage. 3 times. I'll tell you what, they're abusing this 3 times now. It's with the automatics, especially on the M4 kind of meta that we're in. It's so bloody good for close range and long, to be honest.
I hate it because it looks like ass.
I mean, there is that. I won't disagree, but it doesn't half work.
I want a hammer scope. Those are good. If you play Tarkov or any if you're a military dweeb, you'll know what I mean. But it's nice. Give me that. That's the vibe. Anyway, we are seeing DA make their move. I think one of their players did get knocked. They might be able to get them back on their feet. They had to cross over this road, so the circle kind of shifted away from that side. I think we saw a couple of teams trying to make the cross. Tornado energy. We wanted more from them, and this could be an opportunity. We do have the Wildcats holding on, but you can see that blue's creeping up. So they're going to have to consider just kind of consolidating everything. The example of that with a face full of DA, but it's better luck next time. From down below, putting it down DA. Down in 7th, but not a bad run. The Penguins holding on. I don't know how they've done it. I mean, they got past ENCE. They've snuck their way in. They're still all 4 alive. They might not for long, but that's not a bad performance.
I know you're a big fan, Lauren, aren't you? I don't know if it's just for the animal name or the fact that you're just a big fan of that team, but
I like animals.
I want to hear more David Attenborough. That's what we need from you.
Well, look, if they make it through to the top 5, so they've got to go 1 more, and then I'm there. There's time.
Wildcats falling from the sidelines here. Better luck next time. Continuing the run, actually. I've got to say, it's a good performance with them. Example, straight onto the back of T-Bone. Page trades now, at least Tornado Energy go down. There's a revive possibility there. There's 20 seconds to move. Unless someone third parties from the ridgeline. Northern Lights, slowly but surely, they're overextending from the circle. I'm a fan of this. Don't sit back and just rest on the laurels of watching the circle. They have a very good foothold in it. They have a hillside. They need to disallow anyone else upside that hill because then it becomes difficult. There is a valley below them. It's quite a wide open valley. So they have to take this fight head on. They've committed to it. And now you have to continue. Yes. They are at the worst end of the stick, given the fact that Blue's going to be on the back. Spyro's off angle could be deadly. This could be the downfall of Omicron if they do not track him.
Will you see the Penguins? Life is hard here for the Penguins. Desert tundra, not known to be its home. However, thriving amongst many creatures, wildcats roaming the plains. And now the penguins flashing, holding back the wildcats with everything they have. And luckily, a creature from the ridgeline, a Vasku appears. Deals with the wildcat, and now Zorf, the largest penguin of them all, will show his plumage and claim at least another point.
I go down, followed up my page. Going to continue this one. Vasku, the beast with himself, as you did call on it. Can have been a bit of an animal, but they may have been dealt with on this one. Spyro will be able to move forward with Tulin. Yeah, this is the thing. Like, from the off-one that they have to be able to actually scrunch up together now. They shouldn't have been allowed to get this close. Granted, one nade will completely finish them off, but this becomes the problem we spoke about earlier on. They have to deal with these fights and get off that plateau before it becomes too late. You're going to have to now commit all utility to get down that ridge line. This could have just become their tomb. They're in such a great position. If other people's are out of place, then maybe they make it work. Thank the Lord he managed to get his teammate on his feet as well, because now he can commit the smokes. But it has become a problem. I suppose the advantage of this scenario is, Lauren, it's become a problem for everybody because everybody's outside the circle. Everyone has to move.
Yeah, welcome to It's Just a Basin with a couple of hay bales. That is it. Now, for the Penguins, the one benefit they have, yes, some of their hill rolls around it. You can't see it, but Scooby's actually in the new circle, whereas the Northern Lights just have to make a huge smoke trail and run it. There is a bit of cover there. There is something they could prone by, but do they make the run? Keep in mind, T-Bone, better luck next time. They're looking to get kills to jump placements. They can't do much more than that. Northern Lights are trying to play for end game. They want that, 4v4 scenario. T-Bone goes down, gives it up to the nice spray from Artix, but there's the trade back out. Bogger straight away comes back in. So you're going to see the Penguins control the southern side. Northern Lights have slotted in well towards the north. And I've got to say, Northern Lights, more experienced, a team with some heavy fraggers, but Zorf's popping off here. And the Penguins, I like to just make memes about their name, but they are actually playing this out incredibly well. Faultlessly is the only other player, the kind of, odd man out in this. You have the Penguins against the Northern Lights, and Faultlessly is going to be opting to try and fight near the Penguins, but if he crests that hill, it's going to be Northern Lights to see him.
14th and 23 respectively, Penguins down in 23rd. Everyone needs these kind of points. Northern Lights at the top, 6th position. Martin touched on it. Around the triple-digit mark is where you want to be ending today to stand any chance of that top 16, because it's going to be a very brutal top 16. Plenty of damn good teams will be working at it. Better luck next time, eliminated in 3rd. Spyro, I'm assuming he did a lot of damage on previous one. No kills to his name yet, and 0 frags. 3 across the team. Let's take a look at this kind of position in terms of who has the advantage. Now the smoke's way where they're going to be. TNP further into the center of the circle. I suppose it comes on Zorf. If he can stay alive and hold that back angle that Deep's trying to get a hold of, if he goes down to Deep, then it becomes a real problem because it's an open scenario where they can just run in.
Yeah, but same as for Bogger, his off angle could find Deep. If they can set up a nice crossfire and work this out, but you've got to think the high ground is slightly in favor to Deep, so he can just prone this up. He doesn't need to give away too much. And bear in mind, the Penguins aren't experienced in these scenarios. He breaks in, he's going to take down Zorf. That was your win condition for maybe the Penguins do well, but Bogger trades it back in. That's the counterpart. That's Perfectus gone down, so now to a 3v3. Zorf hasn't been flushed yet, but it doesn't seem to matter because Bogger's going to pop off. He is flushing, he's moving, and now the Northern Lights are looking a little dimmer. A 3v1, I think it is now, and the last man standing is about to get caught off here. Barely alive on the players, holding on by the finest of margins, and a surprise victory for the Penguins. I mean, you wouldn't have expected it at the start there. I think they're a team that we've definitely had some fun with, we've enjoyed watching, but they weren't even on the level that I thought about. Like the Wildcats, for example, had some crazy games where they really kind of, stood out and they were very aggressive. The Penguins were fine, but they hadn't had a game like that yet. So happy to see it.
It's a 9-day scenario, Lauren. I'm looking at the league tables here. They had 3 points worth of placement points, and that's it. They've just picked up 10 in one game. Like, when you're picking up more in your first game of the day compared to your entire 2 days of tournament you've had thus far, it's a good way to get the ball rolling. It's a good start for the Penguins, and we said for some of these lower ranked teams, That's what we need. Get a good foothold, get a good amount of franks to go amassing with it. If you can somehow get towards that 100-point mark, 100-point club, we want to call it, you might be in the finals come Sunday.
Exactly that, and I'm sure to break down what these points really mean, what these teams should be looking at, what, is the cutoff point, it's going to be the analysis. Desk or desks? Analysis webcams. Let's head over there.
That's right, the plethora of desks. Thank you very much, Lauren. Here, we've gone into the fusion age as the Nuclear Penguins have been able to pick up the victory. And it's a big victory for them as well, of course, because they really, really needed this. They were on 32 points coming into today. Massive, massive kill points as well along with it. Thank you, guys. Joining me, Avenger and Toby here to get things going. Toby, the Nuclear Penguins, your boys, have put themselves on the map.
We talked about them during DreamHack, and I talked about them last week, at least in the beginning of the week, wanting to see them go out and do something, which they, as James mentioned, Richard mentioned just before, didn't really manage to do. They find 3 placement points on the entire first week, and I believe their best day was a 5th place with 6 or 7 kills. They're actually on the final game of the BC week. So glad to see them getting things going, because I have seen them over the last couple of months starting to make a name for themselves. We've seen them in qualifiers make their way through. We've seen them in these sort of close qualifier stages go out and compete, maybe with the lower bunch, like the bottom 8 of your 24 teams, kind of fight for that potential 1 or 2 spots in the top 16. So to now go out and see them actually go out and not only fight some of the good teams, but beat them is great to see, and it must be a really good feeling for them as well.
Faultless shots by Faultlessly there as well. Nicely done by Bestoloch. Next time they get themselves quite high in this lobby as a whole. But we look at Penguins, Martin, of course, they got 12 points on their first game day, 20 points on their second game day, and now 1 game have been able to beat both of those scenarios. That's a really good start for them.
Yeah, it's great to see, and also they didn't get everything for free. Everything wasn't just given to them. They didn't get any free circles. They moved. They had to fight through ENCE. They were outside the first circle even. They had a good rotation. They analyzed and adapted super well to the circles throughout the whole match. So they really played for this, and they played the hearts out. It was really nice to see how they're able to kind of step up to this and really take the challenge on from the top.
Let's take a look at the points then. Up towards the top, it is the Nuclear Penguins there with 22 points. Better look next time, get themselves 12. Omicron Sports, as if they need any more, but get themselves 10 points regardless. T-Bone sacrifices himself towards the end. No, it doesn't really matter, I suppose, at this point for them. Northern Lights 9 points as well in 4th place. The Istanbul Wildcats, fast pay Wildcats, Toby, they're able to get themselves 8 points on the board. That's good for them to try and push themselves up the standings.
Yeah, good start to get things going for sure. I mean, if this is the day where they'll start, encroaching or getting closer to the 100-point mark, then 8 points ain't the worst they could find. Glad to see some new faces on the top killers, and probably also know, as I say that, it's a lot of faces we've seen before in Damage Leaders. Vasco is up there, surprise, surprise again.
Oh, and Smash is there. I have never actually seen Smash until just now. So there you go, because obviously we didn't see him at PEL, etc. and stuff like that. So yeah, that's how it's going to go. So we have no interview for this game, so as we're going to be rolling straight into the next game pretty soon. So before we actually do get to that, not only is this tournament for the players and for you guys out there, but it's also for charity, and you can contribute to charity by following the link down below that Twitch stream. You click on the box and then you follow the instructions from there. So we're going to a break, and then when we return, we have more PUBG coming your way. We'll see you in a sec.
Got him. So G2 get a taste of their own medicine here. The backstab onto Windstrike, and now Senya follows through, does the same. Six is gone, raise your edge, nice position for them. Kane, G2, TSM,
Oh my
welcome
God.
wagon. G2, TSM,
Oh my
welcome
God.
wagon. Pre-nade as well, does the damage. Yeah, red dot compensator up close and personal should win the game. That'll be an instant flush. He's going for the second. The other peak from 60. This will be dangerous, and it is. He collects 2 if he goes around and flushes this. That's 2 3 points. The third person there.
no.
NBS.
From MBS, he cannot get the heal off right now. He only has a bandage. He might be able to get them all. Oh my word, he gets stolen in the end by Michael, but
This is a full pile in from Vitality. One nade or finish the entire team. I don't like it when they're so clustered. Sixmo makes a run for it. They're really doing a great job at chasing them round here. Sees them down, comes back in there. Oh, so close, Nasus. That nade's coming in, though. This
That
is
nade's not
not
bad.
good for Vitality.
we have Nasus and Shadow standing. Nade being ticked again. This is a good nade. He's ticked it well, so they can't really run away too far. And there he goes. This is huge
no.
play from Sixmo. He just destroyed. Wait, that nade from the grave.
So Nasus had chucked it before he died, yeah. So, oh, life.
Welcome back, ladies and gents. A great game one there to start things off for our day, and we are going to be moving straight on into our second game in a few moments' time. Joining me, I have Avenger and Toby here for all the breakdowns of what was going to be happening. And so far, so good for the Nuclear Penguins. They've been able to put themselves well and truly on the map now after really ramping up their points in terms of percentage. Let's take a look at those points coming in so far. The Nuclear Penguins move up a cheeky 6 places from that win.
Wow.
So they're on the road, Toby, to be able to get themselves towards that top 16 nicely.
For sure. It also goes to show, I mean, the fact that they off of one good game can jump 6 spots shows you how close things actually are. I mean, 24 teams, we have a lot of games in, but if you look at the numbers, I mean, from 7th all the way down to 13th, it's just 30 points. They just got 22 of those 30 points you'd need to jump that gap, right? So, I mean, any team that goes out and gets 1 or maybe 2 good games in a row can see themselves, like, skyrocket through the leaderboards.
Yeah, and FaZe even moves up 1 place there as well. Martin, your thoughts regarding the leaderboard?
Well, obviously, like, if you, from 7th, even for, like, if you say from the 9th, 76 points, down to 20th, like, it's a 1 very good game with 17 kill win, and you're in between that. So it's obviously just have that. But it's also about, the reason why we're seeing these teams in the bottom is that all their bad games, the 12 previous games, the 13 previous games, they're just, they haven't been able to accrue that many points. They've been having poor averages. They haven't been putting, 1, 2, 3 extra kills or placement points on average.
Definitely so. We're taking a look into the future now for our next Miramar game. Toby, looking at our previous game, who are you wanting to step up for this next one? Of course, we only have 2 more Miramar games today for these teams. So who are you looking at to step up from the previous game?
I mean, I talk about them coming into the last game too, and I was surprised actually to see ENCE not be able to hold out Penguins when they were the ones sitting on this. They weren't really being contested to that big of an extent from behind. They knew if we hold out Penguins inside this warehouse, then we can start backing off, but they failed to do it. That's a situation where, once again, I guess you could say, kind of negatively surprised by the outcome of that, in talking of how they usually play.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. Thank you for that, Toby. Martin, final thought before we go in? Anything you want to give me?
I mean, I just want to obviously see them continue, but I want to see some more big wins from some of these teams that really step up. It's very nice to see the Nuclear Penguins being able to do this. I feel like it's the preparation from last week to this week that they're able to step up and do this, or some newfound confidence that they've all of a sudden found.
All right, how many teams are going to be able to run the gauntlet here? Game at number 2, we're going to Sims and Pansy. Follow the action once again.
Thank you. It is indeed PIMS here. It's our combined names. It's our new brand we're working on. Super excited. Rich, I'm gonna try and speak another language. It's gonna go very badly. Twitch chat. I need a review. No, I need a review. Twitch chat. It's a lot. I've lived in Germany for a couple of years. I speak very little German, so this is big. Merhaba. Let me know how it goes. Just give me the review. All right, that's it. That's all I'm saying. Just let me know. So the Penguins picking up that win, shot them up the board. It was 6 places, I think they jumped, if I'm not mistaken, what the desk kind of highlighted, which is huge. But I think that just tells the story of that kind of mid to lower end of the pack, right? 1 win jumps you right up. Who else do you think has that potential to do this around that marker, that kind of like mid to lower end? Is there anyone else that's jumped out at you who could potentially even push today?
I still have faith in Tornado Energy. Even though things are looking absolutely dire straits at the moment, I still believe there's something in the tank for these boys and they just need to figure it out. If they just play without a care in the world, then I honestly think they can do it. Like, at the moment, I feel like there's so many times that they overthink it. Again, it was touched on by the desk, how we seem to see players lost in early transitions, fights that are not forcibly being taken, playing Edge doesn't seem to be going well. And some people like Edge, some people play Edge, and I'm okay with that. That's your play style. For me, instinctively, if I were to come into casting a game and I see teams playing Edge, it instantly gives me this feel that they're not confident and that they like to play a bit more passive. And from what we're seeing now with some of these upper echelon rosters throughout all regions, to be honest with you, it's the aggressive teams, the ones that like to take fights, or at least proactively look for fights when it's the right time to strike, that play a bit more centralized, that go for strong compounds, go for strong positions. that we see fare better than people who unfortunately like to play the edge. I don't think at the moment it's kind of the way to win things. Yes, it can work. I'm not saying it can't for any minute whatsoever, but it's your more centralized compound, it's your more aggressive teams that know when it's the right time to strike that do seem to fare better in these competitions.
Okay, so another southern-ish circle is kind of sitting towards that way. It seems like that's going to be a... It feels like it's just where it likes to be at the moment, that south west side. Now, that played pretty well to a couple of teams before. I mean, you've got to instantly look at your Liquid, DA, you know, the teams that sit in that sort of area seem to have like that way better jump of point, that instantly easier access towards that area. Anyone who can slot in quite comfortably towards the south side is going to be pretty happy. I want to see who else maybe shines through in these scenarios then, that maybe against the odds, they can still make it count, right? Like, I think that's always quite exciting. Omicron, for a little bit of time there, we thought, you know, the positioning they had, if they hadn't lost down that player early, they could have done quite well as well. I think it was Jeemzz they lost down quite quickly, if I'm not mistaken. I think he was one of the first to go down, which is a bit of a loss, bit of a shame, but maybe this time keep all four up or whatever, you know what I mean, and play it through that. Swift moves from Liquid, as per. Kaymind there just scouting out as he goes, being meticulous. I like it. You know, there's very little risk at this point, but we've known that Liquid had, you know, not issues in their rotations, but they had lost players before, so I'm happy to see them going through the motions, checking off the little checklist, and just playing it out smart. ENCE doing their route. Again, a team that we thought, if they'd hindered the Penguins earlier, which I thought they would have, Diggory's off angle was very nice, but he got overwhelmed with that. I think it was like a 3-4-man rush, which was quite surprising. Coming out from the Penguins, it could have done well. It could have done more there. Misfits on the move as well. Having a little drive, taking a little bit of a coastal route, a scenic view on the way.
We didn't really see what happened with the didn't really see what happened with the full fight from ENCE, actually, and I'm glad you kind of touched on that one, Lauren, because we saw the replay of SKUIJKE, I think, knocking 2 players back to back, so it looked like the whole advantage and the whole kind of fight was on their side.
Yeah.
You're right in what you said about Digger. It was a bit overzealous to go and try and bite off more than what he could chew. He should have held them back rather than going for the frags, and maybe let his team realign. But yeah, I'm not too sure how they lost it, but they did lose it regardless of what. So it's, you know, it's only as far as the topic we can take it. And they looked like they were going to do quite well. It looked like there was something going to be built off of it. And once again, everything just kind of seemed to flop and collapse. Somehow I'll probably go back and have take a peek at just some of your own questions as such. But yeah, you touched on Omicron again, losing Jeemzz, 5th position. It's decent overall for a game 1. It shows more consistency. It's up there.
Yeah.
It's even quite, and I'm all right with it when I see scenarios like that. I know there's a lot of people, and for good reason, they want to see a fight till the death. 6 kills, but then you see T-Bone giving it up to the blue. This is well, it's just an unwinnable scenario. With something like that, I'm kind of okay with.
Yep.
But to get 5th and overall in the rankings, a 4th position and 6 points, that's pretty damn good.
Oh, it certainly is. Now, we are seeing that kind of southern band of teams that I was talking about earlier. You know, you've got your EIQ, your Liquid, your DA, your FaZe. You've got Bestoloch next time in Tornado Energy slotting in on the western side. These are the teams that had the easier start towards the south, so they should be able to take the more paramount compounds. If there's hard shifts, obviously that opens up to anyone to come into this. TSM on the move, and again, I don't want to harp on TSM because they do sometimes have those hit and miss performances, but I want to see more from them because they're a team that can do more. Sitting currently in 7th, it's fine. They're sitting around the 90-point marker, not bad at all, but they're a team that I could see up there, you know, maybe pushing a little higher. I want to see a bit more. I hold them to a high standard because they're very, very good players. Beyond that, though, the one big thing for me, a big marker of is TSM on or off, is do they get those 4 players into the end game, right? Like, that's a big thing. If they get those 4 players end game, it's looking real good. And, well, the Penguins won the last one, but now they're in a bit of bother. Let's see, Vazku quite close by. So you've got to be a bit cautious with how far you take yourself, because, yes, he does have Paige and T-Bone there, but they're not super close. They're over the road. They're in, you know, different areas, so you don't want to get caught out there and lose out.
Everyone beginning to just stabilize and centralize up, and for good reason. ENCE, usual position for them, backside of Leones, which is kind of I think to myself, this is a team that plays close to that circle with a field side, and yet they've been really slow. And one of the last ones inside. Why are you not deeper inside the circle? Why are you not moving earlier? You're closer than most. Why are you only just approaching this one now? There's a lot of questions in my mind, but again, I'm not a pro player. I'm just here to say what I see on screen. It'd be nice to see these boys kind of get a bit more early game footing, grounding, whatever you want to call it, position, rather than taking fights on the outskirts and working their way forward. If that was a pretty damn good shot, if he just nailed that from that distance. I didn't quite catch the kill feed, especially if it was scouting as well, because we know that a lot of these pro players at this level just do not stand still. They're always just jiggle peeking and wiggling around to make sure any shots can't hit the mark, but this one certainly has. Easy point for Entropic. The beard will confirm Kissick. See you later. Thank you very much. Tornado Energy. Okay. There you go, boys. If you want to get a fight going, this is the way to start it versus FaZe Clan. Aitzy forced back to get the stim off, just to give himself a bit of a prep for the oncoming onslaught that may be. Examples taking a different approach. He's disconnected from the rest of the roster. This could be what... This could definitely be a downfall here if they don't have all of their players to tackle this one head on. Fuzzface, kind of usual scenario. You'll see often he'll fall back to a very, very long distance so he can just get involved with that mini. Gustav also watching the backside of Miramar for any teams that want to rotate around them.
Ooh, that's quite
Circle
east.
not too dissimilar from the previous round.
No. Not too bad at all. I like it being a little bit further to the east, because you get that kind of hillside rolling in from Los Leones. I always find that quite fun. I think that can like add a little bit of a a new dimension to things. It kind of pays a little bit more towards the teams coming in a bit late. You have a little bit more room now into these to move into. So anyone who's sitting kind of slap bang in the middle can still shuffle across. But you'll see a lot of teams now moving to embracing the south, embracing the eastern side, and kind of playing off the back of that. And you're going to see those rotations right about now. This is from Wasted Potential, Better Luck Next Time. I think it was Omicron as well. So a lot of teams looking for this shift across.
It's going to be a nasty fight coming out of Miramar, TSM, DA, FaZe Clan, bad scoop. Just a bit of insult to injury there. Shoot him at his vehicle, then run the bugger over. Misfits have centralized earlier than what some of these teams down in the south have. Entropic's just behind them, a bit further down the plateau. Bestoloch Next Time all the way down south, actually on your screens. Omicron going for the beachhead. We're on the sandbank. You can even see they're actually over on the opposing side as well, just coming out the back of Higos, trying to stay alive and avoid as many fights as humanly possible. And usually when you get a circle kind of like this, you expect it from one that's been more southern, right? It's that one where it hits down towards the bottom already at the beginning, and then we centralize this kind of area now. But it wasn't. It wasn't the full southern circle, at least what I expect for this one. This has gone more towards that eastern side, as you did mention. Who's going to be trying to really kind of figure out who's got the biggest and strongest foothold here. It's I like ENCE and Wildcats. That's pretty damn good. Liquid, DA, it's kind of mirror image as previous, where they'll just hold that entire ridge line. Liquid's in a really solid spot. I do like that one. We'll see if it does come more towards the west coast, because if it does, that's when it gets really interesting, because then you have someone like Tornado Energy TSM that could capitalize on choke points.
Let's see who makes it into the good spots here. I said, the thing is, it's all like, okay, they've got the sweet spot here, they got this, and then suddenly hard shift is like, well, we'll see. There's the old Penguins way off in the blue. Where are they? They are miles out right now. You can see the blue line. They might have to cut in a little bit here if they want to get a good enough spot. Yeah, pretty far off for them. Even though, yes, you can kind of slot in on, Los Leones, it's a bit tricky terrain. It's not pleasant there. You've got a lot of hillside, so I don't know. not loving that from them, if I'm honest. They've gone from winning the last one to now being in a bit of a spot of bother. Love Liquid in these sort of positions, but it's so deadly. It's still dangerous, right? It's that knife's edge sort of play where it's, you know, Ibi, Belt, all on their own, isolated. Mxey and Kaymind sticking as the duo here. It could pay off now if we see that circle move somewhere a little bit crazy. Now that it's still pretty solid, how do they approach this? I want to see the teams that are split. TSM getting a lot of attention from 1, 2, 3 teams. FaZe in a big 2-2 split as well. They're in a nice enough spot for themselves, quite well handled, forcing Tornado Energy to reconsider things earlier on. And TSM trying to get MiracU back on his feet, but it's gonna be hard here. They're in a little bit of a kind of dip in between these two hillsides. The Penguins just about making it in on Los Leones, but it's still a rough ride from there on. They can try and play off the hill if they want to, but you do have the Wildcat. You have Elgiganten up there. You have a couple of others kind of controlling that outer edge, and they don't have to move, so they can really keep eyes on Liquid. Have brought themselves back into a 2-2 rather than a 2-1-1, so they can work off that. EIQ on the move, and Tropic going to try and maybe close in towards Hawkeye. That could be their end destination here. ENCE trying to close up towards the road. A lot of teams shuffling. It may look small, but these are really dangerous rotations at this point.
The biggest issue that we have is that no one's safe in this circle. Like most IGLs, you could kind of bank on it going towards the way of Liquid, just because of past and previous histories. Maybe towards ENCE. They're your strong punts if you're going to go for something. But because of where, you can see it now on screen where vard is, we don't get circles ending on top of that hill. It moves away from this area. But where it moves to, God only knows. It's going to be a smash and grab regardless. Jeemzz is a grab of a point himself. Nuclear Penguins, they continue onwards. 4 alive. Nice kill in the pocket. Easy point. Job done. Still 16 alive up. Faring a bit better than what we did in the previous round. 14 minutes into the game. T-Bone just looking around. And again, this is kind of out of place in this game. Kind of knocked down towards that southern coastal road. It slowed their approach down, and they're nowhere near in as better position as they were in the previous round. Yeah, really, I mean, you'll see these scrappy fights, and you'll see players going down left, right, and center in the kill feed. I wouldn't expect to see, unless there's a pull-up, a full confirmation of a team being lost. Maybe Nuclear Penguins, if they decide to push an advantage that I'm seeing unfold on the map, which is this one. If they decide to get a little bit too deep in this one and move onwards, it could be problematic for them. But overall, like, you'll see these scrappy players. No one knows where this circle's going to go, and it could be absolutely catastrophic for certain teams that are caught on the opposite end, especially if it's a hard shift.
Yep, T-Bone trying to make a mad dash for it. Before he gets to that shack, you can see the traces just flying around. Yeah, I think the shack might be the play for now, just to get himself secure. Hold on to what's remaining. Obviously spotted out. It's you can't leave it once you're there, but at least it's a little something. He's hoping northeast is where the circle closes, and it does. So now's the big circle position. This is when you might see those full teams go down. You have Unity, Elgiganten, ENCE, Wildcats, TSM, EIQ, DA, you know, Liquid's really solid here as well. All these teams are comfy. They can move around, but they're comfortable. Whereas everyone else, everyone on those outskirts, this is a hard circle to work into. So we're going to see a lot of kills come in pretty fast. And FaZe is the first to get contact. That's again from Tornado Energy. Very close by to each other. And Gustav pretty committed over towards that hillside, pretty deep on it. Tornado Energy maybe waiting, holding those shots back until there's easy confirmation of the kill. FaZe needs to be careful here. You don't start losing out on more, you know, lose out on one player, okay. Lose out on two, and suddenly you have to turn tempo, right? You have to change the pace in which you're playing. Tornado Energy want to press this issue. FaZe are a little bit closer to the circle than they are, so they'd love to jump up and take, you know, a little bit of a step past them.
They're actually good third party as well. I see TSM sending a few bullets their way, which might give Tornado Energy the chance and opportunity they need to inject themselves into this fight at the right time. Especially if FaZe are a little bit battered. Oh, Ubah's just been twatted by that car. Oh, that's going to cause him problems, especially on the back of this buggy. He is an open target.
Oh my gosh.
2 HP and a mere dream. Please don't hit a tree, otherwise that will really hurt. DA also in the back lines. Double nade coming off his run as well. It's decent. Aitzy goes down on the back, so it comes down to these two boys running for their life, or driving for their life, should I say. Ubah's going to have to hit the smokes, hit the deck, and get the med off. Aitzy will bleed out. Nothing can do there. We'll see where it goes and which team actually falls victim to. Melman still taking things head on. WP. The next team that will take them upside the hill. This is difficult for them. Example I'm seeing in the kill feed back onto Micah. So a very difficult transition for all of those teams. Unfortunately, it's WP. It's unfortunate for Tornado Energy, it's WP that do have the advantage. Better luck next time being pressed upon. IEQ, the opposing side of the road, and I can see Fuzzface is also sniffing his way at this one. If he has to take a fight, you know he's going to have to do it. You can't just sit down in an open sandbank. If there's better room, he might as well commit to it. Scooby, Bogati, they fall simultaneously. The Penguins faring worse off this round. Even though it's almost an exact same circle that was seen from the previous one, it could definitely go to that field that we saw previously. And just like that, Lauren, from 0 to 0, 1st to 16th. That's an interesting one.
Yeah, Circle just, it wasn't going to play out very well for them. They couldn't find a way, and those rotations were pretty rough. Tornado Energy has been in so many fights, but none of the kills are coming through for them. They've all been nabbed, they've all been stolen. That's a second, but I know they've done some big damage this round, but that doesn't seem to matter here. And they're still struggling for a way forward, and yes, they might get, you know, against wasted potential, but then look who's waiting. It's TSM, hot and wanting all of these points. They can see them all there. And Fexx and Iroh very close by now. Let's see if they can find an example. That's the first. Yep, that's going to be confirmed as well. No trade available. Naliag tagged up, gone down. That's, I think, 2 maybe for TSM, maybe 3 if they got those flushes. Now we are seeing DA find FaZe. That's Fuzzface getting flushed by Smash, who had a good game last game. So, you know, keep that in the back of your minds. DA do have those 4 standing, leaving Smash and Mer a little further out to fight. Now that's Circle. Northeast side is happy. They've got a large portion of territory, but look at those roads, Rich. They are going to be a very divisive factor in how teams approach this.
Yeah, crossing them will be difficult. There is a couple of shacks that teams will probably just opt to go for as a survivability option. TSM was a team that I was going to talk about. By going for that fight, it slows them down into this next circle. They have limited options of where they can go. It's basically a straight downhill where you have Uber and DA just waiting for them. But it is going to be an open field, an open hillside that they have to wander through. For wasted potential, I'm surprised they didn't win this fight, to be honest with you, with how many players they had down on the side of Tornado Energy. It's one player just goes huge and it can just commits them to the grave, unfortunately. Uber's still alive for FaZe Clan. We'll see how long. TSM again, by taking those 2 points, it does slow them down, but that's a really decent knock. The 6 more falling like that even being confirmed, it may give them a better avenue of approach. We shall see. ENCE, onto the Wildcats we go. I'll come in all the utility. The only thing that I don't ever like about this is that you need to make sure that... I know it's hard when you are using the utility, but for me, it also gives away your position. When you long ball volleys and grenades, you're going at it blind, but you're also telling the opposing team where you are. And now you're left in this scenario where Tiikzu has no health. Diggory has to strike at the right time. He got a little bit bloodthirsty in the previous round, but he can make amends here. 3 versus 2. Excuse me, 3 versus 3. You could say 2 because Tiikzu's actually out healing at the moment. None of them in a really great position. I'm surprised Rustanmar shouldn't come to get involved in the fight, to be honest, from the position that he is.
Diggory potatoed it a bit there, Rich, but he's made up for it at least. But by now, he's also down to just him and Rustanmar. That's a bit unfortunate there. He's tried to pick up the pieces, but by this point, it's not quick enough. It's Tiikzu and SKUIJKE gone down. She created's on the run. And this is a sloppy fight. If they wanted to get this and get away, that had to be way quicker than this was. And Diggory now being lost. You did see Liquid and DA doing very well in the kill feed, but I think Liquid have turned their attention to DA, so now DA are in a bit of bother. Liquid's positioning should open up a great deal of the map, so keep your mind towards that. Their positioning will get a lot of vision, and they should get a lot of kills. Under the assumption they play it right, which, well, you can trust Liquid to do a bit of that. They should be a team that can do these sort of things. Perfectus, I think he might be the last one alive for Northern Lights. I see 2 other players, but they're knocked. So you're going to see Jeemzz, Kaymind, Ibiza, Mxey all patrolling that northwestern side. You have Unity northeast, and well, beyond that, it's all a bit of a bloodbath here. The field of death kind of below them.
Identical circle. Unfortunately, different winners. It would have been really good for the Penguins if they could have followed with a back-to-back, especially with the point system. You see them jump 6 places like that. Winning 12 kills, but unfortunately 16th will be their placement this match. Liquid patrolling top of the hill. Jeemzz disconnected from the rest of the roster, as I can see from the map. Eleganton, Entropic. All 4 players standing on both rosters. ubah could be the dagger in the back for Liquid if he spots Jimbo. That's an easy knock and a flush. Can't really do too much else from his position on the opposing side of the road. Hawkey with that K9. Come on, my dude. You've been using the sniper rifle for all the group stages. I want to see some banger of a shot. Vehicle will be taken away from Eleganton, but they're inside the circle, so they don't need... Probably the vehicles will be more of a defensive stance to lay down behind. T-Bun's still alive, by hook or by crook. Him and his Shaq are still 1. ubah beginning to make the walk of death across that road faultlessly. Is there with him as well. Liquid made quite a lot of noise up that hillside, and it did get Unity's attention. So they've sent 2 people towards the front. Oh, there you go. That's the scenario that could have unfolded. Jeemzz been disconnected.
Yep. It's all kind of falling apart now, isn't it, Rich? They got a little bit stretched out, a little bit thin, and now they're being picked apart. They've lost out on 2. I think one's been flushed, the other might have a potential revive coming in. I don't know if Kaymind can hold back everyone, though. You've got Unity really close by. Kaymind's going to see them cresting on the hillside, so that could be a denial. 4 times on the Scar. Nade switched out. Looking to buy time. What he wants to do is get his buddies back on their feet, but ubah was the one to get the flush. So they know there's another threat building, and it's not just Unity. And Unity you saw 2, but there's actually 3 of them there. There's some big amount of players left standing. Eleganton's the final boss. But for now, Liquid's getting all the attention.
Kaymind's a damn good player, but Scar flashing 4 times. It's not my preferred weapon of choice in this scenario. We'll see if it says and see what he does. He knows where all 3 players are grouped up together, but a headshot will force him back into the heel. This could be the time for them to start moving uphill and making some ground. ELG have lost one of their own. Forces 1 into the heel, so we'll look for some baiting shots for now. One of the players can just be a nuisance here. Kaymind may have done all he can as the oncoming force of Unity. Holding him back, been a nuisance. It's paid off. Mxey can get there and support him. Ibby's still watching the back lines for ubah.
Push Kaymind.
This has been the problem. This has kind of been the problem, really, for Liquid, hasn't it? It's just been watching too many teams for too many different angles.
I want to see if he can push this. He's got Mxey like supporting his side, and you kind of want to capitalize on it. Mxey's now gone down, so now Kaymind's in a real problem. He has to push, and he has no support. That's the bigger threat. If he allows him to take that ridgeline, I don't see him win it. Maybe a one and done, but now his team are being picked apart from all fronts. You got ubah right there. Kaymind, you've got to make your move, but I know you want to stay alive. I know you want to play for that late game, but sometimes you've got to try and take the fight to them. You're outnumbered, outgunned, but maybe this is the time. He gets down, he takes a lot of damage. 5 HP is all he's got left. I don't know if he's got time for a heal based on the sound. Tries to take the fight, but he gets outdone. A valiant attempt, but at least Ibby in a 1v everyone in the lobby, 12 players. 1v12, Ibby, you fancying that? I don't know. Maybe time to go into a different game mode. Spots out the players on his left, has to play it passive, play it smart. ubah's behind him as well, lingering in the depths. ubah waiting patiently. While all this happens, EIQ still have two alive. T-Bone's managed to survive as well, and Eleganton, I think they got their player back on their feet who was knocked, so they're up to 4 again.
6th placement, not too bad given the fact that loads of players died early. Finally, ubah goes down. Ibby gets a bit of revenge for Jim. I suppose there would have been a really good scenario where Unity and Liquid may have stood a chance if Eleganton would have probably maybe got a bit more involved with EIQ. And Tropic is still 2 and they can watch this ridgeline, so it's the exact mirror scenarios before, right?
I don't know why. I had a feeling. It was like I almost believed. I almost believed in Ibby doing something. Unity, they're too aware, dude. They just turn around a dime. And Rich, we are seeing a mirrored scenario basically here. You've got Northern Lights on the north side and the Penguins on the south. Well, kind of. It's, you know, Eleganton are the Penguins and Unity are Northern Lights there. It's a rinse and repeat scenario. I don't think we're going to see Unity make it off this hill, though. They're too damaged. They're down at 3. I think Orange will get flushed. And Daddymon got caught trying to get the pickup.
One goes passive for all but a moment, but we'll see if Elgiganten can take both of these fights. With the smokes up, there really shouldn't be too much to worry about. I just don't want to see them commit to either of team and said team then get third-partied. I know there's only a limited amount of players on one, but even one can cause a great amount of problems. Gaxi only 2 kills in the bag for the entire roster. Finds one weakened at the knees. Confirmation kill is there. Not a problem. Back also stepping up. That makes it 4. Find this last player. Get the 5th. Call it a win. It's a GG. 14 points in the bag for a game number 2. Not bad at all, that. Not bad at all, especially when they came in kind of a bit more towards the latter side. They had a bit more of a rougher side of the circle, especially when we're looking at it from that previous one where it was going to move forward. But yeah, Elgiganten, what are we kind of looking for that team? Where were they on the overall leaderboards?
I'm actually not too sure. That's a good win for them then. They needed that. That's the sort of win that can definitely get you a little bit more of a step in the right direction. I want to talk about that East shift that came in that put it a little bit closer towards Lost of the Owners, that opened it back up for Elgiganten because they were kind of closed out. If it stayed on that kind of more western side, I think they would have struggled, but they played it really well when it moved towards the east. And I actually love the fact that Gaxi went a little bit aggressive to secure that kind of like backside that they were dealing with then a little bit. Like, yeah, it's a little scary to go and push out in those sort of situations, but well played to him to make the most of it, secure the victory. And again, I just don't want to see the same circle. So if we can get a new circle next game, that'd be really nice. But one consistent thing we do have is the panel. We can head over there right now.
I don't know if you think we're consistent. We're all over the place, Lauren. We have no clue what. No, I'm just joking. All right, I'm back. We are back. Avenger, Toby. We have had a very similar circle to last game, but it's fine because we've got a different result. Elgiganten is the one that comes out on top. Not that many kills, Martin. However, they get themselves the victory, and they were already 76 points deep before this victory, so it's quite nice for them.
Yeah, they're going to be sitting at 90 points now. They're going to be within reach, realistic reach of the top 16. Now it's just to put some extra on the top, and it's very nice. Well played of them, honestly. They definitely spent the time while they were dead last game looking at the game live, and then they learned from that because they took the exact same route in late game, positioned themselves extremely well, and managed to take it down very nicely in the end.
Toby, thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, their 2 wins have so far, the back-to-back wins they had in this exact same lobby last week came from Miramar too. And I think what Martin said just there was completely correct. I mean, I don't think when the circle started shifting east now that I mean, I think everyone had the one going, it's not going to do the same thing twice. It's not going to go over there again. And on the back foot of that, Elgiganten were really the only ones out there to the eastern side. And that's also just seeing their kill feed. They didn't really get a lot of kills until the very end game. It was just so quiet out there. While everyone on the everyone on the west trying to maneuver east were just struggling to get anywhere.
Here's the points coming in here. No team getting 0 points. That's nice to see. At least just a few kills here and there. A placement point here and there. Not bad, Northern Lights. We go up towards our 1 through 8 as well. As everything's been quite spread out towards the bottom. And we do see Elgiganten up towards the top there with the 14 points. Unity and Atropic, similar kill times as 12 points apiece for them. And Liquid get themselves 9. So very spread out, Martin, in this game. It feels almost, when you have these kind of circles that are very similar to one another back to back, then these teams are able to adapt so quickly off the back of that to all be able to kind of even things out a little bit further when it comes to point distribution.
Honestly, this is a very... It happens so rarely that it's so evened out on the leaderboard, honestly, from one game. You know, it's usually you see the very top heavy. Very nice to see Jupiter nearly close to 1,000. That it also means for Entropic actually that they're going to be in the 100 points club, so they're feeling very safe at this point, and I think that we're going to see kind of more pushes and more third partying and more kind of movement around when compared to last week, at least from these guys.
Yeah, big for Entropic. Really, really big indeed. Just to be able to be at this point marker already, Toby, considering that there's still half the games to play today, still a full day's games worth for them. So all of these teams approaching that 100 points are going to be in a very, very good spot. But we do have an interview ready. So we're going to head to that as we have one of our members of El Giganten, good to go. It is Gustav. Hello. Dzień dobry,
Anonymous
Gustav.
Hello, hello.
Hi, Gustav.
Hello, how are you doing?
I'm doing good. 0 kills this game. Feels pretty good.
Fantastic.
Got carried.
So coming into today, obviously you guys had 76 points. How did you feel about your performance before today and now in this win?
Well, we just know that we have to keep playing our game from like and first game we just made some mistakes. We could probably get really good position as well, but yeah, this game we basically fixed what we did wrong last game and everything worked out well.
Martin?
I just want to know, so I want to know what happened from the first day to the second day, because you guys obviously did extremely well. And then also I want to know what you guys did from like last week till today. Like, what have you guys been looking at? What have you guys been preparing? And can you leak any strats now that you guys are nearly close to being guaranteed top 16?
So we didn't really make any super preparation. Basically play more PUBG and just check all the loot spots, what is taken by other teams. Yeah, that's it.
Cool.
Just play good and you're gonna get top 16, I guess.
Just play
Just
well.
play good.
for it.
I gotta ask, and now you have 3 wins on Miramar in, I guess, 7 games played in total on the map, which is pretty damn impressive. What has been working on Miramar so well that, to be honest, maybe hasn't been working that well when you've played on Erangel?
I feel like it's easier to play terrain on Miramar and it's suiting our playstyle better than Erangel.
Okay, fair play.
Okay.
Any last words, Gustav, before we let you go to the fans or team, etc.?
Yeah, thanks everyone for support and yeah, we're gonna try to deliver.
Okay, thank you very much, and good luck in your
Good
future
luck.
games. Bye-bye. Do widzenia. Okay, that was Gustav here from El Giganten. I'm very happy to see them actually doing pretty well for themselves. I think that the addition of Gaxi as well as Vac, it's very, very cool to see. We're just going to go to a break, guys, and then we can talk about that in the future. We'll be back for more PUBG. There's one Miramar coming here for the PCS. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You know what? Screw the games. Let's just go back and let's just keep playing who's who in these merged faces. We actually did really well just then. We got them all, I think. Did we get them all?
Yeah, we got them all.
Right. Combined, we got them all for sure.
Yeah, very impressive. Good stuff, guys. Good stuff. Welcome back, ladies and gents. Here's the standings so far. We have Omicron Esports still at the top. I can never call them not esports. It's really difficult to just call them sports, but that's what we're going with. Team Liquid moves at 1 place, so does Entropic. And Northern Lights 2 places down, but they're still in 99 points, so still in a very, very good spot. El Giganten 2 places up so far, Toby. So a few shifts here and there, but not too much shake-up.
No, I mean, again, we get a replicate game, not game, but circles at least go the exact same direction. And I gotta give it to Entropic because the first game they kind of got caught on edges a couple of times, but here you saw them push center with every single new circle shift, and they got a lot of good positioning out of it. They didn't really get probably the amount of kills that they would have wanted off of it, but a really, really good finish off for them regardless in a game where, I mean, if you can avoid getting yourself clustered too much on that west side, they managed to pretty much wrap around all of those by just sending it center when the new circle popped, with everyone kind of fighting up on that hillside where I think it was TSM and Tornado Energy and multiple other teams had to kind of skirmish to try and get their way further east.
Definitely. Martin, any thoughts?
Well, obviously, it's good to see, like, this. Just talking about the standings, so we still have them here. It's good to see that they're so far ahead. Also good to see Timbers, even after 2 more games, and they're not playing. They're still sitting in 3rd. It talks to the quality of our top teams. It's getting very top heavy still, and they're Omicron and FaZe, they're putting themselves quite far ahead now. We're talking nearly doubling the points of our lower half, some of the very lower half teams. And it's quite impressive to see how they're able to do that in so few games, considering we're going to be playing 18 games in the final.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. And when we look back at this previous game, of course, Liquid still get themselves a lot of points on the board. So that's nice to see from them. It was a little bit of an unfortunate circumstance that they found themselves in, obviously, with Kaymind having to try and push up against the high ground position that they were going up against, Toby. But they tried to make the most of it, all things considered.
Yeah, I mean, it's always, we talked just to Gustav said they love that terrain. Some people don't. I know Kaymind, a very talented player. There was just nothing they could do. He knew if you start peeking over, if I go down trying to go aggressive on this, that's going to leave my entire team in the ball behind me exposed. So I can't over peek it. I have to wait for them to come to me. And then maybe with the help of Mxey, try and get an angle. And the smoke that I believe actually one of them threw up ended up working much more in favor of the team attacking them than it ended up working out for themselves. So unfortunate circumstances there, but as you said, I mean, EB managed to stay alive, get the kill on ubah as well, get some placement points with it. I would say a good salvage in an end game that probably shouldn't have gone their way.
Yeah, not too bad, not too bad. Martin, final Miramar of the day. Where do you want the circle to go? Don't say military.
Anywhere else,
West
or just on the northern side. Wait, Las Leones ending?
No.
Las Leones ending? Yeah.
And nowhere near there, all right? Something north. You know what I've never seen? I've never seen an Oasis finish. Have you, Toby, have you seen an Oasis finish? You must have. You've cast
I actually
7,000
have.
games.
Yes, I have seen Oasis endings. I've never had the pleasure to be part of, I never casted a East Island ending, but other than that, I think I've had an Alcantara ending too, so I feel like I've been everywhere.
All right, let's get into it. Let's go somewhere else. It's time for Sims and Pansy to bring us the final Miramar of the day.
Thank you, and yeah, now we know that Toby gets around. What are your thoughts on that, Rich?
Fair play to the lad.
Yep. Good on him.
He's seen a lot of circles. There's many on the map.
Yep.
He does do a lot of online casting, to be fair, though. I'll give the lad credit where it's due. He does a hell of a lot of casting.
He's a grinder. He is an absolute grinder. You know, you gotta give a little bit of appreciation for that. Online games are rough. I mean, we're in Toby's world now. You know what I mean? This is it. This is the vibe. But looking at this circle coming in, I really do hope it's somewhere other than what we just saw. If I see it just hit south, I'm just gonna be. I'll zone out. You can solo cast, right?
Unless it's all the way down as far south as humanly possible, which means
Nah.
I want to give you the he got ending, Lauren.
It
I
won't be.
want you
It
to
won't
have
be
it.
fun though.
It was a damn fun circle when we got it. Just because
Yeah,
there's only
but
like
it
a
won't
limited amount of
happen.
compounds on there. You
It'll
never know.
consider it, and then it'll just swing up to the same old ending. Come on, give us a nice circle. Give us.
Look at what you could have won.
Yeah, come on.
All right.
I'll take it. It's going to just shift south. It's going to go as far south as it can. Go north. Come on, Circle. Do something fun. Just have a go. But traditionally, this always played well to FaZe, these sort of circles. They have some newer teams around them here. Different teams, EIQ over there, Wasted Potential. The North Unity are probably very happy. They get super easy access to all of that northern, I don't want to even say quarter. I guess it's almost half up there if you think about it, with the Penguins sharing a little bit of it. TSM and Tornado Energy in the east, happy. Northern Lights, pretty happy. Liquid might have a couple of teams to skirt around, but they can probably slot in quite well.
I suppose the only issue with the circle, if you wanted to be a bit picky, is the fact that you have those, like the crater sides, and you have that hook side hill that comes all the way down. There's a lot of places within that circle that it just cannot physically go, in which case you get the streamline effect, where the circle is actually forced into positions that it only can go, kind of like, you know, when we're looking towards water, where it has to move away from water, and so on and so forth. We know it's never confirmed or anything, but we know from so many games where it does and does not go. There are very limited options with this kind of circle. I suppose more is to where, and a big chance if it even looks towards the east, I'd personally say it's going to go towards power plant. You know, when we kind of see it from their power station, just because of where it is, straight down there. If it just falls anywhere between it, power grid, and there's nowhere else to go. It's inside its own little bunker.
Yep.
And the amount of times it will just kind of get sucked up into the vacuum and then end there. We've seen it too many times. You do get something above towards the north. I'll give you that, up towards the north to where nuclear penguins are going to be, moving off the backside of that big crater inside of it. But yeah, there are a lot of limited places. I suppose a strong spot, which we haven't even spoken about, Lawrence, Pozo, you know, down the side of it, the crossroads that we always get.
Yeah.
Pick your poison.
Pretty much. Speaking of, look at these two. They're always so close to each other, and we are seeing a little bit of vehicle mechanics. Yeah, maybe a little bit of a setup here. Diego down, and the belt strikes again. Now, is there more? This seems like they've worked out that rotation route, and honestly, we said it last time, last week. How many times do we see Liquid and DA constantly boxing each other in? Every single time. Their rotations are similar in certain aspects in this game, in certain points. Liquid seemed to have set a bit of a trap then, Rich.
Yeah, it was nice to see to be able to kind of the ram off of the road. You know what was happening. You knew he had support. You wouldn't just go blindly doing that unless you play for better luck next time. In which case, crack on, because we know it works. Watching that back as well, I had just because I lost in the moment, I had no idea that he was down to the last bullet when he nailed that final kill in the car. Like, that is just outstanding work. There's been I suppose while we've got a bit of time just on it's all kind of quiet at the moment, there's been a little bit of back and forth on whether or not that was a BM thing to do. Reading the comments on Reddit, I think generally most people agree with me in the fact that I know people were disappointed, say, oh, it's not professional sportsman-like to be doing that off the drop. Hell, if there's 4 free points available to you, I'm all for it. Crack on, kill him, take the 4 free points. I think it was a damn good maneuver because we're only halfway through the competition. We weren't even halfway through that point. It was 4 free points to that one player. Speaking of one player, Raw is a one-man army, but not this time round. It's an easy point, but yeah, like I get it. I understand. Let's say it was the grand finals, right? And Liquid was in a chance of winning it, and a team down in 16th hot drop Liquid off the start just for BM. Is there any rules against it? No, there isn't. Is it a little bit BM? Yes, it is. There's no stopping that. Will players probably and Liquid and fans hate you? Yes, of course they are. But still, for me, that Na'Vi kill we saw last week, all 4 players dying in the car, was a prime example of what can happen when you're aggressive and just say, you know what, I've got guns here. Let's crack on with it. Let's push on with it.
Yeah. Ooh, I'm leaning back in my chair. I had to put my glasses on. That's relaxing. It's quite relaxing, actually, casting at home, Rich. It's quite nice.
It's warm in England at the moment, anyway.
Honestly, it's probably warm. I do need to apologize. I didn't say this earlier, but I put on my aircon and I definitely haven't turned it off, and it just hums in the background. So if you are hearing like a dull noise, and it's not just me or Rich, it's definitely my aircon. because it's like 29 degrees and like no one wants swamp ass while casting. It's a thing. Gaming chairs are, you know, the vibe's bad. I go off on tangents. I need to stop. EIQ, T, FaZe. WP always confuses me. I want to say like work in progress.
Work in progress. Oh, it's not just me. I don't
Is
say
it-
wasted potential every time. I have to go to WP because
I always go,
yeah, so weird.
why is it so hard? I don't know why it's
Oh.
so tricky for me to like say it right. I
But it's not just me, though.
genuinely don't know. No, not just you, mate. It's me as well. And I won the analysis test. Do you guys have the same thing, or are you guys just smarter than us? I don't know. You can lie and say so if you want to. It's up to you. I don't mind. But beyond that, 16 teams alive, 61 players, a couple caught on rotations, but nothing too crazy. The most fun takeaway from the start was obviously that DA and Liquid scuffle. Might be just sending a message, you know, switch things up, or you're going to get this basically every single time. And that just was it for now for Liquid. Now, Jeemzz has got a first bit of contact. I think that's with DA. That's Mitralius a little bit on his own here. The rest of DA aren't far off, but he's far enough that he wouldn't be able to get picked up if he gets caught. So, smart choice to try and peel away from this, but now he's pinned in. He's got Aitzy. Yeah, that's a far shot, but it's Aitzy. Peppering you down, just, you know, down to a 1 here. Eventually someone's going to get you. So, Oma can try and secure it as a FaZe, and for Mitralius, he'd love to get back to his teammates.
Tons of teams moving up through Monte Nuevo, down past El Pozo, most of them thinking this will come towards the central area, hit the crossroads, and then it's game on if you're in that vicinity, and probably game off if you're outside, because that'll be a very, very difficult circle to get into. Penguins have gone all the way up to the north on the crater fields. Misfits are just outside San Martin. It's safe for now, but we'll see what happens with the next shift. ENCE. Once again, the last ones towards the circle, boys. I know it's the complete polar opposite end of the map, so I'll give you the benefit this time because you're looting the furthest away, but I really want to see more. I want to see more early position. That's what I want to see. More early position from these boys, because we know they can fight. We know they can shoot. It's just not coming through for me at the moment, and I'm getting flashbacks from Phase 2. Well, if there was ever a time to go get early position, now is the place. So let's keep an eye on ENCE and remember where they are. They've been gifted, fully gifted a circle, Lauren, but it's fair to say they could go and reposition where the hell they want now, because everyone has to move.
Exactly that. Now, if you look at the rocks north of Picado that run, that little like mountain hillside that runs across it, everything south of that, which is actually a big portion, it's, you know, over a quarter of the circle, they have access to. Now, of course, they need to scout it. Of course, they need to work it out. But also, they'll be aware where most teams would like to rotate to in that previous set. No, but they do have a good idea. They're not a silly team, but I hope they don't mess this one up. I want to see more. Now, it's going to be Power Grid getting a lot of attention, and there's a lot of vehicles heading that way. We've got Liquid, Northern Lights, Tornado Energy, TSM, Tropic going over there. Tornado Energy is very close by, and oh, it might be a work in progress, or it might be wasted potential. For now, Fast Rail's alive by the thinnest of margins. That's 1 HP, maybe a little bit more, but it's definitely a one-shot no matter which way you want to cut it. So very lucky to be alive as everyone's piling in. If you got caught in transition, if you are open on any angle, people are going to punish here.
ENCE just move forward ever so slightly, and that's fine. This area is a really, really good land grab. They will have to fight for it. WP and BL just on their left-hand side. Omakan, interested to see where they make an entry point in this one. The fact that they'll have to kind of swing round and coming from the south. You spoke about Power Grid. There's a lot of teams there, because if we get a hard eastern shift again, we've already got one down towards the southeast. If another one goes towards the east or even the northeast, that for me is a Power Grid finish. And a lot of teams will understand that and know that. It's hard to keep control of, given how big it is. You have 2 main warehouse hangars, and then you have your own little compound towards the back, and currently see the deep in that on himself. They are spread, so they can't control a push. If anyone does decide to breach Power Grid now, Northern Lights will have to share with somebody. What they have to share and how much they have to share, that's for them to decide. I like the 2-2 and the fact that they can move directly into the middle of the circle above Liquid. It also denies Liquid further space uphill. but it does have its drawbacks in the fact they're giving up power grid. You'd expect them, if it just does hit, they'll bomb it back in, group up together. Sanmar team's an interesting one because of the circle and because Eleganton are actually a little bit late. Or Eleganton, should I say, excuse me. They'll get held back by San Martin. You could take the apartments and the yellows that are across the road, like 2 little smaller level 2 compounds. And maybe murder people. San Martin, if TNP run this road, which I can see them doing on the map, and I'm sorry, I'm talking about something else that's off screen. This is the fight. This could be interesting because you have Elgagarten up top. Well, they're hearing all these bikes. The blue damage will start to tick up. And this should be the end of the Penguins if they decide to run that road. Are they actually... Okay, so they're good scouting. I'll give credit where it's due. Good scouting. They're going to avoid this fight. They're going to go for another road altogether. So they should be able to make it in and keep the players up. Unless you're back and you've got a shot of a god. SLR does the damage.
Ooh.
Power grid is still in play. But now you've got kind of 3 places. You've got FaZe across the road where you see Fuzzface on your map now holding it strong roadside. You got the dip that you can play off the back of. You even got the edging of the road itself. ENCE have gone for the 2-2, and rightfully so. Bigger land grab. They were rewarded this circle. This now is a good time for them to step up. Given the positions that they have, they need to work simultaneously and make sure that they keep control of this, though. Omicron. Good rotation and good decision to go all down south and just completely avoid it. Blue damage, but who cares? They've avoided every fight in the world. DA sending it. Would you expect any less? How far they can get, though, Lauren, it's a different question altogether.
There's not a great deal out here. It's pretty darn open. There's a couple of ditches they can go to, but I'm surprised they're not being shot at more, if I'm honest.
Oh god, this is
Smash
sketchy.
being dropped off. Yeah, this is super sketch, but it's they're not actually being shot at that much right now. Oh, Charlie's going to join them. Obviously, they lost out on the player earlier to Liquid, so they are down to 3. But they're okay. I am actually really surprised that no one actually made it or put more shots towards them. They kind of made it in pretty freely. I think maybe 1 or 2 came through, but that's about it. Good luck next time. Out to the blue, wide swing. This blue does do damage though, so you got to be a bit careful. Lovely shot from Fuzzface, needs another. Desperate for that to keep Unity away, because it's only him here. It's only Fuzzface. The rest of FaZe are elsewhere, so he needs to be able to do the work, and he's done very nicely. That's a big pick up for Doring. Once the flush gets it, needs to hold his ground. More players coming through. Unity flooding forward, and there's now 2 of them at the door. Nade in hand for Set. Fuzzface has to be prepared now. Gonna use this flash well. This should buy some time. See if his teammates can maybe get eyes on this, help him out some way. Cool, if this nade banks off that wall, that would be perfect. It's done good damage towards Set. But it's not done everything they need. And what can Fuzzface do here? He's a master at these sort of scenarios. But I'm wanting to see him somehow manipulate this scenario. He needs to go beyond what he's doing here. And I think he's trying to find a way. The problem is now UT's support has even arrived. Danimont can now look through these windows, and this will be the end. Fuzzface knows it. Peeks the angle, doesn't take too much damage, surprisingly. And now just holds the stairwell. His teammates come in, he needs to deal with this. He's flashed up, he gets down Set. Brilliant work. He's got 3 heals to go through. It's not ideal, but it's buying time. He just needs to stay the hell down. That nade could do it. Forced out, can't get away. The utility in the end was the death of him. A valiant attempt from Fuzzface, but just sadly couldn't quite get the reins on the situation unfolding. And his teammates were too far away to provide support.
And the ramification for that for FaZe Clan, yes, they can maybe hold Unity out there. That's fine.
Oh my gosh.
So now it was a little bit more important altogether. There's 2 ways to look at this. 1, FaZe Clan can hold them. They can just gatekeep them, kill them on arrival. 2, Unity use smokes, they get to the ridgeline opposite the road and they survive. Then you become a nuisance towards FaZe Clan. You have to turn all your attention towards them. Speaking of that, of which it looks like Liquid's doing just that. They're up on that hillside. They can look towards Unity. They can look towards FaZe Clan. This could be the second knock for Gustav. I'm not entirely sure. I didn't see. I have seen him down for a while now, so maybe they do readjust on this one. Circle actually hits over towards the west. It ping-pongs back. And it looks like she's flooding towards that roadside. Where FaZe fan are, where Liquid moving into. Liquid have been gifted a compound. God knows how they've actually left this one open. Deep, holding on for dear life. ENCE should have free reign of these players coming down the roadside. FaZe will also hear this one. Tuck yourself in and kind of do with it what you can. Everyone's playing for scraps.
There's 16
Keep an eye on that
teams
kill
here,
feed.
Rich. Wow.
Look at Iroh really quickly, Lauren, in the distance. You see cycling all his utility. This is what Fuzzface was trying to deny. A nuisance from FaZe's backline. Unity are now still 3 stacks up. Really how much further they can actually go. Whether or not they have to focus towards Unity on the backside. Well, towards this one, it's also messing in a different side of the map. Oh, this is mild risk of power good, right?
Still pretty far away. Some of these players holding on for those final moments. Gaxi, though, going to do what he can. But he's blue now. He's taking damage. 5 HP. He's taken another, but he goes down. Elgi Jansen going down in 16th. Again, we're seeing a lot of those win one game, lose out pretty quick in the second. I don't know what it is about this, but wow, it's surprising. Unity going to fold in the tiniest place to try and get some cover. What a shot from ubah. Super precise with the tiniest amount to work with, but the revive should come in, but still impressive work. FaZe with 3, not comfortable positioning, but they're in, and that's a lot more than some of these teams can say. Keep in mind, 16 teams is a great deal in this situation, and Liquid and DA constantly back and forth.
Liquid actually moving has paid off FaZe. They were on the blunt end of the bullets, unfortunately, from that hillside. 2 or 3 players tanking them up. Got multiple knocks onto FaZe Clan, but now Liquid repositioned. They've got a bit more room to work with. Don't fall. Don't fall. MiracU. It will be actually a mirror kill if he does make it any further than this, especially with... Yeah, bye-bye. Says nope. Mark have got enough points in the bag. Denies him it. Hockey goes down as well. Northern Lights. The one that's been quite quiet so far. We've not really seen much of on screen, at least. Tornado Energy out in the open. The same with Entropic. Got to be careful though. Playing off this sandbank, you do have the road that you can work with. So it's something. Another team falls victim to the blue and the bullets. The deep from Northern Lights seals that one. So everyone jumps a placement. No points just yet until we get into that top 10. 37 up for this circle. It's kind of to be expected. I'd expect something more towards the west, to be honest, but... Alright. Goes towards the main compound.
Oh,
the liquid
so
compound. Yeah,
it's got to be a win for them, right? Like, look at that positioning. How do you lose this? Is what I'm looking at. Is how do you lose that situation? I'm sure we'll find out if it happens. The north side, though, is littered with teams. Yes, the south has its own problems, but it's nowhere near as busy as the north, and there's no easy way to slot in on this. The west has teams already very much situated, settled in, and the terrain, look at that. Rough. Hard to drive through, hard to rotate through, and it looks like most of these teams don't have vehicles at this point either, so sending it becomes a little bit trickier. As we are hearing a bike or two in the background, but that's from Northern Lights getting closer to this fight. They want a bit of it. Player on the low ground, spins up to the high ground. That's why Taliag almost converts onto the second. Big play, but how big can it get? Example goes down, quelling the CIS threat from that side at least. As Melman, your last one alive for Tornado Energy, sadly having to play with just 3, of course. Online lobbies are a thing. Got to start the game. There's no two ways about it. She created. Going to find Spyro, the Wildcats, kicking into that aggressive gear, but they are losing players. They are looking like they're in tatters, as it is just She created, and sadly couldn't find the footing when it was required. Northern Lights on the move, but I think one of their players is knocked. I'm seeing that there. It's Spyro. So they have to work forward as 3 potentially.
And during all that, no one's actually made it into the circle compared to the teams that were already there. We still have all these fights on the outskirts, and that's probably how it's going to unfold. Everyone will just be slowly working their way in, playing edge as much as humanly possible. It won't kill you. It is pretty damn nasty, and it will begin to hurt, but you can chunk it away if you got the stims on, if you are close up to it. The deep last player gone on the side of the Northern Lights. 2 different teams splitting them apart. ubah's just trying to take some form of health away from this final player. Even a scratch would be able to be enough to force them off from away from the heal and let the blue do the rest. Did you get the kill? No. Would you remove the player from play? Yes. It's definitely worth it. Gustav
Okay,
finds...
down to 8 teams.
Pass around in the open. And look at that instant response, though. Doesn't realize we got players. Snakes in the grass, Lauren, just hiding and waiting for FaZe to make the move.
I mean, it's 10 kills for FaZe. They switch from, okay, let's play... No, I don't want to say placement games. That makes it sound like they're... Or like a passive style. So let's just try and frag out a bit here. I think they lost a lot of territory when they lost down Fuzzface, and they weren't able to kind of bring everyone back together. How is She created alive? That is my next big question. ubah goes down first, but a lot of kills there for FaZe. And a 7th place. Not too bad at all. Liquid, still comfy. She created is... I don't know how alive, literally. Plenty of meds, picked them all up from the bodies that are on the floor, shifting in again. The big storyline here is it's ENCE versus Liquid versus Omicron, and then the Penguins off on their own. Smash has managed to snake this out, but that new circle, how do the likes of ENCE or Omicron make it towards the doorstep of Liquid?
Let's theorize here and kind of discuss that a little bit more. Wildcat should be going down. That's just too much tick damage at that point to do anything with. Smash could be problematic as a solo if he decides to knock one of the players from ENCE or just cause a bit of nuisance. Takes their focus away from the main problem at hand, which is Team Liquid in this fortress. Not even a compound at this point, it's literally a fortress. To penetrate this would be extremely difficult for any roster, and I suppose it comes down to Liquid taking their eye off the ball for all but a moment. If two teams attack this simultaneously, then that's really when we could see something happen. ENCE are still not moving early. And maybe that's just squeaky looking and just staying when the coast is clear to really do something. Page is gone. That's a nice long-range spray. I suppose you've got plenty of time to do it, though, when they're driving in this way. Go to the opposing hilltops, leave vazku back. Just to overview all of this. Smash that snake in the grass we spoke about. That's man standing for the soon to be none. ENCE have only one kill. They've got 4 players up, and this is kind of what I was speaking about earlier on. Like, I know they got the circle, I know they were led to the party, I know everything else that's gone down. But it's when you capitalize on these wins with certain teams that were looking at the top, Lauren, even from the start, Nuclear Penguins, you've seen 5, 6, 10, 12, 15 kill games plus a win. It really, really heavily racks up, and you can get some big numbers. You get a big table jump. If ENCE get a win, is it great? Absolutely. It's 10 points. But 10 points with 2 to 3 kills to your name, you do need some big figures, especially in the position they're at. You're looking at your 10, 15 kill games here.
Yeah. Okay, let's get into it then. With the 4 teams alive, you know who they are by now. We don't need to tell you again. What positions have they adopted? Now, Omicron did lose one in rotation. That's Page gone down, but it was for the greater good. Jeemzz and T-Bone did make it into a good enough spot to fight from that could potentially complement vazku. Now, vazku, yeah, he's a little bit of a one-man band, but he's playing a cheeky angle. He's done that thing like, guys, I'm going to do something dumb, but if it works out, we're golden. Now, the Penguins playing with scraps, just 2 of them, but they're still standing, they still have cover, and Liquid, as you said, just in the fortress. You know, the castle is still fine. It's centralized almost on the circle. There is a ridgeline below it. On the kind of south side of it, there is a bit of a ridgeline. I'm not sure if it's big enough for ENCE to tuck into and play off the kind of foot of the hill, but it could definitely happen. And if they time it with Omicron moving in, you could see ENCE very close by to Liquid and have a potential good fight against them. But that's when you remove the likes of the Penguins, who are still going to be a nuisance towards ENCE, because, well, ENCE have to still move first. Now, that's pretty helpful. That could maybe actually help out Liquid in the long run. If you're ENCE, you are waiting and hoping that Omicron can get some pressure towards Liquid, and you could maybe make your move. But ENCE, you got to kill what's in front of you, and if you see someone running around, it's time to get that shot. So ENCE are claiming a couple of kills here and there. If they get the flush, we're good to go. And the Penguins, no kills this game, but late game for these guys, positioning points, I'm happy with that sort of, you know, that caliber of team. I'm happy to see them, you know, get those points. Do what you can. Time to move up for ENCE. They're in the vehicles, Rich. They're on the move.
We'll see how far they can truly go. They're going for... Oh, wait, okay. I like this. I like this, yeah. Foot of the hill. If the Penguins don't have an angle on this one, then that becomes really strong. We'll see if Liquid begin to falter, as in if Liquid go looking for kills. I understand it, and I know it can be a very good defensive stance. But if they leave the security net of this fortress that they have, there is another possibility where that becomes their downfall. Or you could be vazku and just complete assassin in the sky, especially for ENCE. If you've no idea, you should have been keeping track of them because you would have seen the smokes they put up earlier on. But yeah, that could be sneaky. The odd knock or two will definitely do damage to ENCE and slow them down on their approach. This compound that Liquid are holding is just so damn strong. I mean, it's a fortification anyway, but it makes it all that more difficult to attack because of the verticality that comes with it, right? You can just look straight down on all of your opponents. I'd assume that where SKUIJKE's moving to now is the main blind spot. You keep the back building out where you see 2 players, Jeemzz and Kaymind. Try and avoid that.
Ooh, 3s at this point. Love that. The problem is here, Rich, it's all good. If this was 2 teams... Exactly. If this was just Liquid against ENCE, anyone's game, yeah, you'd argue Liquid do have a better shot, but ENCE have some freedom there, which I quite like. But with Scooby and vazku, they're more likely to get shots towards ENCE as they're in the open. When you're Liquid and you have hard cover, it's harder for that to happen. Yes, they know where you are, for sure. But again, for the others, I'm not sure how much they're going to get out of this. Liquid looking like they're adjusting as well. They're not going to keep both compounds. They're playing this smart. They're going to fall back to a more defensible structure.
What's the point in splitting up at this time? You know, they're more central than what that entire barn is. Again, if you imagine it as a castle with a moat going around it, it's just really hard for your players to work their way up there.
All right, game on, Rich.
We've actually had an early movement here out of Rustanmar and Tiikzu. Just be aware of that. They pushed out further. Mirror image by Mxey and Ibiza. They're doing the same. The off-angled cover. Jeemzz is up top and the damage is done. That knocks him out for all but a second. The meds will go on. You can see everyone's pre-stimming, getting ready for it. Tiikzu goes for the jump peak. Mxey's out. Is he on his own? Does he have support? I'm looking on the map. I think he has support there, so they can both attack this one. But how far did they go? That's a massive headshot, Lauren, to get this one going.
Where's the off angle? They need someone to slow down someone like Kaymind, but that's not going to help. The self-nade's no good. The volley is excellent. Oh my god, that is huge play. Who threw that? Is Kaymind? How's he done that? How has he done that? It's all falling apart for ENCE. They were a little bit too slow, it looked like, and now down to SKUIJKE and Diggory. SKUIJKE can be a monster though, and he has the guns and the ability to do it, but he needs someone to be isolated. You've got 3 players working towards Diggory. They're all flooding towards him. When they only see one, they're going to know something's up. Diggory now flashed up, blinded. All the utility put down. Mxey looks like he's the first aid for the flush at the very least. Now, the final man. Can they find SKUIJKE? 3 times up. It's going to be some big damage, but it's out in the open. No cover to fall back to. Barely being kept alive. Oh, that blue. That blue, it doesn't matter. The blue of the circle or the blue of Liquid. What a play in the end from them. And Kaymind from up above. Super good play. They weren't too passive. They pushed out at the right time, and I love that. You know, you saw that they kind of kept Kaymind as your anchor point and then pushed those 3 players around and instantly swept through ENCE, who, credit to ENCE, they pulled up, they made it up to that foot of the hill. That was the best shot they had, Rich, but Liquid is just too good at those endings.
Yeah, it felt like, rather than just a win, an execution, to be honest with you. The initial headshot came through from up high. They were in a good position to already attach onto that. Like, setting an early position earlier, it was kind of like you saw them both doing it on the side of ENCE. The 2-2 came. They went around the ridgeline. They were prepared for it. But Liquid had answered to it. That headshot comes. They send 2 across. But the main man of the hour comes from that Molotov. To throw it at that distance, you will have the info, but you're still blind because they're on the back of the defilade. To crack 2 people, to do that ton of damage to one and to knock another, that's just the go symbol. That's the catalyst. That's the nail in the coffin. And honestly, perfect execution on all fronts from Liquid. Very good ending.
Yeah, guys on the desk, your thoughts on that ending? I know we're impressed over here.
Definitely so. Team Liquid get themselves the victory here off a very clean finish towards the end. But they had that compound for a long time, and the circles were favoring them, so that definitely helped. But it's Team Liquid. They're going to be able to get some wins. Joining me, it's Avenger and Toby. Toby, obviously, the Circle 2 completely yoinked away from a lot of teams, and Team Liquid was one of the ones that benefited actually most from that position of that second circle.
Yeah, you'd have to think so. I mean, Ibiza was already out, actually really close to Montenuevo, and whenever they get the first circle, they move up a little bit, but with circle 2 shifting back down towards them, they just go, you know what? I think we're gonna chill here for a good while. And you gotta say, I mean, we were trying to sit and read where is that 4th circle gonna go with the quote-unquote unplayable terrain in the very middle of it that Vasco was on. We didn't know what was gonna happen, but when this next circle then hops back towards Liquid, you have to think they're gonna be in the best position for a good while there.
Martin, thoughts?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, obviously they were able to get there in a early position. I'm just curious here with ENCE in the ending. They had control over Ridge. That's, for me, in my eyes, was a game-winning position, and they didn't maintain or take enough control of it. They didn't focus enough on the left side, on the most western side, where Ibiza and Mxey actually ended up pushing and taking over that. Obviously, there are some high ground control from the housing, the longhouse, and they were able to play that for some time. But Tiikzu was one of the only guys to like really make sure that the control was there, and they maintained that. But they gave it up too easily. Like that was the winning position. That was maintaining control over the ridge line, and then maybe have one guy into alert position where SKUIJKE was, which was fine. But they just didn't maintain control of the most vital part, where Ibiza and Mxey could just pass freely to them. So I was surprised to see Liquid take this as easier that they did actually.
Points coming in here. Team Liquid gets themselves the top spot up towards number 1 with 18 points coming in. And I feel like I just had a rinse of deja vu there for a moment. Did I see the same kills twice during that highlight video just then, or I might be tripping? I'm not sure. That was a bit strange. But anyway, FaZe got themselves 10 kills in the bag here, so they do technically take over ENCE in terms of the points gained for this game. But it is very important to note that for ENCE, this is still a big game, Toby. 10 points in their pocket is very important for their campaign right now.
For sure. They're I guess we can be honest and say kind of struggling in terms of points right now, and everything they can get going their way is well needed. I think their best placement so far is that 3rd place that we talked about coming into the break here as well. I would have wanted to see them win it just off of a what can we then expect them to do on Miramar, on Erangel, I should say, when we get over there. But hopefully, despite the fact that they don't get the win, there's still going to be enough blood in their teeth to try and get the most of it in the next games.
Look how happy Kaymind is to be in Europe. You know, just look at him. He's so happy to be in Europe and not North America. That's crazy, that, isn't it?
That's what it is.
What a thing.
Yeah.
I jest.
Undisputed the worst joke today.
Yeah, well, I do what I can. Lauren's normally the one that takes those punches, but anyway. All right, let's have an interview now with Team Liquid. We have Ibiza on the line. Ibiza, hello, can you hear us?
Yeah, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, hello.
Perfect, hi.
Yes.
Hello, guys.
Okay.
No, it's sorry, I was yeah.
Okay, we're good.
Right.
So, first question, congratulations for the win. And going into not only today, I suppose, but also the whole tournament as a whole, you guys have been clashing very early on Miramar with DA, even more so than I feel. Is this something that has been, you know, conscious? Did you guys set a trap in this last game? What are your thoughts regarding those DA clashes?
Yeah, I mean, we always tend to go for the same spots as DA, so obviously we meet them a lot because of that. And we kind of knew what they were going to do this game, so I went pretty fast, and yeah, we got 6 more there, I think, so it's a trap sorta.
Nice, I like it a lot. Martin?
I just want to hear you. Obviously, you guys have a ton of LAN experience. How are you guys like tackling this whole online experience? And what is different in terms of preparation from obviously from last week to this week, and also in general, like an online preparation? It's kind of different. You can't just sit together in the house and look at VODs. Like, what are you guys doing?
Yeah, we're just in Discord, and we're just looking through things. It's definitely different compared to just sitting together IRL, having it on the TV, etc. Then again, we have so many different lobbies all the time right now, so it's kind of hard to prepare in general because different teams all the time. So we kind of just go with the flow and just kind of play based on the info we have, and we don't really plan too much ahead. So.
Okay.
Toby?
I was thinking, you just said it right now yourself, you're playing a lot of different lobbies these days, and despite that, you still do some, I mean, sometimes 2-1-1 pretty wide splits where you sit far from one another. How do you, I mean, in a given game, I know it's it's difficult to say of specific scenarios, but how do you plan those splits? Because sometimes, like, you do so many different variations to your seemingly thin splits, but they seem to always work out. I just find it really amazing. How do you coordinate, like, who's going where and whatnot?
Yeah, kind of the info again. It's not really that we know where everyone, like all the teams are playing. So if we scout something and we see it's free, we take it and gotta make sure that the split makes sense. Again, splitting has been a little bit harder because people have been punishing a lot, but I still feel like, especially in EU right now, everyone is splitting the first zone. It's like it's a big thing right now. So we just try to, you know, if someone crashes, be ready to leave. These small things. Focus on staying alive and kind of go with the flow. Like, we don't really plan ahead too much. We see the circle and we just we take what's free. Sort of.
All right, cool. Well, thank you very much, AB. Any shout outs to fans and stuff like that before we let you go?
Yeah, of course, people that are watching, we appreciate it. And I wasn't really too ready for this interview, so I had to just set up some stuff. So I'm really like, but yeah, thanks for watching, guys, and
you did well.
Keep memeing in the chat, keep roasting, you know. That's all I can say. Yeah.
All right, thank you very much, AB.
Yeah,
enjoy.
thank you, guys. Yeah.
All right, and that was Ibby. I was a little surprised as well because Ibby is about 2 times the height of me, and his webcam was set up to the point where it was like so low. It was beautiful. I was enjoying that. But of course, we've got no break. We're going to be going on to our next match in a little bit's time. I do want to tell everybody out there as well, before we start talking about Erangel Remastered, that currently the registration for PCS number 1 is open. So you can go over to pubgesports.eu and scroll down just a little bit to latest news, and you can actually see somewhere there where you can actually register for the upcoming tournament, the next PCS tournament that's going to be after this charity showdown. This is the charity showdown, and then PCS number 1 officially starts after this is all concluded. So exciting times, Avenger and Toby here, as of course more PUBG always on the way. And we're going on to Erangel Remastered next, Avenger. So talk to me about the grassy pastures. Come on, regale me with tales.
I just want to say how awesome it is that we just have all these things coming up on, and everything is just lined up already. Like the qualifiers starting in less than a week. You have to sign up before Tuesday the 26th, so you really have to get going. I see the Discords are popping off already. On the other side though, Omakan Sports on a very nice number, 144. I don't know, I just like the number. I guess it's because of 144 hertz, 144 FPS. It's kind of a number that goes hand in hand. On the other side though, ENCE 16th, guys, 64 points. This one decent game here put them in a great spot, and they can kind of leap from there and continue this path, and they might end up in the top 16 after this weekend.
They may, Toby.
Yeah, I mean, there's a good chance that if they can get something going on Erangel now for the last 3 games, they'll be able to put themselves up in a, I would say, pretty comfortable spot, still having a day left to play. But of course, I mean, we still have I'm missing, and I don't know why, but both Unity and Tornado Energy, to me, there's just been something missing, and I cannot really put my finger on exactly what it is. It's just like they're both hit or miss teams to me, but they hit more often than what we've seen here. Like I'm not surprised when they get a couple of occasional bad games, but I always know they make up for it with their 17 kill win, or they make up for it with their out of nowhere other type of incredible performance.
Right.
Those just haven't been there, and I feel like it's been like now it's been too long. Like now it's actually getting scary because you're relying on not just 1 but maybe 2 or even 3 of those type games, and you only have 9 games left to play in the entire qualifier. So if they don't get something going today, I'm afraid of their chances to even make it to top 16.
Yeah, people like Tornado Energy have got to get that killer instinct back and just run rampant in the lobby and see what's what. All right, guys, it's time. We're going to Erangel Remastered. We'll see you in a few. It's Pansy and Sims. It's Pims. Let's go.
Thank you, Jeemzz. Day 4 Miramar is done. 3 games down, and we move to Erangel. Now, we've said it time and time before. This is a map where it feels home to people. This is the map that people know and love. It's the one we started off with PUBG. But it all comes down to whether teams know the whole, how it plays out, the new players. I think the one thing I will say about a lot of these teams as well
which could be a buffer, it could be a bonus, it could be an incentive, more importantly. We've recently seen ranked mode a couple of days ago go into the game.
Yep.
It's not exactly super settings, but it's damn close to it. Everything plays a bit faster, it's a bit more aggressive, there's more loot. It works really, really well. I actually like and I actually think now there is more of an incentive for these players to get on and play something that's more within their environment rather than looking for scrims, looking for other platforms that are running games. They can just jump into matchmaking and actually grind it out for a rank. And I'm hoping this actually gives generally not just these players as well, but all people who play public, people who watch and enjoy esports, that's something to really grind for. That rank, for me even, getting up to silver, I want to get out of silver as soon as possible and make it into gold.
I haven't played yet. I honestly haven't played that many games. Like, the patch came out and I saw the instant feedback being, I hate everything, and then everyone's kind of going, actually, there's some pretty cool features. Oh, actually, I kind of like that. You know what I mean? It's that slow, like, community kind of working things out that they like and, you know, playing off the back of it. I've found it fun. I do want to play some games, though, but I'm very rusty. My days are spent playing, like, weird single-player games these days. I don't know what's wrong with me. I've lost my abilities. I've lost my competitive edge, Richard, but if you're willing to put up with me for a couple of games, you know, I'll roll it back. I'll roll back the years. We are seeing a western swing, kind of southeast of Gatka is more your central point, west of Pachinki. And actually, that's a big amount of land untouched, really. You've got almost no one on that side. Wasted potential heading over there, but beyond that, the closest teams are Bestoloch next time, Liquid, and yeah, it's a pretty open circle here.
We'll see who does decide to maybe centralize a little bit more. A Gatka road can be treacherous quite often, especially with the fields just below it. There's I can't count how many times we see quite early game fights just below the chopsticks, the V, the ditches, whatever you want to call it, below Gatka in that field. That's not in a field really, but the green area on the hillside with the trees. It's a bit treacherous, but it's primary space because you can have a look around. It's easy to scout from. It gives you a good footing in a circle, especially for rotation. There's exit strategies, there's options to be able to be mobile. But yeah, it's pretty damn open. Elgagarten have made note of this, and that's why you'll see the 2-2 split eventually when we bring the map up. You can take a peek at it. We do have two up in North George, or just more to the eastern side of North George, not fully all the way up there towards the bridge. And then lower side of the mountain, they will maybe have TSM to deal with early, should they be able to loot up through the ruins. I wonder if something's changed with ruins. Well, I know it's changed recently with the update, but I never kind of set myself as a ruins person to start off a game with and get looted up, personally.
No, I remember I used to enjoy playing it when first person just wasn't a thing and you could third person the L-bend. But I mean, that's literally years ago. And even then it was pretty garbage loot. Like, the thing is that there's not that much close by that's super strong. Like, I don't mind it as like a, you know, let's say just by accident you end up over there, you know what I mean? You're just, you know, you come past it after you've had your initial loot. You might find a little, you know, oh, here's a comp, or here's, you know, the grip I was looking for, but it's never like a, sweet, this is exactly what I needed. It's like, oh, okay, I'll pick up something. But yeah, other than that,
for context, there is only one person in there, I suppose. I kind of have to correct myself on that one, and we are playing different settings altogether, so generally, like, even it is noticeable straight away when you play ranked how instantly you're geared. Like, you can run to anywhere, and you're 2-2'd up, you've got a long-range weapon and something to fight up close and personal. It's so noticeable instantly. You're like, good God, I'd never normally get this. So, yeah, oh my, 2 tapped out the back of the car? All right.
Anyone else?
Yep.
It actually might get some more too. Like, look at She Created. You can try and serpentine all you want, but oh, you gotta be moving. Keep moving out of the vehicle. Just who makes it first, the vehicle or She Created? It looks like they're safe for now. BSD might have a shot back, but I wouldn't want to be doing that with a barrel at that range.
To see if we start seeing, even though we're not playing on the most recent patch, but more people playing with the barrel. There's certainly been a little bit of a weapon rebalance with the latest patch. M16 a little bit more viable. Some people say more viable than the FKS. Double, one of the top fraggers for his roster, moves with the vehicle. Teammates here. Oh, that got the run over then, that would have been sick. At least gets the push behind him. And lo and behold, we will see a bit of an early fight just to the footholds of. You hate to see it, especially with a rotation like this. It is a bit disappointing because it's just mutual aggression from both sides. Page, if he gets out of this one, he'll be lucky because the tires on that car are completely battered. Hawkey's going to go aggro on him. I think Jeemzz will just control the top of the hill, so he'll be dragging his feet along. They're going to push this. Are they actually going to chase it? There they are. It's because the wheels have gone off the back of it. They paid off and got the kill, but at what cost? Is there any more? They're going to be up top on that one. Oh,
Rich, are we in a public game?
Oh, the dumpster boy.
Oh, Perfect has no idea. And they're going to see Unity. BSD has been here for so long as well. Oh, that barrel.
It's some of that I was going to mention early on. Like even on live client now, the barrel's got a bit of a buff, Lauren. It's a beautiful gun to play with. It's obviously different on this one.
Not control it, right?
Yeah, it's even better now. Good lord. I think we'll see a bit of a switch up of what we see online, at least anyway, which is always nice. I respect it. The DMRs are still too strong in my opinion, but that's just me. I'd love to see some more sniper action.
Yeah, same. You know, I'm with you. For now, though, we're seeing Deep trying to deal with this. This is Northern Lights now getting themselves in a bit of a pinch. They were happy fighting up against the Wildcats, but then Unity turned up and kind of made things a little bit trickier. Luckily for Northern Lights, they still have all four alive. They're comfy enough. They're safe enough, but they are in an interesting predicament now in regards to how do they approach this. Unity have peeled away, so they might even go East Bridge potentially. They might just go, yeah, we're not dealing with this. If someone's bridge camping, we're out of here. We don't want any of that. But where do they go, right? Like, where do they? Yeah, it looks like they have no idea where they want to go.
I suppose you can just go get a boat and just send it across. BSD's still in the dumpster, by the way, if you did want to know. And everyone's kind of homing in his position. For this particular reason, you know that he's got to go now. Sure.
Oh, the double! Get the double, or if otherwise it's not worth it. Come on, full commit. Send it, BSD. Don't back away from this one. You got to swing it around. You got the barrel. You're up close. You're personal, and you lose to the M416. Shocking behavior.
You know what though? Remember, Unity is still on this side of the island. That should have been their ghost symbol. That should have been time to strike. They've not capitalized on that. They're sat in the yellows wondering what the hell's going on. Oh, how's he got this close? Just pulled up. The instant response. The call for help's there. Fuzzface from the hillside taps him up, but he is getting aggressive on this, and I'm okay with it. Gustav. Hold strong, very little HP, but what a response to swing around like that. He definitely had the initial drop on him, so should have made it count. Unity have held back. I think it's also giving us a lot more. We kind of spoke about this last week, and I'll let you agree, disagree, but it doesn't feel stale anymore. I know it's a new map, but they feel like new circle. Even though maybe they're not, just because the terrain that players are allowed to work with, it feels different.
Yeah, we might just be seeing. Well, that's a bad time to do the old team run over, but they're okay. They've recovered from that unless there's a flush coming out, which there could be. But the car's kind of blocking it, and Melman almost flushed his own teammate. It would have happened regardless. It doesn't really matter. Aliag on the slow pull-up, and Quizzy not so slow, going in pretty fast here. Is that a DP? We've got a dinner plate coming out, and yeah, I think it's just new areas become viable for fights, and the circles do seem different. I think anyone who disputes that, you know what, give me the proof. Give me the proof. I want some receipts. Aliag was tempted to go in. You can see the considering of it. EIQ. I threw aggressive at the start to the moment. Now they're up against the other aggressive team, and Mert showing him how it's done until the trade finally came back in from Reggie towards Petralius. But that's about it so far. Now the question did come out. 6mo wants back in. Reggie does go down. It's just Hawkey, I think, still standing. And DA not happy with this. Don't come rocking up to the Turkish squad like this. You can't come quietly. You got to really make it count. 6mo's being kept quiet though. Who's that firing from afar? That's pretty far off. That's ENCE all the way over. And Tiikzu's actually landed that on 6mo. That's gonna be frustrating for DA, trying to deal with the team right in front of them, and now they're getting third-partied and they're sandwiched in between the two.
Yeah, with the fire from PUBG at a distance, it's allowed ENCE to push up. It's put Murd into a very sticky predicament. And unfortunately, they've gone down in 16th. They looked like they had the upper hand in that fight. They backed off, they got naded. ENCE turns up. Poor timing, unfortunately, but they do go crashing out in 16th position. Tornado Energy, another team that's on the edge of a ninth here. They'll go to the middle. They'll grab themselves a shack. And Melman's just going to sit there the entire game, which, fair play. You're just going to play for placement. One-arm army versus 48 players still alive in the lobby. Entropic will continue. They'll probably do the same. Maybe not realize that so close. Remember, Entropic are already going to be damaged. Now they're just being pushed further into the fields. Kind of feel sorry for them because they're just going to get battered at multiple different angles here. This could or should be the end at least. Especially with the Ibiza probably up in the little window, looking out onto there. Hits the vehicle, that'll send both of them down, surely.
It's gotta be. No, that's a one shot. There it is. Finally came through. One out of whomever put it down. Everyone's spamming in. Oof. That was hard to watch. A little bit rough there. On the other side, you're seeing everyone kind of in these fields right now, Rich. This is a land grab, and it's not a pretty one either.
You know what? The molly's actually kind of worked out. It scared off Zeron. It actually scared him into a position where he didn't want to attack this base, and the second one's there as well. So, Melman, I get it, and you know, there's multiple teams that have been shooting onto that fight all the way around, but his utility usage actually scared them into a position that they didn't attack him face on. Fair play. Good bit of utility usage. Try and peacock them away. It's paid off, and he stays alive. For how much longer, I don't know. He's in the middle of a field. Circle has been very kind to him, though. It will eventually pull away from water. Should it try and fit itself into the most amount of land, there's a damn good possibility to be in this next circle as well.
It's not a bad shout. Oh, look at... I just suddenly look towards the west, and it's so hard, because where do you go? You've got the open field, which you could definitely go into, but then below that, I guess you have the trees, right? So my mind instantly thinks it's the old map, right? So there actually is some playable area here, so it's not completely rough for some of these teams. This should be decent. This should be viable.
Has to be said. Better luck next time. So you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't. You go and try and help out your comrade. Someone just bangs you dead to rights from a different angle. Still a bit of a weird fight going down towards the southern side of this one. Levent from the Wildcats is still alive over by Ferry Pier. He may have the Penguins come and share in residency shortly. Eleganton, look at this swing all the way up against the blue. They'll head into the long woods. Will they go for the beach or will they commit to this one? If they commit to the woods, it could be the death of them. Penguins in front of them. WP directly in front of them. Wasted potential need to be on red alert here because they have got all kinds of players heading their way. If they're not ready for this one, this is a push and a crush. All right, knock him out the vehicle, that's fine, but it won't go down without finishing you off.
There's, what, 3 alive now? If they get Iroh back up, that would be huge, but now it looks like people are kind of like drilling in on that. I saw MiracU getting towards them. I think might get Iroh back up. If they do that, it's perfect. They're actually not a bad spot. Obviously, it's not ideal, but it's still kind of awesome. Wasted potential. They do have a player in the circle, so they should be okay. They can kind of springboard off the back of that. You see Giganton going past. Everything kind of quietening down. Well, the Wildcats, what's left of the Wildcats, with another contender coming in. And if you're the Wildcats, you're just, please, no one else turn up. I'm happy. I just want to be quiet here.
Leave me alone. Let's go about Carpenter's opportunity to just rekindle themselves and get any armor or meds that are needed. Finish off looting through Ferry Pier. Not too many people around there. Look at all these vehicles, though. I suppose this is the saving grace for TSM. God forbid they won't have any wheels left when it's all said and done, but at least with so many vehicles, it provides hard cover, right? Go start. Wrong window of every single window you could have picked.
That sucks.
You unlucky boy. Every frigging window throughout Ferry Pier, and he goes in that one.
That's
that is
so
just
unfortunate.
It really is. There's nothing you can do about that.
damn. I kind of feel in those, you know what I mean? Like, there's not, he didn't do anything wrong. Okay, yeah, you could argue you should have scouted it, but I mean, that's a harsh way to go down. Gigantum would love to probably get some sort of action back into this, some sort of fight back. The Molotovs are burning, but I don't think there's much more that they can really do to clear this out safely. That's the thing. If you're Levin on the other side, you have nothing to lose, right? You're just out there like, well, if I get one with me, great. That's all I can do for Gigantum. They had all 4 alive. They were looking at the bigger kind of picture. They were trying to play ahead. That's good. Nice and quickly dealt with. Vaccinate got it, and it should be okay. Let's move on. What was our main goal? All right, let's keep working towards that, because otherwise they're going to be a little bit distracted, maybe a little bit frustrated with what was happening, but they should be back on course. And ooh, that's a risky old revive, isn't it? You've got the Penguins not far off in the southeast. Now, fast rail, healing up. Penguins, not... I guess if the Penguins peek over that, you're open to everyone else, right? So they're kind of being kept safe by the threat of the peak. Like, Sophia off in the distance, they can kind of maybe rejoin with them. There isn't much room to be played with. Yes, it's better terrain, but there's not much hard ground. And Gigantum, they had one issue before, and now they've got plenty more. The Penguins spot them first, but there is another solo, another sneak. Oh, lordy. Did they hear that tick? I don't know if they did. They're going to find out now. Oh, the nade! Stop nade! He's going to be dead in a couple of seconds anyway. And there it goes. Whoa, he's taken down two of them? Is there one left? Vax still alive. That was ridiculous. I guess Unity just, well, if I'm not making it out, no one's making it out.
Oh, I feel so sorry for him every single time they just go to the wrong place. Oh, it's a big F. I mean,
big F.
Yeah. Putting a nade down like that, why not? You're getting 2 points before falling. You're falling outside the top 10, you're not picking up any placements, so take 2 of them with you. I'm all about it, rather than just dying needlessly. Fair play.
God damn. That's so harsh, though, to go out like that.
Yeah. Just someone inside a random place, boxed him, his little level 3 helmet on chilling, then just martyrdoms himself and takes you with him. I still feel sorry for Gustav, like at every single window. Oh well, we continue. Someone who won't be, ubah. Dragging his feet through the fields, rather unfortunately, gets shot and picked off. First clan moving in from the safety net of the yellows that they've had up on the hillside for quite some time. Melman's still inside that shack. It's been very, very well needed for him. At least pulling Tornado Energy up into placement points for now. TSM, it worked out. The push was good. Potentially they still keep all 4 up. I'm having a look. I didn't see anyone go down, so I'm thinking they're all still there. Perfectix, should I say, excuse me, is on the heel, so if Fuzzface is quick enough, he should be able to get him. Is it the rock, and that's the only hard cover he's got. Squeaky from the distance, though. That's a little bit unfortunate. Remember, the nades have had a bit of a nerf in this patch. They don't hit half as hard. Oh, the vehicle run him over. Oh, no. The explosion of the vehicle actually killed him.
Yikes. Oh, it feels bad, dude. Feels real bad.
Oh, that's just rather unfortunate. It exploded and just rammed him off the,
There's been some unfortunate things in this game, though, it feels like. It feels like so many situations now have been, like, kind of unlucky.
Don't do it to him. Oh, they are. Yeet. There's a grip. As you grows around you 15 times if you really want to be funky. Actually may have jumped off the back of the bike early and caused himself to die with the drop damage. He was damage on... That's a beautiful little peak. Kissick. The aggressive lean. I'm a big fan. Mxey is here with the bombardment. That's all of the VP lining up in front of him. Wasted potential. Wasted by Mxey. Good lord. Elman somehow still alive by hook or by crook. And now we'll see ENCE on the push. Plenty of smoke that he can run through. Gives him a good level, at least that he can walk. and use that cover for now. Spyro with the pickup. Aitzy also dead as well, so it looks like FaZe maybe have one alive. I'm looking across the board to see whereabouts that one player is. Can't see him for now, maybe I missed him. ENCE play through the smoke, so they just keep on bombarding. Melman has been such a distraction for so many teams who just hit this. He's taking an all-come at the moment. Fair play to the lad. I mean, really, what can you do when you've only got so little to work with from the start? Your teammates fall right off the bat. So we need to see something for Tornado Energy. This necessarily hasn't been it, but still. It's more points than nothing, so we'll give him credit where's needed. All the smoke up against the blue for ENCE. Need to get a fair amount of work if they want to get through this. Finally, now with the push. Actually, it hits him from outside, so Melman must have stepped outside. Then again, it's because the circle is moving, so we'll kind of roll with it. I'm okay for now. But he will be held by Northern Lights, just on the foothold of this hill, which is now coming to a weakened position. It was good, and they can have the plateau to at least work with. A minor ditch, but look at TSM's position. And Liquid again.
My mind rolls back to the fact that TSM just like full sent it to this spot and somehow have walked away with like an incredibly strong position. They, you know, Iroh's knock, MiracU was pretty low, and they've actually recovered pretty well. ENCE are on the move, they're just gonna send it, and that's about as well as that's gonna go. It does get Northern Lights up to 10 kills at least, so that's a nice bonus for them, but beyond that, they're left with SKUIJKE to try and hold it on, maybe make a run in the middle of the field, and you know, these field endings, even with the update, they're still incredibly hard. I think we've come to know that, we've come to understand that, but you gotta feel for the teams on the outskirts. No matter which way you cut it, you're gonna be in a tough spot. Liquid though, let's see if they can play around that as well. I want to see how they approach this, because they have all their players alive. Northern Lights for now, putting up the utility wall as best they can. Gonna try and make something happen for themselves. Ibby, having all the spot himself. I think he knows where vard is. It's a very good idea probably. And Kaymind gonna find SKUIJKE. So again, it's Liquid are fine until they have to leave, you know, this free line. Once they have to leave that, if they do, then it becomes TSM's game.
Liquid just need to hold this and see what everyone else does for now. Don't bother getting too aggressive and losing one player, because it just then becomes so much harder. Better luck next time finally have to remove themselves from the safety net that they've been provided this entire game. Patulin from the off angle. Maybe Liquid didn't see this one coming. Straight through the fields, we'll see Northern Lights making a big push. Nades are up, and Mxey is bleeding. He's disconnected from the entirety of Liquid, so I'd assume this is a death, because you wouldn't commit a player now to go in to hit that res. Liquid all pull back into a triangular formation, try and cover as many different angles as possible. They know they've been pushed from one, so Jeemzz will wrap round. Meets up with Kaymind, and now they hold the angle. Mxey's gone, but it's not a problem. You can try and hold the sidelines and maybe fight this one through. Double drop actually comes in directly in front of Bestoloch next time, so I'm assuming a couple of their players have got level 3 gear for sustainability and survivability throughout this one, but they have to make it out through the fields first. The bombardment begins. Kaymind pushed back for now. It's mollies, every bit of utility being committed here. They're trying to survive and holding on. With a wing and a prayer, Kaymind falls. And there is no response just yet to the Northern Lights push.
No, there isn't much of a response, and it looks like Northern Lights are focused on what's in front of them, and 13 kills is huge. They could make it 14 considering Jeemzz is out there. Batulin's trying to find a way to make this connect. Perfectus, 5 kills as well to his name. Super well played. And Ibby further ahead, so maybe there's a bit of hope for him to get out of it, but it's like, oh, who's going to avoid TSM down the line? Bestoloch next time maybe have the best shot at this, but again, we all know what it's like playing off that hill. It's almost impossible. I don't see how anyone's going to get past, you know, TSM unless everyone had already focused on it. And well, for now, that's definitely not the case, as Northern Lights hunting Ibby through the fields, nade by nade, clearing the path. Oof, and again, more nades. Ibby, I feel for him. 6 kills isn't a bad game for Liquid, though. They've got to be kind of happy with that.
Yeah, with the points from the previous one being carried over, it's decent for them. He can lay prone for now. He doesn't have to attack this one face value. See if Northern Lights get damaged or pushed aside by TSM and maybe just crawl the way in. In old Erangel, this would be over and done with by now. It was just so open and very little hard cover. But the difference is starting to shine. Finally, Ibby is spotted. Good work so far. 14 kills from the Northern Lights. This has been a damn good game for them. Maybe a good nade from maybe. We've seen a damage put on the side of Batool, and if the other one falls a little bit further back. Forced to move and make that 15. This is a damn good game from them. A really strong showing. I suppose we now have to see... Vard's position's very strong in all this, right? Because one is inside a little building, so he has immediate 360 hard cover, but two, he might actually, because there is low ground where TSM are, he might see viewership onto Northern Lights once they come over this ridge.
I think you're pretty spot on. Really good shout on that. Yeah, with Vard's position, he can basically catch both sides of any team trying to work towards the rest of his squad. So those three could stay as a pack, turret around, just kind of play off his cause. He's still pretty close to being in, but this is how the circle always seems to play out, right? It's that, well, little by little, it's going to just favor that team in the middle. Arctic's getting a little bit of fire down, but it's Vard to find Batulins. It seems like no matter who does a bit of damage, it's TSM who just kind of eventually goes, no, that's mine. No, 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 this one is also mine. You cannot have any kills or points. How many kills does TSM actually have? Only 3. They haven't been able to flush much of this, but the win, I'll take that.
I suppose if we think back as well, they got 2 on arrival to this position, right? So they've not... They may have had 1 beforehand, but all they've got out of this is potentially 1 kill. So they've not done anything apart from survive. Which is kind of scary to think that Northern Lights actually might surpass them on points if they start mopping up. Well, excuse me, no, they won't because they're out now, so ignore that comment altogether. But still, they'll be up there with them. A mass amount of frags is a decent showing from them. Yeah, they killed the 2 from Markham when they turned up, so... They need a nice clean sweep here, Lauren. Pick up all 4 players and the win. It would definitely be worth it, but let's not doubt BL for now. Panning out up against the blue. They definitely have the worser end of the field here, given the fact that the cover that's been provided for TSM. All the grenades now have been cycled, and here comes the bombardment. But they are throwing them blindly. They may do a little bit of damage here and there, but they're certainly not using it to the full extent.
Faultless. Oh, I want this to work for Bestoloch next time. I haven't seen a team really be able to work a way out of this, and in my mind, I love TSM. I actually always enjoy watching TSM play, and I have since the very start of PUBG, but when you look at these fields, the way this plays out, unless they make a huge error, this should be their game every day of the week. Now, Vard did just go down, and Iroh's quite pushed up, quite aggressive. It doesn't stand a chance. Apparently, Iroh's just too strong. And now, one by one, they're peeking, and they've lost out on Fexx. Suddenly, TSM, who looked incredibly strong, have shown a little bit of weakness here.
Utility's definitely doing a hell of a lot of damage on both sides of the coin here. Iroh will fall down. 3 kills in the bag. Holding a very strong showing here for TSM. They're going for the res. This would have been the time to actually hit them if they were going to do it. Flashbangs are there, but if you're going to use a flashbang, you need to make sure there's something else to follow up with. I get you trying to scare people with utility usage, but certainly there's no point in throwing a flashbang and then running after it's done. You get a limited amount of seconds that it will blind your enemy.
How's he got
More
this far?
smokes are up here.
I honestly don't know how Bestoloch next time have made it this far. This should have been TSM every day of the week, utility or not. And now suddenly, it's a 2v3. That's super doable. Yes, Bestoloch next time do have the worst positions, but there's the trade out, 1-for-1. Now it's just fate to the 1v3. You have to go beyond. He's going to tag up MiracU, but it's not the kill, and the kill is what he needed, and he can't get it. TSM closed down in the end. 8 kills in the bag. It's not perfect, but it will do the job. It's a win with a good couple of kills.
it was a little bit scary because out of those 3 players, there were 2 of them that didn't have any helmets on the side of TSM. But we kind of saw on both sides, they were just smashing the living hell out of each other. It's always difficult when you lose helmets in that scenario because you know you're just going to be an instant dink with a headshot multiplier.
Yeah.
When the chest breaks as well, even if you're wearing a chest towards the end of it, we've seen it before. Chest breaks, aim punch, sends your gun all over the shop. It's really difficult, and I think people sometimes completely underestimate the power of having good gear towards those latter stages, helmet, vest, even just looting body boxes for scrappy level 1s. Utility, it just goes hand in hand with it, but if you are fighting these fights where it's just survivability on the low side, generally speaking, you don't make it out.
No, good point. Let's head to the desk and see what they make of that final moment or 2 there.
Thank you very much, guys. Yeah, of course, we do have that field ending. TSM picks themselves up another win under their belt. Great stuff by them. Joining me, I have Avenger and Toby. TSM had very strong positioning, Martin, throughout the later stages of this game, and it really did show towards the end in the final moments of it.
I get after the push they did, it was a super good standard. I don't know if they were 100% sure how many there were there or not, but the drive over everything, it worked out real well. They took a bet that you see how many here sending it, driving over everybody. Nearly lost Iroh though, or could have lost Iroh if anybody was scouting that.
Yeah.
They managed to stay up 4 and then play it passive because I feel like they knew that if they were playing too aggressive, they're gonna be like caught in the middle of a lot of fights and everybody would be third-partying them. Rather than that, they were defending themselves, making sure that pushing from the inside out, making sure that everybody stayed away from them. So super well played. This though was a highlight for me. Wow, this was fantastic. Getting 1, getting 2, dying to his own nade for the secure for 2 points. I love it.
I mean,
This
Toby,
was fun.
to be fair, go on.
No, I mean you just
bet
gotta
you
feel
they
bad
were
for him,
laughing.
right? He would have had those 2 kills and stayed alive had he not thrown that.
This
nade.
one too.
Oh no. Guys, I'm going to be perfectly honest. This entire game was a cluster. It was like what the was going on half the time. It was everything, all the fights in the field, everything. It was so ridiculous.
The thing,
A lot of
from phase
desperation.
3, yeah, exactly. Right? From phase 3, we know there's going to be at most 1, maybe 2 compounds in for the rest of this game. I mean, once it went east, you know it's not going to sit down at the wooden shack, a wooden compound down towards the water because it's going to shift the wind way into the field. It just forces people to desperately try and claw for anything, and yeah, it becomes so impossible to play this field when we still have the forest on the south side. That's why Northern Alliance could rack up as many kills as they could early on, and then to continue in the field and continue to get even more kills with it. That's just, I mean, beyond impressive.
And I'm going to stick with you, Toby, here for a moment, because this almost became art field, but it was not to be for better luck next time.
No, you kind of wanted to see it, right? I mean, first last week he gets the full Na'Vi flush, and then he could have claimed the field name to himself had he been able to take down TSM2, but it wasn't going to happen, as Sims and Pansy talked about. Well, they had been fighting all the way through. They'd been holding off Penguins trying to make their way, and they were already fighting their way out of the compound that they managed to claim early on, and no vests, no helmets, no utility in the end of it. You don't beat TSM without a little extra in your favor.
A lot of these teams soaking up the points up at the top. Northern Lights actually gets top spot despite not getting it in placements. 15 kills. And Martin, when we were watching Northern Lights, they were hunting across the fields towards Team Liquid.
The amount of confidence of these guys is just crazy. Like, I was so surprised. It was nice to see the Fexx and Battalions obviously here in first spot. They were able to outmaneuver Team Liquid so well. The flank, everything. They had so good control of those fields. Very nice to see how well they're able to maneuver around that. Ooh,
and the damage reflects it as well. Almost 1,000 coming in there. Iroh makes an appearance off the back of all of this as well. And TSM must have had quite a bit of damage. And in fact, we actually do have Iroh from TSM once again. We had him last time, and now he's back. So Iroh, hello, can you hear us?
Oh,
yes, I can hear you.
Oh, no webcam this time. What happened to the webcam? Is it dead?
Nah, I don't want to do it.
I don't feel comfortable. I didn't shave.
This beautiful
It's
man
just
doesn't
my
want to show
hair.
him anyway.
That's just my hair, bro.
Oh, okay. All right. Congratulations on the win. Talk to us about claiming that central position. Obviously, you guys were crashing in very aggressively. Talk to us about everything that was going on around that moment.
We were just playing our usual game, like playing from the Vestal, and then we were just scouting that dip, and we knew that Omakan lost 2 earlier, and it didn't seem like there was a lot of guys there, and Vard just said, let's crash it, YOLO at this point. Let's just go and run them over, and we did exactly that. I didn't doubt a second. I just drove straight to him. He was just crowd spraying me. I ran him over. I think MiracU ran one over as well. We just got the dip and got the circle shift. It was just a free one. It was a much needed one. It was a much needed one as well, because we've been struggling a lot on Miramar lately. Yeah, pretty much. Right.
Oh, good
I have a question with a follow-up question. So did the send it here, the full send, would you have done that if you were in a different point situation? I don't think so, right?
Well, what kind of different points?
Like you have a lot of points compared to, let's say you had half the points that you have now. Would you have done a similar send, take over? Do you think you would have been that confident in being able to take that over, or would you play more passively in a situation like that?
Of course that kind of messes with your head. That adds pressure, but I don't think we would do anything different on this, because there wasn't really anything to do. If you're left out in the circle, you're gonna die. You're not gonna get anything better. You have to pull up on someone eventually, and it seemed like the best shot we had, because there was just 2 guys sitting there. So,
all right. So follow-up question.
At this situation,
okay,
keep going.
Yeah, go. Go.
Yeah, at this situation, there's nothing better you can do. But in a different kind of scenario, what you said is, true.
Okay. And for the follow-up question, last time we spoke with you, even though we just won, you were not depressed, but you weren't as happy, obviously. How's the team spirit going on now?
Yeah, the team spirit's always good. It was just me, everyone talked to me about it. You looked sad and you weren't happy, and I was like, no, I was just tired. I wasn't unhappy. It's never just things never get stressed, or we never fight even though things are going bad, because we just don't like Miramar. That's it. That's not gonna make us unhappy.
Collectively.
Yeah, we just don't like it, bro.
Toby?
I gotta ask real quick, Iroh, before you hop back to the next game. When you got that position, when you managed to take out Omakan, were you expecting to get more action coming your way? Because you said, I think up until the very last moment, you only had 3 or 4 kills, right? So were you expecting to get more people, maybe to try and crash you now that you succeed in doing it towards anyone else? Or how did that whole thing plan out?
I mean, if this was old Erangel, I would definitely expect some more pushes, but now that we have more dips on this field as well, people just pulled up around us and didn't push us until the very end game. So we were expecting it, but it was no surprise that no one crashed us, because we were just 4 up there and we were shooting at everyone.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Iroh. Any kind of final shout-outs or anything?
Just want to say something to the fans in Turkish, in both English, I guess.
Absolutely.
Bizi desteklediğiniz için teşekkürler arkadaşlar. Bu aralar biraz kötü oynuyoruz biliyorum, ama elimizden gelenin en iyisini yapıyoruz. Çok sağ olun. Öpüyorum hepinize. Now in English, thanks for the support, guys. I know we've been having some rough games, but thank you guys for supporting us no matter what. That's it. Thank you, guys.
Thank you,
Iroh, and good luck.
Thank you.
And that is Iroh from TSM. Great to hear once again, and of course, great to hear, Martin, that it wasn't, unhappiness, just kind of being tired for the last interview.
I think that's what he's telling himself, but I definitely obviously having spoken and talked a lot with Iroh about Iron and everything, it felt like it was more than just that. It was just tiredness. Maybe with tiredness of the game, it's there was a lot of stuff going against them, and they've been very unlucky. And now a collective hate against Miramar. I think it's time to change the drop spot, guys. Honestly.
maybe. So looking back at this game, of course, as I said, it was in my mind just watching all the scenarios play. I was just a mess. Be it Fuzz being hit by a sideways car, explosions everywhere, people running over everyone, nades killing themselves, it was all over the place. And in those kind of chaotic situations, the team that's central and just deals what it needs to do is actually able to win things out. So it's great for TSM, Toby, to be able to get those collective points on the board and then be able to push themselves now way past that 100-point mark in 6th place.
Yeah, they've got to feel pretty confident with where they're positioned right now, and also, I mean, FaZe able to tie things up with Omakan. I believe that's the first time in forever We see Omarken taken
Yes.
out of first place. Yeah, it's gotta be
Correct.
right.
Yeah. It is.
And
FaZe Clan
yeah.
take the top spot.
And they were sitting. I mean, Omarken was up by, I think, somewhere along the lines of 30 to 40 points at one point. Obviously, off of an absurdly good first day. But other teams have managed to claw their way back. That's not to say Omarken hasn't played well since day one, because they have been out there getting both wins and a lot of placement points too. But they're clearly not as unbeatable as they seemed on day one. But that also, to me, goes to show that now that we are in a 2-week qualifier instead of just 1 week, there are teams that need to find the pace of the lobby before they can start delivering. We've seen it in PL, we've seen it in other tournaments where you have your teams that literally abuse the fact that the lobby hasn't really been set yet. They take advantage of teams not really being sure how to rotate or what to do against your teams. And then you have the other teams that over the course of the tournament, they will get better because now they start understanding how does this team rotate in this type of lobby, how aggressive will these guys rotate. And that's then when we get like the last 1 or 2 days in the tournament, that's when they will really start popping off. So even though you have your team sitting at around 100 points right now, if we say 100 points is going to be the threshold of making it through in the tournament or not, if you're sitting at 80 to 90 right now, I would start getting my butt up to 110, 120 maybe even, to even feel safe, because some of these teams that we haven't seen a lot from yet could surprise us in the end.
Martin, when you look at the top 5 or 6, it's absolute powerhouse names, right? They're really establishing themselves up there. You got FaZe, Team Liquid, Omarken, Northern Lights, Tempest, and if I can recall, I think TSM is just underneath them. So those 6 massive names that are looking to just win the whole thing, never mind do well here.
Yeah, and there's on top of that, actually, to follow up on the whole like 4-man structure and everything, when we only play 12 games, as we've seen in other games, there's also a lot more bullying going on, because there's a team that's going to be able to get into a good position off early, or we saw Omarken do it kind of last weekend. They had a lot of space to do so, and they were just bullying everybody else. But now that we're in 24 teams, like the consistency really shows through. You can see Misfit is there, a team that is playing today. They've played the same amount of games as the guys in the top. They're very far behind. You can just see the class of our top 6 teams. They're very far ahead of the rest of the lobby currently.
All right, it's time for it. Game number 5 of the day, Erangel Remastered. Sims, Pansy, take it away.
Thanks very much, boys. Looking forward to this, Rich. I mean, again, apologies for the audio problems. We'll try and get those fixed up for you. Don't know what the hell is going on, but it is what it is. We'll do our best to crack on with this. Southeast to northwest. Who are you looking at to walk away with a victory here? We're looking across the board. We've seen a couple of teams starting to turn up. TSM more consistently. Outside of that, who's standing out to you? Who's the one to watch here?
I think when we actually look at the lobby overall, it's been a bit back and forth. It wouldn't be unreasonable to talk about Liquid and TSM. At the moment, they're doing some really nasty points at the top of this whole lobby as a whole. Remember that we do have 24 teams in play. Certain ones what we're playing today, it is a round robin group stage, so you can kind of take some of this with a pinch of salt. In today's respective, plus the last day when these two groups matched up against one another, you've got Liquid top of the charts, 95 points, TSM, FaZe. It's the big names. It's the guys that we've seen for many years. It's the fan bases that like to follow all these players and teams around from many different esports. It's kind of what we would expect. The one thing I didn't expect was a milli-circle, so I appreciate it. Thank you very much. That's how it goes. We move to Sosnovka, and things get a little bit more interesting. Will we see some kind of movement coming out of Unity, though? Will they try and take advantage of this? Will they try and capitalize on it? They move towards one of the bridges, camp them out. FaZe Clan obviously have their options if they want to be working their way off of Milta towards a boat. Try and swim it in from the back beaches of Sosnovka. There's also options to go the same with the Northern Lights. Elgagarten, getting boats from upside of Georgia Paul, it's viable. You want to boat it all the way down through the western coastline, you can definitely do it. This is probably why on the map we can see a reposition coming out of Wasted Potential. Moving through Gatka and just bombing it down towards Ferry Pier. The call's probably being made, okay, let's sacrifice 2 to 3 minutes of loot time. They either loot up in Prim and then grab a boat and continue onwards, or they just get boats and go across and loot on the opposing side of Sosnovka. I think the better play would be to go Prim first, get geared up, and then work your way over, because you've still got plenty of time to do it. If you hit Sosnovka now with absolutely nothing, God forbid someone's inside one of the compounds, you're an instant kill.
We haven't seen many of these though. That's one thing I'm happy about, is that we're kind of seeing, you know, a little bit of variation in circle, but we haven't seen too many milli circles. It did feel like we had a lot of them during some of the online seasons, but this feels refreshing, and it certainly makes some of the teams, you know, have to go through their paces. Not having Na'Vi in the lobby as well could definitely open things up, and we'll get a glimpse of how these teams fight it out. I think it's always fun to see a milli island. It does always seem to kind of end the same sort of way further on that western side, but that's, you know, it's why those compounds are heavily favored, it feels. So teams have already kind of adopted what it takes to play through it well. A lot of teams moving very early too. Liquid obviously known for those swift moves, but you've got everyone else kind of having to do the same thing. If you want to get across and get somewhere early, you've got to be looking pre-4 minutes, you know, pre-5 minutes. They're the sort of timings that you have to go for here, and it's not easy.
Everyone now grabbing the boats, and we have said this before. The more teams that go early and get the boats off the coastline, the less vehicles and mobility for everyone else left behind. Iceland's doing the same. Go for their mill-to-power beachhead. Trade out some gear, make sure everyone's happy. I would say it could make a difference to this lobby because Na'Vi aren't in it, but we've said this before, Na'Vi don't attack early, they let everyone just do their own thing.
Yep.
In Tropic, now they're on the bridges. With a scenario like this, you just have to commit to it. If Double goes down, then he goes down. If he dies, he dies. There's nothing they can do. Everyone else should use Double, been focused on to just push it and get across the bridge. Shots coming up on aerial tower. I didn't realise that's where Unity had actually swung to. See if that plays a big factor. Tornado Energy being quite mad about this one. Take the boats and go to the opposing side and then just batter anyone else who tries to follow them. It's a couple of things. Actually, they're going to blow the boat up and
Wow.
deny them, right?
That's so harsh.
A good denial, though. I'm okay with it. Oh,
I mean,
water
it
warfare?
works.
Water warfare?
Jeemzz has never been more interested in this game. He sees two pirates in their ships sailing around. Jeemzz is loving it.
Come on, shoot them. They still seem...
Dun, 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 dun.
Oh god, someone please put the Pirates of the Caribbean music on. Please.
God.
Nah, they don't want to take it. Fair play.
Do you know where the phrase like posh comes from, by the way? It's to do with the ocean and sailing. I wonder if Jeemzz knows. Jeemzz, do you know where the word posh kind of comes from? It stands for port out, starboard home, which is like the more desirable cabins. So if you were wealthy, you'd get the sick cabins. I bet Jeemzz knows that. I feel like Jeemzz would know that. You know what I mean? That's something he would know.
I can be sad enough to say in military I know what Halo stands for. And that's only because I used to work with
Halo.
an ex-soldier, and he knew what it was. It was to do with jumping out of planes. High altitude, low openings. I think it's the point at which they're allowed to jump out of, you know, like a safe time to go. High altitude, low opening. There you go.
Nice. Oh, I need to sneeze, so you need to cast this.
Okay. Casting while Lauren's sneezing, we will jump on with Beardo.
I'm back.
She's
You can
back
carry
already,
on,
so I can... Okay. Hopefully none of the players will be sneezing. Might as well give away their position in game. It's actually surprising to me how many people, especially within ranked, still talk in game, and you just instantly know where they are. I don't know why recently it's just become
Have you really come across people like that?
I don't know if it's just because people recognize me in game. I'm not saying I'm popular or not, but the amount of times that people shout my name and then just shoot my body, it is kind of funny. But still, a lot of people talking in. You'll be in a building just waiting, all of a sudden they're having a conversation, but it's like, well, it's, okay, yeah, you give me these meds, just give me them gear, and then you just walk in with a shotgun. It's like, surprise, boys.
That's crazy. I don't think I've heard, but maybe I turned it off. I might have turned off hearing people in game, so maybe that's why I don't know. Damn, you made me think now. Now we're thinking with portals. Everyone is making it across so far. Having a look at this. We've got ENCE still across, Wildcats, El Giganta, Northern Lights, TSM. There's still a few who need to make their way over.
Where's the potential going to get this free drop? Maybe. Maybe. It's a pull-up and a half to smash into it. I wonder what ramification wasted potentials Primorsk looting has on Elgagarten. You can all see they're actually doing the entire beachhead here, which has also been combed by Northern Lights. That's a knock-on effect and a half. Elgagarten can't get across. They're going to have to run the bridge here, or they're going to have to swim. Either Northern Lights are stopping and just questioning what the next play is. Once this circle closes in, we're going to zoom in and actually take a quick moment to recognize everyone's position and how things are currently playing out. Mxey being watched. Where's the rest of Liquid compared to his position? Okay, they're actually inside Millibase. See if Mxey has any stock of what's going on here. Just casually taking out vehicles along the way, denying any more mobility.
Smart. Ooh, that's a different circle.
I kind of have to question in my mind, Lauren, if players knew that this becomes a thing. Let's look at how many are already set up there.
True. That's, yeah, maybe you're right.
More noticeable to me was the fact that there wasn't many coming into this. There's not many teams in Military Island. Excuse me, within Military Base itself. They'd actually all moved towards that aerial tower. As if they preempted this. Wonder how many times this has been a thing then.
It does make you wonder, doesn't it? I mean, we only get to see bits and pieces of the games, whereas obviously these guys, you know, have a lot bigger viewpoint of how things go down. Maybe drifting around the place. EIQ might beat them to the punch. The bowl of the hill, or do they go to the top side? I always prefer to be on the top side of this hill. I think it gives you a little bit more to play with, but, you know, when the circle comes down that way, it's always nice to have that and to reverse through. Northern Lights have made it across, actually pretty unscathed, which is quite surprising, but I guess with the circle moving, most people's attention was turned towards that side of the circle.
FaZe Clan is set up with open arms, waiting for so many teams that want to try and take that bending road that moves around to Novo. If you're coming out of Novo or even coming off of the back of Sosnovka, FaZe really do control the lay of the land towards the southeast of its island. They're going to get hit head-on by Liquid if they go any further on this one. They probably won't because they're still disconnected. Ibi's on the opposing side of the road. DA will fall into this entrapment. TSM solidifying themselves behind this one. This is all going to be kind of busy and all going to be kind of messy. Be really aware of what's about to unfold here. DA maybe got to Entropic. You've got FaZe, Liquid, TSM, DA, Entropic. And then behind those, still yet to show faith on where people are actually going to be going. WP, Northern Lights, TSM are now folding into this one as well. This is just going to be an absolute bloodbath. Smash and grab. Don't know how many players we lose, but oh boy.
Yeah, this is going to be brutal.
The top three are all together.
Wow, okay, so we've got Kaymind, Fexx, everyone's just but you are lucky to be alive, and he can't take his eyes away from it for a second because you know there's more coming through. There goes another. Fexx flies past, Iroh's made it away, and TSM aren't stopping. ubah tries to make it connect, but it doesn't really happen for him, as it looks like everyone somehow hasn't fallen yet. That's the surprising factor. TSM of the building, but here comes more. There's going to be more and more and more and more and more. This isn't going to stop anytime soon.
WP stopping on the edge of the circle. That'll be awful for them, given the position of where Northern Lights are. They can gatekeep if they can make these shots land. Hanging out the side of the UAS, kind of asking for damage to be given towards you, and it is. Even at distance, it's still 6 times an SLR. There's some return fire at least, so the reposition will come through for them. Just be aware that the Wildcats are only just making it onto Sosnovka now. They're out in the blue, working their way over the bridge. ENCE, not in the circle. Am I not surprised? Late to the party, moving out of military base. 2-2 split for going for Northern Lights. It's really good because they can patrol that entire road. I really feel sorry for anyone that's outside the circle now because they're all potentially going to smash into one another. What you see now is the Wildcats heading down the main road. You've then got, as you can now see on screen, they're just to the left-hand side. They're about to appear. ENCE and WP also yet to find a foothold. And I sit here...
Where do they go? I feel like you're getting so frustrated with ENCE, and I don't blame you.
Yeah. I'm more kind of wondering if we think about who our top 3 is now, and also Elgiganta inside there, where they all work their way to, the circle has gone where they wanted. But the players, in my opinion, definitely knew where the circle was going to be. Look at how many teams are already ready to receive this one as well. How often will we see so many pack it into the corner on those cliff faces? Very rare.
Yeah. Yeah, no, you oh, I don't know. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like maybe there's more to be seen in this regard with... I feel like the players always know more than I do, which I'm happy to see, but, you know, it does get frustrating. Iroh. How does he do it? Back goes down. There's surely not going to be another no. No, he can't convert onto a second. He's going to fall where he is. Gaxy's going to confirm it. You've got Gustav and the boys chilling in the background. I have not seen a circle over here in a long time.
And the thing is, it can only put itself really into one position, which is the island. So everyone knows where it's going. This is actually really cruel. But I also think it was preempted by the play. I still stand by this. We would not see FaZe Clan, TSM, Liquid, and Elgiganta all come to this edge of the cliff face if they didn't realize it. They know clearly more than what we do. By long standard, and a lot of fights now begin to unfold as people try and worm their way in. Unity up on top of the aerial tower could potentially cause a lot of problems. It has good aerial view, no pun intended. And a good overwatch of the battlefield in front of them and the teams that need to work their way out of military base. WP still to get out of the blue. Same goes for IW. The Wildcats are going to be in all kinds of trouble. All their meds being used up just to probably bomb out in something like sub-13th. Is it worth it? I'm sure we'll find out. SKUIJKE at least has a response to WP for now. FaZe, TSM, Liquid, Elgiganta, and all sitting happy. The Penguins up top of Nova. It's that northwest side, Lauren. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 teams all together.
Honestly, the thing is, I actually really love where EIQ are. That is such a high fragging position as well. Once people have to start moving towards you, you can really start popping off, but you've got to be careful because you do get a lot of attention your way. But if you're up for the fight, you're pretty golden, right? Like, and they're a team that likes to be aggressive. They have just lost out on a player. Now, Tornado Energy locked down at the foot of the hill. That's a very tough climb up, to be fair. That's a little bit tricky. And Diggory's just been found by Northern Lights. You're going to see all these teams in that northwest, as you said, just crunching together. Unity, DA, Misfits, Omakan, EIQ, better luck next time. Northern Lights kind of patrolling the south road, but still, I don't know who's going to walk away the victor here because it's so hard to cut it either way. I don't like the positions on the very south side, but arguably the top end of the lobby definitely likes it. I guess it's, safer, right? You don't have that 360 threat. Now, we're seeing the Misfits working their way up, but they've been spotted as well, but this is a better spot. Batulin's full vision of Kaymind. When does he strike?
And if you have been watching PUBG spots for a while, then you know how the land ratio works. We go to phase 4, and it pulls to land away from water. It fits itself in as much human possible place of land. Get as much in there, so all these players knew exactly where it was going to be. Omakan, TNP, they are outside of it, but understandably so. They're going to be a very, very short distance away from the circle, no matter where it goes. No helmet, no chest. Eki gone. Fate finds him. There is Tiikzu still in one of those shacks hiding, so better luck next time. We'll probably knock him out also. Wildcats have been super passive this entire game, by the way. I don't know what's going on with them, but they are playing super passive. They've been up against the blue and in the blue for the majority of this match altogether. Omakan are now pushing onto the foothills of this area. So Misfits have to be ready for what's about to come their way. Misfits having a bit of a difficult time here in this competition. Certainly one of the weaker teams, it's fair to say. Omakan, one of the stronger rosters. Do they fold under the pressure? Do they take the fight head on? We shall see, because while all this is going on, and everything that we can talk about, you've still got two teams that are uphill and upwind of this. Unity and DA. They can overwatch, they can third party, fourth party, do whatever. You were asking when Batulin was going to strike, Lauren, that was it.
Timing, it's a hard thing to get it right, but here comes Batulin's. pouring up. 3 helmet, only 2 vest, but nicely geared regardless. Rest of Team Liquid heading up as well. Let's see Kaymind on the move. Perfectus unable to connect cleanly there. Does mean that they get away with a little bit more gain towards the hill. Up towards Mxey. And this is a, I don't say mirrored because Liquid are operating at a lesser numbers, so it's going to be a little bit of a harder fight for them. But still, Zero does go down. Omakan finally starting to get some frags here. Trying to punish a bit of the Misfits' greediness to want, you know, the divide on the road. You can't have both sides. They've lost out on the south, well, I guess the eastern side of the road here.
Penguins are getting involved in this, though. Third party is a reality for them. Finally, Tiikzu does go down. Ends with 15th. Just taking the spam for the mini. Jimbo doesn't get hit whatsoever. It is baiting out the shots, though. Whether he's doing it on purpose is a different question, but Liquid can maybe get more information and read where the Northern Lights players are. I'd assume Batulans has finally seen where the Wildcat position is. Augur finally, the Penguins, they do run into a mark, and this is a fight that's been backbuilding for quite some time. Nades are down, damage doesn't, oh it does, it tanks Vasco at least, but he can get the med off and he's done, he's back on his feet. Scooby pushed out of this one for now. Nades, you can hear the tick. Press the R button, pull the pin, and that thing is cooked. Throws it in. No tags up this time. Smokes and utilities will be committed. Just be aware of this is going on. Look at the map in the bottom right-hand corner of the screen. FaZe Clan, they smell this, they hear it. Toby spoke about it at the start of today's stream. They love to get involved in fights when there's a third-party potential. They don't just go rushing in. They bide their time and they strike when the iron is hot, and that's exactly what they're doing. These two teams are kicking the hell out of each other, so now FaZe Clan's moving in to try and sweep up and mop up what's left of them.
This is going to be brutal, Rich. You know, 14 teams, 44 players. Who's going to fall first? This is ridiculous. We're at this point 20 minutes in, and this many alive. Markin still staying as four. We see a couple of kills in the kill feed. That's TSM, but here we go. The Penguins from up above. Jeemzz gets found. T-Bone as well. Bogger, the timing couldn't be more perfect, but now the third party, it's what it's going to be constantly. There's no way you can escape the third party at all. You got to keep moving, stay on your feet, and that's easier said than done. Now, Set does get those shots through. Fuzzface to close out on the Penguins, but everyone piled into that. And as I said, if we don't see more third parties, it'll be very surprising. The nades coming in now. FaZe on towards Omakan. T-Bone's the first to fall here. Rich, who's next?
Steve, it's going to be TSM. Trying to deny these points. We'll find a very bitter end. Actually, TSM helps in and jumps in here, which allows back. Okay, well, he was a little bit lucky because another team got involved, but the blue will finally take him. So he denies points going towards the way of Garten, goes out, Rupture's fallen as well. TSM goes down the 11th. Finally, the Wildcats show face. They've not done much this entire game, and I don't think they'll be doing much for the rest of it, to be honest with you. Fexx knows exactly where they are. The deep also have the off angle. This should be BSD going down. If not by one of the players, to the damn blue. Next fight to unfold. Team Liquid have been here for quite some time. Kaymind finally spots his target. The deep has been lingering and lurking in the back lines. Fexx, he's literally been sat on that ridge for a good majority of the game. Molly goes over, tries to find the two players. The flashbangs are coming this way. Liquid is pushing the advantage. Nades down, Molly's up. Blue forces the fight. Hand goes up in the air from the back of the flashbang. He's still damaged. Liquid got to be careful. Realize where they are exactly. Good nade from Mxey. Seals the deal. Hawkey from a different angle as well, at least confirms the kills. That's a cheeky steal on both of them. Northern Lights go down. And it's Hawkey with that K9. The marksman. Want to see him do something for this competition with that gun. He gets 2.
Anytime anyone gets any kills with that sort of gun, Richard is always pleased. So
just want to sniper usage.
I know. We always want to see it, but you can't always have your way. For now, everyone slowly being shuffled forward. DA does have the better step into that next circle than I guess Unity. I don't know how much you can come off the hill there. I don't think you really can at that point. It's kind of that high ground that's going to be a problem. That's deep. Watching it back here. I'm going to run around. Nice closeout from Northern Lights. And I think I asked the question in some of the earlier tournaments, some of the earlier moments. I hadn't seen enough of Northern Lights to put them as, you know, hugely on my radar as some other people. But then suddenly, you know, we started seeing the later stages of this tournament. They have been brilliant to watch. Sixmo does go down. This is the extended DA squad who couldn't really leave that tower, Rich. They still have Smash, but I don't know if he can hold back so many players coming his way.
Yeah, with the Harry Potter tower kind of giving up. It removes all their lines of sight. Danimon as well, you expect him to be level 3'd up. Smash gets tickled from the side. He's forced back. And actually set. I'm guessing he was up high at that time. Came out with a bit of a drop shot. I like that. There's an instant response in the form of Gustav going down. Excuse me, Fuzzface as well. I didn't realize both of them were down at the same time. Mxey, look at this wrap. Down below them. To the side he goes and just looks for that one guy, Resin. Aitzy, will you be the next victim here for Team Liquid? Because if you are, all of you gone. Good reply from FaZe fan at least. Doesn't spot the revive going down. You can see this instantly, both of them. Even Gustav with minimal HP knows that he has to respond to this. Answers the call. They knock out Mxey and keep 2 up. There will be a couple of body bags over there that FaZe can utilize if they are missing chests and helmets and such. Kind of lucky. I suppose unlucky on the side of Mxey. Didn't catch him, otherwise that'd have been a good amount of points. 6 times spray, whatever works. All off the edge.
I don't know how they're able to stand on that ledge. I swear you just fall off that, but apparently they're fine. Well, fine's a strong word, maybe. Set's still alive. I think that's the takeaway there. Everyone else is going to have to just kind of work with it, right? They have to deal with what is happening. So, at this point, everyone has to make the run. Aitzy on the move, Gustav as well. There's no easy place to go now, Rich.
Oh, Gustav, you don't know. Oh, Danilo. Does he know as well? That's the thing. Surely he'll hit these footsteps. But he knows he can't move because the second he steps, the info's given away. You can tap it. There is a possibility. I mean, it's slow, but it does work. You can slowly tap without being heard. No meds, 50% HP. Didn't quite see how badly the gear was damaged and what his bullets were like, but Gustav does hold his trigger for now, and I'm okay with that, because he knows a second that he fires gives away the position. Dynamo under the cover of the blue. Step out. Has to be quick here. Oh, he has just butchered it. He should still get the kill, unless it's stolen. You should have finished that one off, my friend. To finish that.
You hate to see that, don't you? That's just...
Onka S.
That's a good meme. That's a good meme. You actually do hate to see that. That kind of sucks. And EIQ, I said I like their position earlier, and it's why it's a good position. If you're on the hill and you get forced off, you're always going to lose players on the way. There's no way you can't. And now you're going to see them probably being able to do pretty well from this. Again, they have that road as a cutoff point. It's very hard to play across that road unless you have like a full belt of utility. If they can get rid of Bestoloch next time cleanly, they're pretty safe here.
Getting flashbacks from ground versus NIP on this map in particular, in this ground. Clearly Entropic have the information that there is someone else lingering in the backside. If not, they've just been really smart and clearing. Yeah, just want to mirror what you said, Lauren. This would be nice if it was clean for Entropic and then keep all 4 going into the final latter stage of the game. There is a lean and it's an instant confirmation. 2 back-to-back simultaneously fall. And well, Entropic, this is the perfect scenario. This is the win. You've just got to find the snakes in the grass, and you know, I don't want to count out the 2 players that are still surviving. If there were 2 players that were going to cause damage, it would be Kaymind and Aitzy. Aitzy is a bit of a push match for himself. No Vic out in the open. No, don't get the crate.
Oh, these are two deadly snakes, you're right. If there's ever going to be a deadly situation, this is definitely it. But, oh, if they let him get up this far, if he gets... Yeah, I don't like this, Rich. Rich, I don't like this. Why have they allowed this to happen? This is not okay. Now, they're focused on Aitzy. So they're going to put one of their players down that way. Yep, stop it. And if Aitzy gets one, which he's done, Kaymind should be able to get closer. Now, Kaymind only has to find one, and one by one they take the fights, and one by one they start falling. Technically, you always have the greater numbers, so you can buy a bit more time. Kaymind's been spotted, so he can't get away with so much now.
Double stolen as well, so at least gets a point before going down. Kaymind has been spotted. It was a good hold from Novik. You could see this is why he was running earlier on, because he wanted it. Still more damage actually being sent the way. One of the players on top of the hill, Hawkey, just continuously tunnel vision with that K9, is punished and forced back into a corner. Bring down the hill with half HP as well. This gets even more treacherous. Saving grace.
Where's that center point, Rich?
Middle of the dirt road.
Because this,
grace,
yeah,
Lauren
this ridge exists.
That Aitzy checks out. Yeah. I think we're thinking the same thing here.
Yeah, you're right. Aitzy could take out Kaymind and then it's game over anyway. But if I'm Aitzy, I go high ground. I flank high ground. I try and catch them off as they run in. Because I'm in frag out mode, right? I'm not playing for positioning, whereas Kaymind had a better shot to this point. So Entropic have kind of dropped the ball a bit here. Aitzy, if he does get vision on Kaymind, will obviously take him out. He has no idea who's who, but Kaymind spots out one to his left. And there's Aitzy working towards that higher ground. Nate comes out, but he's been spotted. The attention is completely straight.
And the cards are going the way of the two solo snakes because they're actually forcefully fighting the main team, which is the main problem. Whether or not Kaymind knows this and understands the scenario that if whoever player that is essentially helping him out, if he's read the map, he's read the terrain, he's read the situation that's in front of him, for him, it's not worth going for Aitzy. Okay, finally, he's seen, he's camped in the face. But there is an opportunity. 2 versus 1 scenario unfolds. Kaymind now needs to move to the top. 4 times on the back of the M4. Initial damage done, but Hawkey's getting close by the tree. Obsta goes for the red dot. This is doable now. Knows exactly where he is, but he needs to make sure every single shot counts and almost gets it. 1 versus 1 to the very end. Entropic get the win, but it is absolutely not as easy as what it should be. That should have been a lot cleaner, in my opinion. It was damn close.
Yeah, you saw a million ways that was unfolding, right? You saw, okay, well, they're splitting their attention, they're tunnel visioning in the wrong spot. 1,000,001 things could have gone wrong then, and we saw them all happening. So it got a little bit scary overall. It was controlled in the end, but a very unique circle. That felt kind of, all or nothing at the end. Then you had a lot of teams left alive, and as soon as it pushes them off that radar hill, they kind of all die. But beyond that, what do you make of the circle? I kind of enjoyed it going towards the east.
Yeah, it was damn good fun. It was, like I said, I think the players know a lot more about it than what we do, but I'm hoping the desk can actually talk a bit more about it as well. Maybe they do, maybe Martin and Toby can shed a bit more light on it. Gentlemen, over to you.
Should we tell Jeemzz he's muted?
Oh, I was muted again. No, wasn't I? Yeah, of course I was. Sometimes, and whatever. Well, let's talk about the game. All right, yeah. Martin, Avenger, of course. We saw these circles going down, and we had a milli circle, and there was not much room to play around in when it came to that milli circle. Anything?
Was that directed at me?
Yes, Martin.
Okay.
Save me from my muted self.
Fantastic. No, obviously it was a rough circle. It's a long time ago since I've seen a circle with that many teams crammed into one area. Like the circle that was important though, it did went north. It was nice to see the fights. It was nice to see how the teams were able to move around. I really like the amount of control we have from Tropic though. They were able to play it extremely well and stay in a position and stay together and stick as four for a very long time, and managing to also hold out a few teams. I would like to see a few more kills, but they played it passive to make sure that there were 4 guys alive all the way towards the end. There was also a few misplays. This was one of them, Danilo. He didn't even manage to finish the kill. That's very unfortunate. It actually ended up being stolen.
this was very interesting, of course, Toby. When we look at this final fight, it really did feel like Aitzy and Kaymind understood the circumstances and really wanted to try and fight Entropic instead of one another.
Yeah, exactly. And I think Pansy should put a pretty good word on it. We saw a million ways this could go wrong, and it went wrong in almost all of them. I mean, they do end up winning the games, obviously. It worked out in the end, but by no means as clean as they would have wanted that one to be. When you're in a 4 alive versus 2 solos, maybe you lose one, but the fact that they try to split one, like split in a 2-way split there, hold off each side, against some teams, maybe. When you're up against Aitzy and Kaymind, they just have so much individual power on their side of things that they can best most like 1v2s, or at least fight against most 1v2s. I just wouldn't dare do it, to be fair.
Avenge, just something to add regarding that final situation, or?
Well, obviously, Entropic should have been sweeping together as a four-man there, just running around 4 people. They would lose 1, maybe 2 max. They were able to get a res. Like it would have been a lot better, but I think they're confident enough right now to do that play. It almost didn't succeed. It came down to 1v1. I just saw. I didn't see that while we were doing live. Actually, Kaymind actually has 0 bullets left in the M4 when he started peeking the last 1v1.
All right, we can hear from Entropic as we have Double ready to go here after that win. Fantastic stuff by them. Double, hi, can you hear me?
Hello, guys. Hello.
Hey, Double.
Hi. Congratulations on the win. Yes.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Congratulations on the win. We obviously have you here for some questions. Going into that final fight against the 2 snakes, it got quite close, down to the wire. Talk to us about the comms going on and kind of your perspective on that last fight against the 2 snakes.
Yeah, we kind of misplayed because we knew that there are 2 solos, and we didn't hold Kaymind because like he was across the street, like he shouldn't even cross, and we should like play together, and I lost my 1v1 unnecessary, I think. Okay,
fair. But you win out, so that's okay. Martin, thoughts, questions?
I just want to ask, like, when you saw this this circle, your usual plan, I would say, like, would that be just to go military immediately and take that position because it was such a rough circle? And like, what were your thoughts coming into this game when the first circle popped, obviously being melee? Do you guys have any preparation in terms of like who you have around you now that Tempest is not in lobby? You don't have anyone Milta. Are you fully aware of the teams kind of around you?
Yeah, we are kind of aware, but like you never know if someone drops Milta or not. Like it's kind of depends on the plane part also. And like our plan was to get to the Sosna Island as soon as possible, so we wouldn't flash with someone at the bridge or something. It would be hard later on. So we like quickly cross the bridge and take the control.
Cool. Kobe?
I was thinking, Double. Now I asked Iroh a similar question last game, even though obviously this game and last game played out in 2 very different areas. There still were, I mean, you were in a very similar position to TSM in that last game. Were you expecting more action around your position with how you were positioned? Like, were you expecting to get to shoot at more people, or were you expecting maybe more people try to come crash and take over the position you were in? And how did that kind of have an impact on the way that you decided to play the hillside that you did?
To be honest, I was like expecting that someone would be in the dip before us, but like luckily there was no one, so we were just like holding because it's like a kind of hard spot to push. So we were just staying 4 up strong and holding our like edges, and everyone was fighting around. So it was good for us.
Nice.
There was a lot of action on the edges, but we were fine in the middle.
Well played.
All right, well, thank you very much, Double. Any final shout-outs before we let you go?
Yeah, finally win. In the PSL we couldn't win at all, so finally W. Thank you for fans and everyone.
Thank you very much, Double.
See you.
All right, good luck in the future.
Good
See you
luck.
And that is Double. Actually, he's really made a fan out of me when it comes to some of his plays from Entropic throughout this tournament. Very good stuff. We are going to no break. We are going straight into the next game very, very soon, gentlemen. So our final game of Erangel here. What are we thinking? Because obviously we've seen quite a few varied circles actually from our Erangel games, which is very nice to see. And it's really created a lot of problems for people. I think one thing in particular that was a problem throughout this game, Toby, was for a lot of the teams that were towards the coast, because we had that shift that had so much water, and you know it's going to try and go away from them. And you know, it's hard to transition off that south coast, kind of southeast coast, and then get into the land.
Yeah, I mean, it is quite literally an uphill battle, and one of the steepest ones you can find on Erangel. But to be fair, I mean, I think they were better positioned than the teams trying to make their win from the west were. And the fun thing to me about Erangel, like the new Erangel or Erangel Remastered, is that I think players have a better chance of rotating west to east now than what they did before. I mean, you have the whole airstrip is a little changed up. You have more cover there, and still it was absolutely horrible for them to do. It just goes to show how incredibly difficult that rotation is, because you have the south side road that goes alongside the forest, you have the north side road that forces you miles out into the open, then you have an airstrip where you know you're gonna get camped no matter what you do. So it's like, what do you choose, pest or cholera, or the third that would be equally bad? So for the teams that did manage to make their way from the west to the east, Entropic being one of them, obviously moving a little earlier, it was a slaughterhouse. And for the teams in the east, it ended up being the same, just 1 or 2 circles later. The difference being they could do it on foot and a little more, at least we can take the fight to these guys. When we saw ENCE, when we saw other teams try to make their way in, it was impossible for them to go anywhere, because you fight with the guys shoulder to shoulder with you, and you also have like 3 squads in front of you trying to hold you out.
Martin, one of the teams that I think have actually done better today, I would argue, compared to their previous days, is Bestoloch next time. They've got themselves a 3rd under their belt, an 8th, a 2nd, a 4th in the past 4 games, or past 5 games even, I should say. So considering they were a little bit lower down the table, that's been a really good day for them.
Yeah, we've had a few guys, or for a few teams stepping up today. Unity is also one of them. I'm happy to see it. Like, it's just their last chance. It's the last weekend in the group stage. They have to start going for it now, and it's going to make it even harder for some of the other teams trying to vie into that last 16th spot. There's going to be a rough battle, and honestly, I would say Unity has stepped up. They've gotten I think it's 27 points so far. If they have a decent game here at the end, that'll be their best day, which it should be around the average that they're getting. It should be around the 30 to 40 on a kind of an average week, but it just talks to how bad their previous week was.
Yeah, it definitely does. Toby, kind of thoughts regarding some of our teams that have done a bit better today compared to maybe the past couple of days of tournament that we had the 3 days prior?
No, I was going to mention them too, and you were completely right in it, Jeemzz. I mean, Bestoloch next time a 2nd and a 4th place today, and neither of them came easy. This one here, they were kind of in the same boat and arguably in a worse position than Entropic were. They literally were in that meat grinder on the west side trying to push east, and I believe the only team to actually survive that push on through with all the other teams. So they managed to go through in a situation where you go, oh, but a team like that, like if you just look at the list of teams in that position, you would kind of do the math on who do you expect to survive those scenarios. You wouldn't put them up there, but they've done that on numerous occasions today. So clearly, today has been working out a lot better for them than what the last days have been.
All right, it's time for our final game of the night here for day number 4. Let's head over to Pims for all of the action.
Thank you. It is indeed Pims o'clock. We are super excited for the last go of things here on Erangel. We've had 2 quite varying circles. I'd like something a little different. Like, let's head to the north. Let's try something else out. We've had kind of coastal, south, heavy focus circles. Let's try something new out here, Rich.
Yeah, I'll be down for that. As you can imagine, I'm a big fan of the north, so anything towards my home turf would be very much appreciated. It'd be nice to see, Zaki ending. It's very rare we get up there, and we've said time and time again, to get that kind of circle, we have to have the circle be the initial one all the way up in the northwest. And then when it comes through for the second phase, it still has to stick around there. Otherwise, it just becomes really difficult with everything else that needs to fall into place. All the cards need to align in order to get the Zaki circle. But it's appreciated. The fields around there and the little hillside with the rocks, it gives a damn good game. We've seen a few. We've cast a few now, so it's certainly not impossible. Anything around there would be appreciated. Stalber, I haven't seen in a hell of a long time. I must say that. It usually ends towards, I'd say,
southeast of it, maybe, or west?
Well, we got the one with Tommel going up against Shiv. That one too far from Stalber, just a little bit further down. We did get that, but somewhere all the way up on Stalber would be nice. I'd say this is a generic circle, somewhere between, farmlands, going up towards that main road, where you kind of see a few members of Tornado Energy are playing off the back of. This should be a standard scenario. For something like this, you'd have to suspect. I know they say suspect because... Oh, dear. Oh, Melman. Well,
Oh,
at least
no,
you get
not
to
a
finish your
Bison.
night early, my friend. Yeah, he's...
The Bison 2 times. Oh, no. That's horrible. That's a horrible way to close out the day.
It's an early shower. He's fine. It's quite late in the CIS. It's doing him a favour, at least.
I'd love you to try and tell him that. Like, don't worry, bud. You can just chill out now. Pop on a TV show, kick back. Oh, god
It's
damn.
not been great for Tornado Energy. 15th in this group overall. Like, 10 points
Yeah.
off dead bottom. That ain't great. I don't know what that... Standings?
Where have they been?
Yeah, they're 19th overall standings. Martin was saying people want to be around the 100-point club by once the day's all said and done. 61 ain't going to cut it. 61 is not going to cut it.
Not even close. Yeah, that's the thing. It's really not even that close. That's the thing that worries me. It's like some of the teams you see push and have a couple of bad games, or maybe the circle is like super bad for them. You get it, right? You kind of chalk it up to all right, fair enough. But it's that you need to be close to it. You need to be pushing for it. But yeah, and have a look at those points. So as I said, like for me, it's why I'm surprised and impressed by the Wildcats, by a couple of the others who are consistently pushing, right? You've got that push, that want to improve. ENCE to me again, a little bit disappointed by them. It's just because I hold ENCE to maybe a higher regard. Maybe I feel like, I like ENCE just as individuals, and we've seen them in the past and we always wait to see that comeback, but their tempo, the way they play right now, just simply isn't quite to par, I feel. But yeah, I think you're right. We do need to start looking at those points and where's the cutoff? Where's the push point? Where's, good enough Tornado Energy? And with 57 points, not good enough.
Well, we can only take 16 forward to the grand finals. Just kind of looking at it now. Everyone below. Elgiganton's near enough there. A couple of placement points in there in their 100-point club, and that instantly gives us 8. Yes, I know, and I accept that there is only a limited amount of, 6, 8 more teams that are not playing in this lobby. But still, if they come in swinging and they get over that, like it's quite a ruthless lobby, and I'm sorry, but there ain't no excuses. We do have to have the bottom teams. We do have to have the teams that go out, unfortunately. If there's any team that's going to be the most impressive that does this, is Raise Your Edge. If they somehow do the comeback, like, I will applaud that. It's possible if they have a damn good day. But they're in a scenario being down at the bottom, Lauren. There's so much pressure on them now. Like, if they have to have 2 perfect days. They can't just have 1 good day. They literally have to have 2 good days.
Yeah, that's the thing. It has to be like that complete new look to a team, right? For me, I've got to be looking now at Tornado Energy as this is a game for recovery. Rich, they have a great circle position just from the very offset. It looks like that could be this could be the jump up point for them. This could be a big game. That south kind of like cut off by Milta area, really, really powerful, very, very strong. That's where they need to capitalize on this. I don't want to see them just kind of dip out early, lose out on players here and there. They do seem to take a couple of fights, and sadly, I think for Tornado Energy, they have been operating with 3 for most of the night, if I'm not mistaken. So obviously, far from ideal in that regard, but we have seen other teams have to, deal with the scenario they've been given, which it can suck. But again, I hope they get a little bit more to play with.
Oh, well, Well, talk about going out in a ball of flames. Better luck next time. Yeah, that's a name fitting for this scenario. Last game of the day just literally explodes into 16th. Am I right in thinking... I'm not being stupid here. Who died at the start? Who was the first person to fall? Was that was from... Better luck next time? One of their players managed to nab one of them at the start, didn't they? From...
My brain just kind of dribbles out.
I don't know why I've lost complete track of it, but...
I mean,
if it was one of the Tornado Energy players, that's a good response.
It certainly is. Now let's have a look across the board. Who else could really do with a good game here? I kind of want to cut off up to 12. Let's look at 12 and below. They're the ones that need it, right? Your ENCE, your DA, Tornado Energy, Unity, Misfits, these sort of teams, right? These sort of teams can really do with the jump up. Now,
outside of that, everyone else is kind of just buffering, right? They're just getting closer and closer to that 100 or over now. It's just getting extras. So, you know, Elgiganten, 96, but they've been playing well. I think we've seen them, you know, doing well in both scenarios where maybe the circle does not favor them, but they still, you know, do nicely. They still are able to kind of push forward. They're still able to, you know, capitalize on what they're given. It may not be the win, but they go out with a lot of kills. Something like that. There's always some benefit they walk away with.
Kind of feel probably the misfits a little bit. It's definitely been a jump up for them. I'm all for bringing in new teams and seeing new faces for the scene. But so far, 6 games out of 11, they've had 0 frags. Their highest placement is 3rd thus far. 16th, 14th. They're averaging around that 14th position. 22 points, 11 kills in total. It's not been great for them, and they're a team that kind of, for the next round, becomes even scarier in the fact that, yes, they're having an exemplary poor performance. Like, it's not even on the radar compared to the other rosters at the moment. Or excuse me, this is for this group rather than the overall standings. I apologize, wrong wording. But they got 44 overall. Like, for the next group that they go into when they play up against AB, I kind of get fearful for any teams that are going to be within the A lobby. If you're looking to qualify, like, they're not going to give a damn. They're just going to run and gun because there's nothing else to lose. All right, there's a bit of money on the line here and there, but still for them, it's just go and have some fun. And I'm interested to see where these storylines come into play and where these players and teams that can't possibly get to the finals come into effect.
That's going to be the one, isn't it? We saw what happened with Liquid once they qualified to a previous tournament. Kind of in a similar spot to this. They took over Farm, and they just destroyed everyone. But it was the sort of performance that you're not that you're not willing to put in, but it's one that's too risky normally. And actually has so much water still in. This is going to be a very brutal... It may not be this circle, but the one after that... this circle's going to be hard if you think about... I guess how many teams are in the north here. It's going to get very condensed.
I hope this hard shifts to the south. Please hard shift to the south. Just make it memorable.
Oh, this is going to be memorable to me as it stands. Liquid looks like they're heading towards Farm. This is a bit of a crash. Kaymind made it through. What a driver. And the Misfits are there, but the Misfits are kind of on the other side. They're not in this exact area. You do have one player, Dulek, over here looking to see if he can do some damage, hold them back. But everyone's not going to be looking their way because they're going to get a lot of attention.
And they're all pushing on this one for damn good reason. It's a good area to be in. Unity moving the way off Sosnovka. There knows a small chance of it actually doing the hard shift. It does pull that way. God, it'd be chaotic, but we have seen some weird stuff in PUBG. FaZe Clan moving outside of Milta. TSM just trying to find a new foothold. They've left one player in the form of Iroh behind to see what's available behind them if they have a backup plan. Omicron, Entropic, just on the outskirts, the left-hand side of the lumberyard. Elgiganten, Digital Letters, Wildcats are all coming down from the north. They're all there. They're all clumped up together. Keep an eye on the kill feed, see if any of them get knocked on arrival. ENCE has made it into the circle. Just behind the Penguins. They're over by Milta Power. Coming by Mini Power Station. Not watching where you were going, though. There is no flush available. Thankfully, Mxey's back on his feet, so for Liquid, they can keep him up. Going to make it work. A little bit unlucky. You saw the helmet was instantly removed. FaZe now opening up. We said transitional. We could lose players. It looks like that's exactly what's happening. Same goes for Elgiganten. BSD knocked straight out of the car. That's a beautiful bit of scar work. Enemy at the gates, though. Low balls the nade. Well, we can put on red alert. Scar and a comp. The pull-up's here, though. Got to be ready to accept the fight. It is ubah. He's one of the best in the West for damn good reason.
He's keeping good track of this, though, Rich, because no one's opened the door. He knows they're all around that side. Jeemzz being held off is the problem. If Jeemzz stays on Overwatch, his ability to swing on things, maybe get info, gets really eliminated. Now, Omicron, where are they going? Oh, ubah. This could be huge, Rich. Look how many are coming his way. They have no idea he's there. Nicely traded out, though. Well played by Vazku, just to push through it. Not be silly, not go in through the choke point. They swung around the house. Yep, they were open towards the other side. They had Jeemzz watching over their backs.
The holographic spray. That distance as well. I mean, it was a good hold on the gun, but there's a fair amount of damage to at least force them to come away from the beachhead and hit it inside Milta. Small chance it actually hits towards the city centre. It's a nice fight. I like Milta. Decent area. Plenty of buildings to work off. The front side where ENCE are, I do like because you get that, I call it a level 3 building. You can work with buildings in unison from each other across that roadside. And then the level 3 at the front just gives a huge amount of overwatch across the entire fields, either side really, up towards the north and even more towards the western side where Farmlands is. Northern Lights come past the shark fin area. The building down there just kind of strutting out of the island compared to everywhere else. It's a strong compound, but not for this circle. I think Digger is just trying to bank an aid off the stairs and maybe find this one player. They know each other's position. Iroh is getting aggro with the AKM. Good gun up close and personal. It's going to hit like a hammerhead. Should he just go wandering around that corner? Kind of DA that I've been seeing points come out so far. They already eliminated El Giganton earlier on, Lauren. We said they needed a good point game. But they are up by shelter. They are the only team not inside the circle. And the West is kind of littered. It's a very open area that you have to get across. You've kind of got to full send it, which I know DA is extremely good at, but we shall see.
I want to see if anyone takes that God check. I don't know if it's even viable here.
Wait.
Is it viable?
Hold on, Lauren. I'm really sorry to interrupt you. I've just Jeemzz is in a car driving around and scouting for people, just wandering around looking and calling people out. That's kind of ballsy at this stage, just on his own driving around while the rest of Liquid are inside farm. Maybe he's just trying to find more information so they can rotate rather than find people.
Maybe? I mean, Liquid is super safe, right? Like, they're fine. They're in third right now. They can do what they want. If this is going to be one of those crazy games for them, I'm down.
I mean, you may jinx it at the start. They had it on farm, and that's where they are now.
Yeah.
Potential. You'd maybe guess, with the island being as it is, towards farmland area, there's more land in than water. So it might get it.
It might. I mean, it could. I don't know. This is going to be ridiculous, isn't it? It feels like it's going to be one of those weird games. And maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's going to go kind of a little bit more as expected. Fine. Maybe. DA not feeling so fine under a lot of scrutiny from everyone around. Yeah, maybe this is going to be the Liquid side of things. I feel like if the circle's got to fit, you got to think it's going that way, right?
Just given the bridge, but I suppose you do have that end part of the island just, you know, behind Milta. We shall see. Close in we go. Wham bam, thank you ma'am. Goes towards the main road. Keeps Liquid in for now, nice and safe. But we've got Wolves at the door. We've got Tornado Energy. We've got the Wildcats. DA in the ditch in front of them. You can see Jeemzz in the vehicle up top. Again, I'm not entirely sure what the player was. He may have just been an anchor point for Liquid to play off the back of if they had to. It's always nice to have someone out there, I suppose, disconnected from the rest of the roster as a backup plan, as an emergency situation. He's safe. No one's really behind him. He's got them in an open field. There's literally no snakes to hide between him and the rest of his team. So that's at least something he doesn't have to worry about. Omicron come down from the hillside, same from Intropics, FaZe Clan. Kind of gate-kept, really. You can't eject yourself from that building. You are going to have to take the uphill fights between Omicron and just watch the angles from Intropic. Milta's quite hot, actually. Milta, yeah. It's looking busy. ENCE, TSM, Penguins. All of them can't get out of there alive.
No, it's going to be few and far between in that regard, isn't it? It's going to be who can make it out in a good enough position. So, Jeemzz, does he go for it? Oh, he's thinking. He's suppressed. I mean, No reason not to. If he feels he can actually get the flush on it, but it is Jeemzz on his own. You said that he was kind of in the Lone Ranger, doing what he fancies. It's a bit odd, isn't it? It's a weird game. This is one of the weird ones, and I actually love it. It's a little bit unique, a little bit different. So we're always about it. Always happy to see something a little bit varied in that regard. We are going to be seeing Northern Lights, kind of the furthest south currently. Pretty happy. I guess their backs are safe. They can just work their way forward. But taking over the compound, the kind of like south area from farm, this little area here, it can be hard. These are some tough buildings to dig people out of.
And the scenario on your screen is an exact replica of that. I think just kind of annoying each other. Just not Diggery just cycling between utility gun, utility gun, utility gun. Make the noise and just keep each other there. It's probably a little symbol, to be honest, to sign language. Stay there. I don't want to fight this. Because TSM, in fact, all these teams in Milta, from the last time we looked and spoke about it, what, 30 seconds, 45, a minute ago, have not moved. They're all stationary. Two teams that are forced to move. The IS boys, Unity, Northern Lights. Aggressive utility will be committed. Nades, mollies, it's all up there. Nothing's quite behind it yet. Unless one of those mollies just goes over slightly, you're going to be laughing. It's inside. There's one. Vehicle actually does the jump damage. Gets the job done for now. Set an orange fall full Victon. Danaman just left standing. One of his teammates did throw these smokes in for him, so he still might have more on him. Nope, I'm talking rubbish. They're all gone. He's committed everything to get out of this. Saving grace, Northern Lights did the same. Their mollies and their nades were used up, so they don't have any more to keep going forward. Now they have to find the next fight in front of them. Wasted potential. What have you got? That's a decent nade to at least put them out of face for now. Does a lot of damage across the board, and all three of them are forced to hit the deck and heal.
So is this the circle to kill everyone, or... Because those yellow houses kind of suck. The ones that are over the road, at this point you got to take them, but they're not something you opt for, right? They're not the dream compound. Omicron trying to send in towards FaZe. Where do Omicron go? Are they going towards the... I guess the roadblock?
Ticket booth. Yeah. I think they were going to go to the same compound as what it looked like, at least.
They were heading
compound
towards FaZe, right?
went, right? Yeah. I wonder if TSM stopped them in the tracks, Lauren, or maybe they just saw FaZe ahead of them. But Ticket Booth is a very, very, very crappy place to be. It's a bit defended from uphill, I'll give you that. But, like, any nades coming out of FaZe Clan, you're dead.
Oh, this is hard. 13 teams, 44 players in a circle like this. The South has to resolve, however. Wasted potential are waiting. But Northern Lights have to come their way. There's not much else they can do. This is how it's going to be. You have to take that fight here. You can't go on the road. You've got ENCE to your right. Yeah, here it comes. So they have to breach a compound. How do you get out of this with more than just one player, you know, alive? This is wild. But Tulin's nice way up and over, though. Sophia might be able to spot them. Done now, showing the back Fox trail. Didn't take him down, surprisingly, and the trade came out effectively for the Northern Lights.
It wasn't only that one, it was the fight across the road. Oh no, they're all just falling simultaneously. Mika was the one that had to save this. He had the crate, he had the level 3, the Groza, everything. And Northern Lights just swept him aside. That wasn't even hard.
Yeah, I don't know how that happens. That's not good. That's something you don't want to see. Vard there towards Zorf. And oh, Vard!
Push it.
Hard man to get past. Is that him coming out of the building? Oh, he's got a nade. It's MiracU's there. They're all looking like they want a bit of this. If he gets that through, that could be huge. Is it on point? Just bounced a little off. Now there's two back up on their feet, but instantly Zorf falls. TSM, they've got this one.
That's clean. I like that. Take full advantage of the knock. It wasn't even one, it was two. That second shot was disgusting. I mean, I understand what he was trying to do, the player that he knocked. He was body blocking for his comrade on the floor. It ended up actually costing him the life. Iroh's outside. He's been here the entire game, just on a standoff with Diggery. Oh, he has been tagged up, though, and they're finally working their way out the stage. Just think of how this building works. They're not close to one another. Even though he's downstairs, there is a corridor area towards the back. They would have to come out and then go through, which they have done, and he's not checked it. Finally, he dies. ENCE says, thanks for wasting his time here. We appreciate it. They're still disconnected from the rest of the team. TSM and ENCE could play a bigger picture here against one another. It's actually not a bad area, really. If Northern Lights can control this, the only issue is they have to deal with FaZe if they get over-aggressive. Don't overstep the boundaries. You've got a bit of hard cover down there. Use it.
Yeah. It's not. You're right. It's not a bad condition. That their one problem is, yeah, you can't push up and over, right? Like that's. They should have got to know that, right? They've got to be aware. They're going to hear all these shots. It looked like they were opting to try and take that compound initially. Uh-oh, here comes the first big problem, though. EIQ have to push this way to get in. So this is going to be a straight-up brawl. Vazku's at least found the first. That's pretty important. Vazku slowing them down is big. That's going to alert them. You can see the Wildcats trying to fight some time here. That's Northern Lights losing its remaining player. They're down in 10th. We're down to 9 teams now. Liquid desperate to try and get into the Molotov's utility. It's costing so much time.
Tropic attempting to cross the road. Good response coming out. And we said, provide a bit of cover for now. Moving with the vehicle. You know what? If you can move with the vehicle, just shoot the vehicle. Not a problem. Should take him with it.
Oh.
The damage, actually, a different angle altogether. Rustanmar finally stepping out from the safety net. They do move on to TSM. Remember, this is a fight that's been continuing for quite some time. They knew each other's location. They knew each other's position. Thanks. In the mist. What can you do once you come out of there? You got 2 players just staring down the barrel. MiracU can at least feed him the info that he needs. Goes for a Hail Mary. It doesn't matter. TSM's gone. ENCE find it. Omakan's still alive. However, they are broken. I've seen some utility and quite a lot of armor being taken away from them. Like, what they're holding now cannot be broken. It's thin air.
Yeah, they had to put down so much to deal with EIQ coming their way. As you said, it's going to be scraps at this point. They did lose out on only 1 player, so I guess having 3 alive is their biggest benefit. But there's other teams with also a large amount of players. And we wanted to see Tornado Energy do well, and we are. They've managed to stay alive here. Now I've said it, they'll probably die, but you get the idea. They're into late game. Now if they can get a couple of kills with that, that'd be lovely.
Utilize the land they've been blessed with. FaZe is working its way out slowly but surely. It's moving together as a unit. Oh, if they get lucky here, honestly. And when I say lucky, the fact that ENCE and Omakan hit each other first, and then they just kind of sweep across and mop up, or just stay alive and wait for the dregs to the approach. We keep talking about economy, and it's so vital in this game. Having a decent one going up against it, your armor is just as important as the gun in front of you. Nades rain down. Nothing's given away just yet. Look at that, though. Instant headshot is responded from DA. Page is hit hard. He's going to be forced to heal Vaz, who will try and hold the angle. A cheeky headshot. 1, 2. Thank you. Let's put out of place. Does go for the over-aggression. Will now be forced to heal as well. Smash might be there for the res if they have the smoke to allow him to do so. Through the smoke. The burn comes up as well. The nice tap's good. Page inside the ticket booth. There's a drop there if you want it, just for good measure. Burning away in the booth. And that's all she wrote for Omakan. 6th position. Comes there to spot in his final game of this evening.
This is brutal, this hillside fight. DA can't really get respite anywhere. They've got so many players coming their way. Mxey's nades going to do the work. It's Ibi who's still trying to heal off this one. These Momo are on their feet. Mxey and Ibi aren't out of the fire just yet. You've got to be careful. They want to look like they want to go to the next fight or move away around this hillside, but you can't disengage us completely. Mert might want to start playing that low ground just to try and get vision on them.
FaZe is standing its ground up against ENCE. And I think it's the right choice, given how many fights ENCE have been with. They should be a weakened ENCE for now. Mert has to take this one head on, though. 2 players, Ibi and Mxey, left and right. It's a rough decision. They're actually double being in the corner. Try and stop any catalyst from these 2 players on the side of Digital Athletics, but it's a good amount of shots in. Ibi's gone down as well, and Mxey is forced to retreat this one. If they can team up and work their way into Kaymind, this could be good, but they've heard damage in the distance, and it's been done. Sixmo's also fallen. That's a response from the side of ENCE. Gustav, okay. So with 2 players up, ENCE are actually doing damage to a variation of rosters here.
Yeah, ENCE are actually coming to their own. You did just see a big couple of kills for DA coming back in though, but DA finally been dealt with between Mxey and Rustanmar. And actually, this ain't bad. Look at some of the old boys in this lobby, the bigger teams. ENCE finally gets put down by Fuzzface up on top of the yellows. But Tornado Energy still alive and kicking. 3 players here, Rich.
There's no one below them. It's a bit of a sketchy angle to take from example, putting yourself out like that, but whatever works. If it's baited and allowed Erangel to get in if this nade hits him. Oh, it will. Just going to fall short. There is a possibility, though, that another one comes flying over. Liquid lurking. The sharks smell blood in the water. This is kind of anyone's game, provided Fuzzface can get a heal off while that blue hits him. All the smokes are down. It's time to run. Mxey holds the open angle. Kaymind's up top. They wait with bated breath, and it's time to go. Use the smoke, see what we can do. They're going to head downhill and see if anyone is just kind of still chilling there. It's going to be example to hold the angle. The damage is done to Aitzy. Fuzzface forced to run. And I think he's just going to get drilled from behind here. I think he'll find himself to be rather unlucky. We said Tornado Energy need a good game. It's not over yet, but it could be it.
Oh, Fuzzface, this is hard. He's escaped one side. It's, you know, who'd you pick? It's probably going to be Mxey who finds him. Yeah, good tags. Nade. Flash, excuse me. There's a nade there. Kaymind's got it. Right. So, 2v3. Where's your money, Rich? Tornado Energy or Liquid?
Given performance, you'd have to say Liquid. Given ground, I'd also say Liquid. I think if they wrap this now early and go all the way around, they might catch Tornado completely unaware. Let's have a look at the gear. 2 and a 2. Chest a bit half damage, so you're going to get some AP once that thing breaks. Mxey, exact same scenario again. Good scopes, good guns. Right tool for the right job. Smokes are there and meds are there. Both stimmed up, ready to rock and roll. I just think they take this head on. I really do. They're going to hold both angles and just go for it.
Oh, Kaymind's got to keep Mxey safe here. Kaymind gets the contact now. Good tags. Mxey now has to push back. It's that push and pull. They have to work together in tandem, in unison, and force Tornado Energy into a bad scenario. And that might be the factor here. Tornado Energy are sweeping from east to south to potentially west. Now, the battlefield is littered with smokes everywhere. Tornado Energy have opened up an angle. By going that deep, they've been able to spread out Kaymind. Mxey not far off, though, here, Rich. He could still come into this.
We'll meet back up. Try and find this one through. Kaymind, no stims left. Oh, that's the catalyst. Mxey down. You should expect him to push on this one. 1 versus 3 is in a difficult scenario, no matter who you are or what kind of player, especially when you're low HP. 66%. They're getting aggressive. There's one. Just goes for the flush, goes for the hard drill, gets the point, but it is Tornado Energy. 15 kills. We said this was the game that they needed. Starting with three players, a 25-point game is bloody fantastic to end the day.
Yeah, it was 100% needed. It was, you know, what the doctor ordered for them. So hopefully they can kind of look back and go, yep, that's what well for us. Yes, the circle was brilliant. That's what we looked at the start. Circle position's really good. But to get that boatload of kills as well is going to incredibly push them up the table, I'm sure. So good to see some life in them. I know the desk was wanting to see more from them. So let's see what they think about that one now as we head over to them.
That's right. Thank you very much. I had to double check if I was muted then again. Jeez Louise. Making me paranoid. Really? That's the final game. That's Tornado Energy getting the win. I'm going to say my boys. I'm happy to see that. I like to see Tornado Energy win. And they do it in style as well. Joining me, Avenger and Toby. Guys, I'm going to start with Avenger first because Tornado Energy popped off here, rightfully so, clutching things out nicely against Team Liquid at the end.
Yeah, and before this, they've had, I think, 14 placement points in 17 games, which is way below their standard. I would say this was needed, but it is not. I don't want to judge teams by their good games. I want to judge them by their bad teams. So I would still say, even though they've pushed themselves into the top 16 now, they still have had a rough tournament. I still want to see them continue like on the upwards trajectory. They've had some rough times, but this game was great. They played it extremely well. That position that they took here in the middle and the control they had and the amount of kills they got from that position was just super well executed.
Toby?
No, I completely agree. I mean, they played it well all the way through in the game. They held off some pushes. They put themselves into positions where they know they could go out and fight from. And as we've been saying, as Sim said as well, we've been waiting for Tornado Energy to come out and do something. We know they're capable. I mean, they've time and time again showed it against top tier opponents. And finally they show us something. But I have to say, as Martin said just now, and as we said coming into this game as well, there is just too big of a gap between these good games. Now, finally, they get it, and they do it with just 3 players, right? I mean, imagine had they been 4, and imagine if they could do something like this just once or twice more per tournament, they would be sitting way higher than where they are.
Here come the points, as we have 5 teams not scoring anything here in match 24, and unfortunate for them. Let's take a look at our 1 through 8, though, as well, because they've really soaked up a lot of the kills and a lot of those placement points. So that is going to be huge for these top 8 teams for this game in particular, as we have 15 kills for Tornado Energy, as previously mentioned. Team Liquid and FaZe managed to get themselves into the top 3 back-to-back when it comes to games. So they are sitting very pretty. Very good for Tornado Energy to get the amount that they have done. But as you say, still more work to do, even though, example, Nalia popping off, Martin, popping off.
Every time I see these guys, I can't forget about our poker matches. Both example and Nalia. I'm like, oh yeah, no, super well played. Nice to see 1,000 damage from Alia. Not so good at poker, but very good at PUBG. Very good, really good aimer here, and nice to see these guys pop up. This was needed. This is I'm so relaxed now. I was in a situation where I was like, damn man, this is an invited team. It's a team that did so well. And they were struggling, but now they've put themselves in a good spot. We have 6 more games to play, and they can definitely get into or stay in top 16, because they'll definitely be in top 16 after this.
Martin, surely bad poker players are the players that you want to be playing with. No, isn't that?
Yeah, that's why I was smiling. That's why I was smiling. You know, I was looking at free money.
Free money. All right, let's take a look at the results for today. We have 6 teams getting themselves the wins across 6 games, unbelievably. Wow, what do I think about that? The Nuclear Penguins, El Giganten, Team Liquid, TSM, Entropic, and Tornado Energy close out the day. For me, Toby, looking at those results, it means that we're getting some teams moving up into the top 16 that are really challenging and shaking up the status quo a little bit, which is a great day of PUBG so far.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, and again, it was meant to happen at some point. And I think one of the teams that we didn't see any repeat winners in today's 6 games, but Liquid were in top 5 in so many of their matches today. I mean, they were playing extra. They were like inches from wins on numerous occasions. We saw it with Kaymind and Mxey here. We saw it with Kaymind almost pulling off a 1v3 on Military in the previous games. I mean, they had so many good performances throughout the day, other than the win, of course, that they had. So Liquid's being on form as opposed to how they fared on the first day of the tournament is good to see.
Especially when it comes to their B versus C results, Team Liquid. They've been able to effectively top the group. So that's very impressive there by Team Liquid. But of course, we still have to give 2 kudos to FaZe, who have been extremely consistent throughout the day. But there's been some ups and downs for the team lately, but FaZe has been consistent, and they've moved up to that first place spot. So great stuff by them, Martin. Mr.
One more time, sorry?
Great stuff by FaZe throughout the day to be consistent.
Yeah, obviously, but it's throughout this 18 games here. They're nearly 11 points from keeping a 10-point average. Super great to see from them. This is the consistency we expect from this lineup, from this roster, and this organization, obviously. Sad to see TSM overall from today fall 2 spots, but the top 5, the top 6 has just been playing so well so far, and continue to do so. That's where they're obviously sitting in that position.
All right, let's take a look at how things are going to shape up tomorrow. At same time, same place, we will be back for another 6 games. It's Miramar, Erangel. So that is going to be what's coming up tomorrow. So great stuff. Make sure to tune in tomorrow. And that pretty much does things for us here today, Martin and Toby. Again, make sure to check out the donation link down towards the bottom of the stream, just in case you are interested in contributing to a great cause, and you can follow all the instructions down there as to how to donate as well. And also go to PUBGesports.eu, as registration is now open for PCS #1, which is going to be starting very, very soon. So get registered. All right, that is it from us, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for tuning in. We shall see you tomorrow for more PCS.
Bye.